Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello. We're back by popular request with some Murdaugh. Look at this. Look what's on the screen. May please the court, Your Honor, state calls Special Agent Peter Rudofski. Now, it got his name spelled wrong here, but it doesn't matter. He's, dude, I'm so excited. Let's jump right on in. We're going to hear about all the GMC data that came in last minute. It was a trial miracle. Oh my God, all the things and the timeline. Yay. I know, I'm also yay. Look at how not excited he looks for that. His face says it all. So, we've just been watching some of this testimony, right? We've covered the whole trial with it. But the point being that this is like an epic moment, right? So with when you have the states, their last witness, how are they going to tie it all together? I will say that I don't think that any trial ever has done it as well as what happens here with this witness. I've never seen anything like this for the state tying it all together. When I say tying it all together, I mean everything. Everything. It is, I don't know why this is done in every trial. Maybe because they don't have strong enough evidence. I don't know. It is, oh my God. Okay, let's watch. I get excited. He's not happy.
Did you swear or affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
There he is.
Please state your full name for the record.
Get it.
Special Agent Peter Rudofski, that's Rudofski, and it's pronounced Rudolph and then ski.
Love it.
Agent Rudofski, how you doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Oh my God.
Good. If you would, tell the jury just a little bit about yourself. Give us a little quick history of where you grew up, where you went to school, and how you ultimately ended up with your current position.
I'm originally from Oakland County, Michigan, Metro Detroit area. Became a reserve deputy in 2015, a reserve officer with Bay City Department of Public Safety while I was attending Saginaw Valley State University to get my bachelor's degree. And then went on to work at Oakland County Sheriff's Office as a special deputy. Graduated in 2017 at Saginaw Valley State University with a criminal justice degree. And then in 2017, moved to South Carolina, worked for the Department of Public Safety. In 2020, came to the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, where I am currently. Began in the undercover vice unit, worked in the undercover vice unit until October of 22, where I currently am a special agent assigned to investigative services.
All right, and that was when again?
That was October of 22 is when I had my new position.
At some point in that position in SLED Investigative Services, did you get involved in the investigation of the murders of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh at Moselle?
I did. November of 21 is when I was brought on to assist the Low Country region with this case.
November of 21 or November 22?
21.
And let's talk a little bit more just about some of the experience you've had as a law enforcement officer. Have you had any experience with or had any training with using the FBI CAST program?
I took a basic 16-hour cell site analysis course, which allowed me to use their system CAST Viz, which is if you saw Matt Wild's presentation, the mapping system and the plotting, it allows me to use that system and kind of do a basic level operation of it.
And what has been your primary focus of your involvement, at least in the investigation?
But that's the thing. So they did not rely on him to do anything important with that, right? So that's the thing, right? It's not like they had Matt Wild, the GOAT, right? For FBI, we've watched his videos. Like they had that, right? So he's just laying a preliminary, because they're going to offer him as an expert, right? So
after you got involved in November 2021. And to be fair, that was November 2021. You were not working in investigative services when Moselle event happened in June of 21. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So when you came on in November of 21, what's kind of been one of your main focuses and main assignments?
The main focus was to take all of the various forms of data. There's, a lot of phones, a lot of different data, and take all that and put it into a readable timeline that you can start from, the beginning of the day to the end of the day and see everything with all those different phones and different, media sources all in one document.
Stand by for me just real quick.
It's like what we always hope to see in every trial.
Long time ago in this trial. Do you recognize that? It's already in evidence.
I do.
All right. And what is that? Tell the jury what that is, please.
This would have been a rough draft or working draft of my timeline, I have a date of 1/12/23 at 3 p.m. was an updated time on this.
All right. And that was, who prepared that document though, that was put in by the defense?
This was prepared by myself.
And was that provided to the defense a week or so or sometime prior to trial?
It was.
All right. And on that particular document, does it say that it is a working draft?
It does on the top here. It's going to have in yellow working draft. And then as you go through the document, it's going to have the same yellow on the top working draft and draft across.
I love
the
it.
document.
Yeah.
As you have, how long
Labeling.
have you been working on this document right here?
Roughly about a year on this document.
All right. And as new data came in,
Incredible. He spent a year on this. It's his baby. Oh, and now wait for it. Imagine this. Imagine this. What's going to happen?
has been analyzed from various sources that have been put forward to this jury. Has that been incorporated into your timeline here?
It has.
All right. And since the time that this was initially prepared, has there been additional information added to it and that document continued to be worked on?
There has.
All right. And has that been provided to the defense as well?
It has.
That's the GMC OnStar data that just came in like 2 days ago or some shit. Incredible. Incredible. But they were in
Jenny?
I do. This is going to be the full timeline. This is going to be the latest copy.
And I'm going to show you what's marked as 519. And do you recognize that document?
I do.
All right. Tell me the jury what that is.
This is going to be a condensed timeline of this document here. Instead of having the whole day, it's going to have roughly from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. on June 7th,
2021.
2021.
Your Honor, this time I would offer states 519 and 520 into evidence.
Okay.
Yeah, I admit it. All right, we'll get back to those in a second. The FBI CAS program, is that correct?
That is
Here we go.
correct.
And during the course of this investigation, actually fairly recently, did additional information come in related to what you've been working on?
That is correct.
And explain that to the jury. What information came in?
So on Friday, I received a call.
Insane.
Would have been last Friday
This is insane.
from Attorney General Conrad that GM discovered some new data. I initially did a search warrant back in March of last year. No data was returned to us from OnStar. We get a call saying that they have data and that they're going to be sending it to me. I received an email on this past Saturday
This is insane.
with 3 Excel files of data from GM.
All right, and tell the jury generally what was that data?
There was a lot of data in it. Mostly it was a lot of latitude and longitude plots. There was speed data.
Let me just back up. So we did not watch Dwight Falkowski this time around. Dwight Falkowski is the dude from the FBI who tried to get into this the GMC OnStar data or whatever, right? And spent like over a year and like wrote his own software and all this stuff trying to get into the car because GMC was just not turning over the OnStar shit, right? And so all that Dwight Falkowski was able to get was like the telemetry, which is basically is the car stopped, like basically is it in drive or is it in park? Essentially, it's like very basic, right? And like that was his baby, and he was trying, and it's like they tried to get this, and like they just weren't being provided with it. Like GMC was like, we don't have it, and it was like it's like the OnStar. So again, like he's saying, right? I'm going to back it up so we can hear his whole answer, but it's all the good shit, right? What is like through this OnStar system, and then the telemetry is like the basic mechanisms of the car. Essentially, you could think of it like that, right? And so, you know, Dwight Falkowski testifies about how they couldn't get anything else, and he presents the telemetry that he has, and it's like you're like, what? This is not anything. Like this is not that helpful. Da da da. You know, and so literally and so then you have Agent Rudofski here, who spent, as he said, over a year already on this timeline, right? Now, a couple days ago, he gets this phone call or whatever from GMC. Hey, we got it. So the backstory on this, right? Because this is talked about outside the presence of the jury. The backstory on this is that somebody from GMC was watching this trial. Okay. Somebody was watching this trial and they heard Dwight Falkowski testify, and they heard him talk about how they couldn't get this OnStar data, and like it just was not being turned over. And literally this person who was an employee there calls up and is like, hey, here it is. Here it is. And basically the way it went down, it was clear to both parties, like the state and the defense, that this was like, they don't understand it, but it was like literally GMC couldn't do it. And now they had it now, miraculously, now they have it. Right. And so that's after Dwight Falkowski's testimony. Right. And so he's like, hey, here it is, turns it on over. And so now Agent Rudofski has like, you know, 2 days or whatever to try to incorporate all of this new data into his timeline. So that's what he's talking about. And this is just, it's insane that this came in this way at trial. And nobody, GMC never explained, to my knowledge anyway, right? If they ever explained, it was not made public, but what happened and why what happened and why.
I received an email on this past Saturday with 3 Excel files of data from GM.
All right. And tell the jury generally what was that
Saturday.
data.
There was a lot of data in it. Mostly it was a lot of latitude and longitude plots. There was speed data in there, and a lot of data that when you start your car up, you might see like your engine lights and all that, those codes and stuff. A lot of the codes was on the data.
And for what vehicle was this for?
This is for the 2021 Suburban driven by Alex Murdaugh.
Had GM previously responded to law enforcement inquiry that there was no such data?
That is correct. All we got was basic subscriber data for OnStar.
And when did they respond with that information?
I believe it was March 18th
Of
of 2022.
2022.
Yes.
And then during the course of this trial, they contacted and said, oh, wait, we found something.
That is correct.
That's what happened.
All right. And since that time, have you downloaded that data into the CAS program and analyzed it in that fashion?
I have the CAS data is pretty much a tool that you can take different latitude, longitude, and different kind of data points, put it in the system in an Excel file, and it pretty much plots it and paints a nice picture.
So that's how he used it. So he didn't, this is very simple. This has nothing to do with the cell phones, right? This is the GM, this is for the car. It's for the car. So the car has lat and longitude points, and basically he used the CAS system just to simply plot those points. That's what he did.
And you have you worked in this case as you've been synthesizing the data from various sources? Have you worked or synthesized the data that came from engineer Falfusky with the FBI?
Yes, sir.
And remind the jury who Falfusky is again, please.
He is a vehicle engineer from the FBI out of Washington, D.C. And he's the one that took the telemetry unit out of Alex Murdaugh Suburban, and he took all the data and recreated that, the year-long process to get all the data extracted that he previously testified on.
So this is a good question, Twiz. I've often wondered this. I've often wondered, and I've tried to look into it. I didn't get very far to figure out, does he know somebody? Did he know somebody? Did he have somebody, a buddy or whatever? Did he have somebody or paid him, right, that worked for OnStar that has since been maybe they've moved on to a different job and now there's somebody new who's in charge of that? That literally was my thought, was like, because that's the way it came in. That's what it sounded like. It sounded like it was somebody new who's like, yeah, we have this. We could have turned this over. That, you know what I mean? And it was like in other words, that when they were trying to get it before, they kept getting the same answer, but then now there's a different person and now it's a different answer. That's what I've wondered. Now we don't know, but that is where my mind went with it for sure. Yep.
All right. And is that telemetry data generally synthesized or summarized along with other data in your timelines that are admitted into evidence?
Yes, it is.
Can you compare for the jury the difference between what the telemetry that engineer Falfusky did and the OnStar data that GM recently provided?
The biggest difference you're going to see is on the telemetry data. If you remember, there was that Excel spreadsheet with all the different colors on it. It would show vehicle going into drive or park, moving, propulsion, that kind of stuff. The data we got back from OnStar is mostly a lot of latitude and longitude and speed and different kind of codes and whatnot. There wasn't really any location data in the FBI data. I don't believe there was any for that day. I believe it was all before. But we have mostly, GPS coordinates and whatnot. That's the biggest difference that you're going to see between the reports.
All right. And was the OnStar data recently received generally consistent with the telemetry data that had been developed by the FBI and Falfusky?
It was.
Just more specific?
Just more specific.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 524 to this trial and see if you recognize this document.
I do.
All right. And tell the jury what this is, please.
This was a presentation I created that is based on the GM OnStar data that was received last week for 6/7 of 21 for a 2021 Chevrolet Suburban.
Your Honor, at this time I would offer in the evidence States 524.
Now here's the thing. There's some things that we get from this GM OnStar data that are crucial. There's some things that we will go through. We will see it. We're going to watch it. We're going to go through this timeline. There's some things that are absolutely crucial, like that answers that they would never have had for this trial had that not just miraculously come in because somebody was watching it. And that really, 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 especially when it comes to like his behaviors, when he comes back and quote unquote finds them dead and then calling 911 and stuff. So anyway, but we'll see.
And I'm gonna go ahead and put Exhibit 524 up on the screen, one we just admitted. That's your name up there, and it's got the CAS program and everything. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right, moving on to this next slide. Can you see all right up there?
I can.
All right, if your little screen becomes hard to see, just let me know. We can have you come down here and look at the big. All right, what's up on this slide? Tell us what this represents to the jury.
What you're going to see up on the slide is going to be 3 file names that were received from GM. These are all 3 Excel files. This is what they were labeled to us from GM.
And what does this slide look like?
This is an overview. Do you mind if I step down?
Yeah.
Step on down.
This is going to be an overview slide here. Top point is going to be Moselle, the Moselle house property. Bottom left, we're going to have Hampton. Far right is going to be Almeda. There are 4,820 data points that make up these lines here. When you zoom in a couple more slides, you're going to see the individual dots. This is kind of like an overlay of all of those dots.
Right.
But just for reference, that's where we're at in that.
And just very quickly, tell the jury when we're talking about these dots, is that what the CAS report did? Is plot the dots based on the data provided by GM OnStar?
That is correct. Each dot's going to represent a latitude and longitude.
Did you have to manually enter in all 4,820, or how does that work?
I did not. The nice thing about the CAS system is it takes the Excel, you put it all in an Excel spreadsheet, and it does all that for you. Kind of like Google Earth would do in comparison.
All right, this next slide, what is that?
This is the same slide. It's just showing on a different, the last one was like a Google Earth kind of view photo. This is just a regular like map photo. It kind of just says, the location's a little bit easier to read. You got Hampton, Almeda, then you can see Islandton.
Go on to this slide. Is this just a general representation where you can see some of the individual dots?
This is going to be the general overview of Moselle. Each little dot is going to either have a single set of data points or multiple set of data points. And this is for the whole day. This is not just for a certain time period. This is going to be for the whole day of June 7th, 2021.
All right. And then again, generally, what does this represent?
This is going to represent in Hampton around the law firm. Each dot is either a single set of data points or multiple set of data points. It's just kind of zoomed in photo from what we saw previously.
And that's the defendant's former law firm?
That is correct.
All right. And what does this represent?
This is going to be the Almeda property that's
All
been
those
referred to
dots.
previously.
And
And this is just showing a overview of all the dots. For that.
Speaking of things that are super important, they wouldn't have had. This is one of them. I'd forgotten about this until now. So again, all these red dots, these are from the car, from the lat and longitude points. So what becomes really important that they would not have had save for that miracle, right? When you see that road, that's going all the way. That's the parents' house, right? And you can actually see there's crossing the railroad. And then those little, if you guys can see my mouse and going all the way down to the far end here where there's a cluster right there by the woods, that ends up being really important because they wouldn't have had this before, because what ends up coming out is he parked weirdly, right? Like they're going to talk about it. Like basically he shows, this is right after the murders, right? He gets to Almeda. This is his alibi. He's coming on in. He drives really fast. And then he doesn't park in any of the driveways or parking area. And instead he parks in the grass next to the wood line. And then it takes a couple minutes for him to like get out of the car. Like there's some funny business there where like the car is like running and he's in that area for like a couple minutes before he like then gets back in the car. Then something funny happens with Maggie's phone. And then like after that, then he goes into the house. So, but we're going to see all of it. It's just what triggered my memory of that was seeing those clusters down there by they're like on top of the trees. You can see it.
Yeah. All right, we're about to get into some slides that have very specific references to dots. And just generally, what are you about to go through with the jury as the specific data points that you're about to relate to them?
So for this presentation, we're going to go through all the different drives that occurred that day.
Are you talking
We're
about?
going to have a data point.
Are you
in the
talking
slide
about
that's going to show
Peter
you the
Rudofski?
beginning, a couple slides during the drive, and then at the end. We're going to have a couple different drives that we'll be walking through.
All right, now we're at this slide. What's the title of this slide?
This is Alex leaving for work.
All right, and tell the jury what image do we see right here on the screen?
So what you're looking at, this is going to be the property 4147 Moselle Road. This is going to be the main entrance. And you can see underneath the little box is going to be the house. You're going to see on the date, it's going to say June 7th, 2021. And this plot is going to be 120647.
All right. Is that what time the Suburban got underway, according to the GM OnStar data?
That is correct. It does match up.
All right. Moving to this next slide, what does this represent?
This next slide is representing his vehicle making a right onto Moselle Road during his drive.
All right, what time is that?
The time is 12:07:40 p.m.
All right, come on down here if you would, just real quick. And explain to the jury this box, and in particular, if there's a little arrow in this box, point that out to them so that they can understand specifically what's being referenced with the blue and white box.
So anytime you see a blue box here, it's a little hard to see, but the little kind of triangle down here, that's where it's pointing to on which red dot it is referring to. So anytime you see the box, look for that little triangle, and that's going to tell you the area that the vehicle, the latitude, longitude correlates with.
All right, I'll have to borrow the stick real quick. So this little blue triangle right there is what we're talking about.
That is correct.
And
That's what she
that little
said.
red dot there. Is that right?
That's correct.
And we're not going to go through all 4,820 dots, but just representative dots of these various scripts. Is that
That
correct?
is correct.
All right.
I just want to point out quickly, you might see a couple other data points that could be for another trip. Sometimes they have the same latitude and longitude, but different times. So you might see a couple different data points, but that's an explanation for that.
All right. And then the one that's highlighted, though, is the one that's the information is being referred to right there. Is that correct?
So the other thing that they get because of this GM OnStar Miraculous data too, right, is they're going to get his speed. I mean, it's and the other thing too is so there's so many important things they're going to figure out because otherwise they wouldn't have known, right? So his speed, and then also every time he connects to Bluetooth in the car, shit like that. So they're going to be about to go through all these points, and you're going to see how fast he was driving, and anyway, this is amazing.
And right here we see what?
You see June 7th, 2021,
All right.
12:07 and 40 seconds p.m.
All right. Thank you. All right, before we move on to the next slide, what's the car doing at this point in time?
The car is moving.
All right, and what location is it? Just generally an orientation to the property?
Moselle Road coming out of that main gate,
That driveway?
main driveway.
Moving on to the next one, what does this represent?
This is 12:07:42, and this is representing, you're going to see a mile per hour.
I'll
It's
jam.
going to be the new line that just showed up. And this is showing 12 miles an hour the vehicle's traveling.
Generally on these blue boxes is the little arrow at the bottom. Is that kind of in the center bottom in most of these little blue boxes, blue and white boxes?
That is correct.
All right, and some of the entries have a miles per hour reading. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's being recorded by the
So
vehicle.
it might be important at some juncture to pull up and do some squirrely field tripping map time because we've done a ton of this previously when I've covered this trial, but for those, I think those of you guys who are watching now weren't there. And honestly, I always enjoy it, and I think it's always beneficial because to see what it would have looked like on the street view if you're driving where he's driving. So I'm just going to get it queued up so it's ready to go. Because some of this is going to be pretty crazy, like when you see how fast he's going. And then when especially, well, right now they're talking about his drive to work, but later on, it's his drive at night, right after the murders. And like it would have been dark and like this area, like all the deer and whatnot. So I'm just going to have this ready to go because we'll probably want to reference this. Okay, cool. Got it ready to go. Neato.
By GM OnStar.
And it's being uploaded to their servers.
All right. And so what was the speed of the defendant's vehicle at this time?
Approximately 12 miles an hour.
Yeah, I was gonna say the only thing I want
Here it's in reference to miles per hour because we're Americans. But the data that you got, what unit was it in?
Kilometers.
All right. And so did you convert that data to miles per hour?
In an Excel spreadsheet, yes.
All right. And just plugged in what the conversion is and it converted to miles per hour.
Yep, you do the equal sign and you do the conversion and it converts for you.
All right. All right, going on to this next slide. Is this still on the trip that morning to the or that afternoon to the law firm?
That is correct.
All right, and very quickly, tell the jury where we're at.
We are still on Moselle Road. We're past the Godley Farms Road, which would be another reference point.
And that's the residence up here at the top.
That is correct.
All right, that's the Kennels way up at the very top.
That is correct.
All right, what is the date and time of this reading?
12:08:30, and that is showing
that.
approximately 55 miles an hour.
And look at all the land. So on a recent live stream, I don't think it was the last one, maybe the one before, we went through and looked at, and actually I a shout out to Meg for this idea. I think it was Meg anyway, I'm pretty sure, who was asking about, there was like Moselle was up for sale again or whatever. Anyway, we did a whole deep dive and ended up looking at the whole history with like the deeds and the property lines and how the land is parceled out and all that. And it was really exciting. But anyway, basically, it's the acreage that they owned, right, with this property was, I forget now, it was 150, almost 200 acres, I believe. And basically, but just the point being, the vast majority of it is just literally dense woods. Because the portion where the house is actually quite small because they ended up splitting that up in terms of the land. And that's only on like, I think it's like was it maybe 40 acres or something, or maybe even less? Maybe it was like, no, maybe it was like 24 acres. So when you compare that to like the size like of the house where you can see it's like outlined there, and then you think of like, okay, so now there's like an additional like, I don't know, 160 acres or whatever. I'm not going to go hunting all that down now because we did all that, but that gives you an idea, because it's hard for me looking at this like to fathom how large of an area that is of acreage, right? So when you think about how small it is where the house is, and then you add all that on that, you just got, my point being, it gives you an idea like just how many acres, like tons of acres of just woods with dense trees, which is interesting to me. So.
All right, tell me about this next one.
This is still on the drive to the law firm. This is showing at 12:16 on the
cool.
dot.
Love that.
And we're showing approximately 60 miles an hour driven.
And where is the arrow on this particular one?
So on this box, the arrow is actually going to be on top, and it's pointing to one of the data points.
I played I played in a lot of my bands in college were like jazz fusion. If you guys know what that is.
Ken?
Approximately 60 miles an hour.
Going on to slide 13 for the record, what does this reflect?
This is reflecting coming into Hampton to the law firm. And this is actually, if you look, it's pretty much right on top of the law firm. It's 12:21:37,
This is Alex pulling into work that day of the murders.
and we have no speed associated.
And if you guys can see there, I don't know if y'all can see, but see where the red dots are? If you look at the road that's perpendicular, it's Railroad Ave East. Now, when we covered this before, we did a lot of deep diving into the railroads. The railroads are a really big part of this entire case and this whole history of the family. And it's kind of insane. So I actually have an episode called Just Follow the Railroad. And like, to the extent that I thought railroads were involved, I ended up learning they were even more involved than I ever imagined. So, yeah.
All right, and then the next slide, slide 14.
This is 12:24:06 with no speed reported. This is when he's arriving. This is the last data point.
Stop.
All right, so he's arrived at work at that time, correct?
That's correct.
12:46.
12:24:06.
Going to this next slide, explain to the jury what this is, and we're slide 15. For the
So after each drive, we're going to have a slide that's going to show a max speed from all the data sets on Excel. The max speed for his drive from Moselle to the law firm that morning was 12:13:19. Max speed was 65.
Again, this is important, and this is something that they wouldn't have had were it not for OnStar. So you give a max for every time he makes a drive for that one drive, you're going to have a max speed and then an average speed.
0.8 miles per hour. And the average speed of that whole drive was 37.24 miles an hour. And that time was at 12:13:19 during his drive.
All right, we're moving now to slide 16. Tell the jury what this represents.
This one's going to represent Alex leaving work at the law firm, heading to his house. It shows at 6:24:18, and it shows him going 8 miles an hour, just starting to leave.
PM
PM.
and the speed
Approximately 8 miles an hour.
going on slide 17.
This one's showing at 6:26:54 p.m. It's showing his Suburban going approximately 42 miles an hour on his drive home. The arrow is going to be on the top right.
And
It
the
might
speed.
cut off a little bit. 42 miles an hour.
All right, and then is that the arrow right there?
That is correct.
All right, at the top,
Top of the screen.
So like almost
about
6:30
42 miles
p.m.
an hour.
That is correct.
Slide 18, what does this reflect?
This is going to reflect at Alex arriving home at 6:42:54 with a miles per hour of 0. This is one of the last data points that without speed.
6:42 p.m. arriving back at the residence,
That is correct.
and the arrow is pointing to what?
The residence. A little bit to the side, but it's the residence right there.
All right, and tell the jury now on slide 19, what does this represent?
So this is going to be from his drive home from the law firm to Moselle. It represents at 6:34:01 during his drive. The max speed obtained was 54.4 miles per hour. The average speed during this drive was 41.39 miles an hour. And you can see the location somewhere off of, I believe, 63.
Driving home, what was his max speed?
54.4 miles per hour was the max speed driving home.
Faster than
All right, slide 20.
on the way there.
All right, so now we're at where Alex is leaving for Almeda. This is going to be 9:07:06 p.m.
Okay. After the murders.
And again, we'll go through the timeline in a bit, but is this generally consistent with some of the telemetry data that Falfosky did?
It is
Suburban goes underway at what time?
9:07:06 according to this data.
Moving on to the next slide.
Like
Where's
previous
the Suburban at this point?
slides, this is going to be the Suburban pulling out onto Moselle Road. coming right out of the main entrance, going about 15 miles an hour. This is going to be at 9:08:06.
What do we have right here?
This is going to be 9:08:18 with speeds approximately 37 miles an hour.
Where's the Suburban heading at this point?
Towards Almeda.
All right, slide 23. We have a reference point here. Can you explain what that is to the jury?
So the orange dot, that's going to
Maggie's
represent
phone.
approximately where Maggie Murdaugh's phone was located the following day on June 8th, 2021.
All right, and we have time reference for the Suburban at this time.
We do. It's going to be 9:08:36 seconds, and it's showing a speed of 42 miles an hour.
Moving on to the next one. Tell the jury what this is.
In the grayish white looking box, you can still
So
see the little circle
basically-
where it says Maggie Murdaugh's.
So basically, part of the thought was like, maybe did he slow down or stop to chuck that phone, right? Part of the thing with this GM OnStar data is what we're seeing is he actually was speeding up there, right? So the question would become, does that mean that you can't throw a phone while you're driving faster, right? Or potentially, did he chuck the phone on the drive back from Almeda and not on the way there? I'm not going to answer those questions. We're going to watch it and we'll see.
phone location, and right under it's where the pinpoint's going to be. It's going to be 9:08:36, 42 miles an hour.
Next slide, 25. Slide 25.
The upper halfway portion of that box, you're going to see the circle again, the orange circle. That's going to be Maggie Murdaugh's phone. And at 9:08:42, we have the Suburban traveling approximately 45 miles an hour.
After passing that location, does the defendant's vehicle start to accelerate?
It does.
Going to slide 26. Tell us what this references.
So we also have Maggie Murdaugh's phone location. This is just another data point. There's several throughout the road. This one is showing 9:08:54, 44 miles an hour.
Slide 27.
This is going to show you another overview of this data point in location to Maggie Murdaugh's phone. 9:08:54, 44 miles an hour.
Slide 28.
This one's further down the road past Godley Farms Road, just for a reference point. This is 9:09:06, traveling 48.6 miles per hour.
Slide 29.
This is another data point in reference to where the phone location is. 9:09:18 p.m., traveling 49 miles per hour.
And slide 30.
This is going to be another data point at 9:09:18, traveling approximately 52 miles an hour.
Slide 31.
This is also going to be another one on Moselle Road, coming up to Dobson Road. It's going to be 9:09:24 p.m., traveling approximately 52 miles an hour.
And then slide 32.
This is also going to be another data point on that road, 9:09:42, traveling approximately 54 miles an hour on Moselle Road.
All right, going to slide 33. Has our sort of map orientation changed?
It has. This is still on the drive to Almeda. I believe this is going to be 63 or Snyder's Highway or Walterboro Highway. This is at 9:13:30 p.m., showing a speed of 68 miles an hour on that drive to Almeda.
All right.
$68 miles per hour. That's crazy. That's crazy.
I'm going back to slide 3.
That's crazy. On that road, which was like not like at the point, okay, when this trial happened, Moselle Road had been repaved, but at the time of murders, it was not. It was like all shitty. But going that fast at night when it's dark in the summer, you've got deer. Like that is extremely fast. I mean, beyond the fact that it's speeding, right? I don't think you're not worried about getting pulled over out there, even though you should be. But never mind that. It's just like not safe. So
Do that.
it's fast on that road. Here, let's take a look. Like I said, I knew we'd probably want to have it ready. So so remember, again, this was not paved. I think it was like just gravel, and it would have been at night. Okay, it would have been at night. So this is what you're dealing with. Doesn't even have, I mean, this is even after it's been paved, it doesn't even have 2 lanes painted on it, right? It's very narrow. I mean, you can tell it's narrow. So to go 68 at, and this is out in the middle of nowhere too. So the other thing is like, there's no ambient light. There's no light from anything. There's no city lights. There's no street lights, right? There's no traffic lights. It would just be pitch dark. And again, you'd have all kinds of animals, deer, what have you. It also curves. So anyway, so that's why I'm saying 68 on this road is fast. And I think there's a point where he actually goes faster than that. I don't even think that's the max. So
Real quick.
I mean, I like driving fast. Don't get me wrong. I'm a speed demon. I like driving fast. But if it's like, especially if when there's a concern that there's going to be animals running out, I'm not. Nope. Because I don't even know how I'd handle it if I ever accidentally hit an animal with my car. That would be it for me. Goodbye, cruel world.
And the slide that we were just seeing when the orientation changes, can you come down real quick and kind of describe generally what we were looking at when we started, and then the where we're at on that slide that we were just about to look at?
All right, so where we started on this drive would have been right up here, 4147 Moselle Road. 4147 Moselle Road. This would have been Moselle Road that we just showed all those data points. Would have made a right onto Dobson Road and then a right onto 63 Snyder's Highway. It's approximately somewhere around here on Snyder's Highway where that data point we just looked at.
All right, returning to slide 33. All right.
And right there is going to be approximately where the data point is at.
Okay. And what's the speed there?
68.7 miles per hour.
That's true.
Going on to slide 34.
It is. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely true about the complacency. And the deer, I mean, that is a whole thing, right? They will total your car. I've known, again, it's not happened to me. I've known people that happens to, though.
This is going to be at 9:14:36, showing approximate speed of 69.4 miles per hour. It's going to be on the top portion.
All right, moving on to slide 35.
This is going to be at 9:16:48, showing approximately 70 miles an hour. It's going to be the top portion of your screen here, coming into Varnville.
All right, and down at the bottom center of the screen, what is that? Right here.
That is going to be the Almeda property, and just a reference, this is going to be coming into Varnville.
All right, right here, what do we have on slide 36?
This is going to be the Almeda property. You can kind of see it behind the other record part, but it's showing at 9:22:06. The Suburban's pulling, making a left into the Almeda property.
Slide 37, what do we see here? First of all, orient the jury as to what the map image reflects, and then describe the data point, please.
So the map image is going to reflect, you're going to make a left into the driveway. There's a railroad track, I believe here. It's a curved driveway coming in, and then right here is going to be the house. There's a little carport right here, and then the driveway is this whitish part that you see on your screen.
All right, and then up here, generally in the property, we can see a roof and that sort of thing. What generally are those?
Those are going to be some outbuildings on the property. The trees are kind of, there's a decent amount of trees right here, but there's, I believe, 2 outbuildings right here.
This white area right here just above the house, what is that?
That's going to be where you would park. It's a paved area in front of the carports.
Where do the data points reflect the Suburban going, though, when it arrives?
The data points for the Suburban, it looks like it went toward like a little bit into the grass, closer to the wood line over here. And that's going to be at 9:22:39.
Closer to the wood line and the outbuildings?
That'd be correct.
All right, and again, what time is the arrival at Almeda?
9:22:39. And this is just, so this right here is going to be a better overview without the box. You can see right here is going to be the driveway leading in. This is where a carport would be, where the vehicles would be parked. And then this is the main house here. Then you have your outbuildings.
Right here, we have kind of a line of data points right there in the grassy area behind the house.
We do.
All right, going on to slide 39. Tell the jury what those calculations represent, please.
So this is going to represent the drive from Moselle to Almeda. During that drive, the Suburban reached a max speed of 74.4 miles per hour during that drive, and averaged 51.94 miles per hour. And this is the data point with the highest speed obtained.
Was that top speed higher than any speed you achieved when you went to work over that day?
That is correct.
Is that average speed higher than any average speed you had when you went to work that day?
That is correct.
Or returned from work?
That's correct. Let me stay down here.
Wait till we get to the part, guys, in the timeline when he pauses on the railroad. That's I think is one of those interesting facets about this case that is so fascinating.
That max speed again is what on the trip to Almeda?
74.4 miles per hour.
And the time again that he
9
arrived?
At Almeda?
Yes.
I believe it's going to be 9:20.
Let me back up.
I didn't know you played cello, King.
Back up to
9:22:39. So 9:22:39. He reached his max speed at 9:14:13.
on June 7th, 2021 at 9:22 p.m. Is it dark?
That is correct.
All right, we're going on to slide 40. Please tell the jury what this represents.
This is going to represent at 9:43:18. This is when we first saw movement And this would be Alex leaving Almeda en route back to 4147 Moselle Road. It's showing approximately 2 miles an hour.
All right. And the time again?
9:43:18.
The arrival time that you just testified?
That's correct.
What was the arrival time? That you
9:22.
testified? And he's leaving at what time?
9:43.
So approximately how long?
20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Going on to slide 41. Let me ask you this. Does the data reflect that the car pauses for a period of time while in that driveway area of Almeda?
It does, about halfway between on the driveway.
Come on down and show the jerky way. I just sent you back. I'm sorry.
So halfway during on this. So this is the driveway right here. So this is the driveway, just for reference. We see what looks like a data point, I believe, right here. And if you click on that data point, it's going to be about a minute until this data point will show up leaving the property.
All right. And then on slide 41, we have a what's the time stamp that you have on that one? And show the arrow to the jury too, please.
Yep, 9:45:22, and the arrow is going to be all the way down at the bottom, right across the railroad tracks, turning onto the Embassy Highway.
At 9:45.
That is correct, 9:45:22.
All right,
We'll talk
moving on.
about that later when, because there's other things that happen at that time period that they'll get to with the timeline. So, but that pause on the railroad tracks, right, is for about a minute, and then it's right after that he hits his max speed going back to Moselle from Almeda.
Slide 42. Please tell the jury what this data point represents.
This slide's going to show you the drive back from Almeda to Moselle. This is just a data point on the Embassy Highway. It's 9:46:01, and on this one doesn't have a speed.
Going to slide 43.
This is also going to
orient the jury and tell them the data point, please.
So on the bottom, you have Almeda going through Varnville and then heading up to Moselle. This is at 9:51:30. This is showing approximate speed of 74 miles an hour. It's going to be the top portion of that box.
That's the arrow at the top center.
That's correct.
Slide 44. Please tell the jury what this data point represents.
Top of the map, you're going to see Moselle. This is going to be on 63. This is going to be at 9:54:24. We have approximately 70 miles an hour.
And the arrow is located where?
It's going to be on the bottom.
Slide 45. What do you have right here?
This is going to be at 9:59:18. This is Moselle Road coming up to Godley Farms Road for reference. Top portion on the left is going to be the Moselle property. This is at 9:59:18, showing a speed of 57 miles an hour.
All right, we've moved on to slide 46. Tell me about that one, please.
So this is going to be the arrival into Moselle. This is showing 10 o'clock on the dot, showing 7 miles an hour, making a left into the main driveway.
10 o'clock on the dot.
That is correct.
And slide 47.
This is about 30 seconds later. This is 10 o'clock. This is about halfway down the driveway of the main house, showing 22 miles an hour.
All right, slide 48. Tell
That's
the jury
pretty
about the calculations
creepy.
reflected on this slide.
So this is going to be from his drive back from Almeda to Moselle Road. The max speed that was obtained during that drive was at 9:51:43 seconds, was 80 miles an hour. The average speed was 46.52
80
miles an hour. During that drive.
That average going to speed going to also though can include that minute where the car paused at the driveway in Almeda.
That's correct.
The top speed was what?
80.16 miles an hour.
And at this time period, would it have been dark outside?
It would.
Let me ask you this. You're a law enforcement officer that works in this area of the state, correct?
That is correct.
And have you, during the course of your law enforcement career, have to respond to emergencies or call for services and that sort of thing?
Look at
That is
Creighton
correct.
with that
Right?
gal.
And this particular road,
Right, they look at him with that. He's just. They love their hard wooden sticks over there, don't they?
that we've been talking about, these roads, have they recently been paved?
They have.
And was that after the murders occurred on June 7th, 2021?
They were.
Or were you familiar with the condition of the roads and what they were like on that route prior to them being repaved?
I am.
All right. And tell the jury what running code is. If you have an emergency or a call for service, an emergency, what is running code?
Running code is where you activate your blue lights and siren, and you go above the posted speed limit at a safe fashion to get to your arrival in a safe manner.
That's when the cops turn on the lights and they're heading to the scene.
Yep, blue lights and sirens.
All right. And you're traveling as fast as you possibly can and still be reasonably safe. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And have you had call prior to this road being paved to run code down that road?
That is correct.
All right. Would you at night, or did you ever at night, on the roads as they existed at the time of June 7th, 2021, run in code with your lights on, run 80 miles an hour down that road?
I would not know.
And why not? Tell the jury why not.
Due to the time of night, the heavy deer population out there, as everyone can probably see, I mean, deer will run out all the time, and especially with all your lights, it attracts the deer. So it's actually worse having your blue lights on sometimes. The deer actually are kind of attracted to that light. And then also the road conditions. The road was, was a lot of potholes. And
Was the defendant's top speeds on both the trip to and from Almeda in excess of any max speed in his trips previous in the day?
that'd be correct. Posted speed limit is 55 on 63.
Ooh. That's on the big road, though. It's not even on Moselle.
All right, we've gone on now to slide 49 and tell the jury what this represents.
This is going to be a
Kennels.
timestamp of 10:05:06 p.m. And this is showing Alex Murdaugh leaving for the Kennels.
And where's the dot on this particular slide?
The dot's going to be on the bottom towards the middle, right by the house.
Moving on to slide 50, tell me what this represents.
This is also showing the drive over to the Kennels. The timestamp of this is 10:05:39.
And where's the arrow?
The arrow is going to be on the bottom. You kind of see it by the field.
All right, going on to slide 51, what does this represent?
This is just saying the max speed was obtained 28 miles an hour at 10:05:49
So
during that
that's
trip.
crazy because that's on the property, right? That's how fast he drove to the Kennels from the house. Because he goes to the house to, well, according to his story, pretend to look for them or whatever. He's only there briefly, and then he's driving really fast on the property, hauling ass, as they say, to get over there to the Kennels, I guess.
And then slide 52.
This is showing the Suburban arriving at the Kennels 10:05:57 p.m.
Backing up still on slide 52, can you remind the jury, and we'll talk more about this with the timeline in a minute, but generally what time was the 911 call?
10:06. I do not know the seconds.
All right. And to your recollection,
Now he's heading back to the house. This is when he's on the phone with 911 and he's going back to the house to get a gun. Shotgun.
during the 911 call, did the defendant say he was returning back to the residence during that 911 call?
He did.
All right, and so we're on slide 53. What does this reflect?
This would be him heading back to the house around 10:11:54.
All right, slide 54.
This is just also showing him driving back to the house at 10:12:18 p.m.
Slide 55.
It's just another slide at 10:12:30 p.m. showing 32 miles an hour.
And where's the dot?
The dot is going to be on the bottom, and it's going to be on the main drive to the house.
I have a keyboard. I have like a
Slide 56.
This is going to be at 10:13:54 showing 2
Oh,
miles an
I
hour, and it's
love
right
a
next
grand-
to the house.
I would love a grand piano though, but my God.
Slide 57.
Expensive.
This is just showing on that max speed from going from the Kennels back to the house was at 10:12:19, and Suburban reached 35.78 miles an hour.
Again,
Slide
that's
58.
crazy.
This is just showing the
On the property, that's crazy.
drive back down to the Kennels. Once this is during the 911 call at 10:14:30 p.m., showing approximately 24 miles an hour.
And then the final slide in this exhibit, what is that?
This is just showing the max speed at 10:14:25 of 30 miles an hour during that drive.
Does that complete your placing of those GM OnStar data points into the CAS program and these slides that you relate to the jury?
It does.
Your Honor, I'm about to move on to another exhibit that's lengthy. This might be a good time. I would request or suggest a break at this time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break at this time. Please do not discuss the case.
What's a keyboard controller? I don't know what that is. Okay, they're taking a break. And now we're going to get to the timeline. Oh my God. Oh, it looks like maybe there's some argument. Let's see.
I don't think it'll take that long, 15, 20 minutes.
Oh, they're talking about a motion for directed verdict. It does not have
Want to
weighted
start a
keys.
witness today, finish
Unfortunately.
on Tuesday.
Unfortunately, it does not have the weighted keys. Nope, it doesn't. Which I've heard mixed things about that anyway. Although it doesn't have the weighted keys though.
So long,
Yours?
it's gonna- So should we tell maybe some 30-minute, 40-minute witnesses to be here by? I
Oh,
want the court to sit here or have to go home without
oh,
maximizing use of your time.
yes, 88 keys.
Certainly, I do not like a witness to be on the stand over the weekend because we end up starting.
Yeah, I wouldn't know what to do. It would be weird if it didn't have 88 keys. Yeah, mine, I don't know that okay, you're talking about connecting it to a computer. That's interesting. I don't know if mine can or can't. I've never tried. It's just not how I use it.
We are
So,
going to rest at that time if I could have an opportunity quickly to do that outside of the presence of the jury.
okay.
Timelines, one is 520, which is the big one, correct?
That's correct.
The
big one.
Timeline relevant to June 7th, correct?
That's correct.
And surrounding days, correct? And then this one, which is 519, which is a condensed version of this that focuses just on the hours, evening hours of the day of the murders, correct?
That is correct.
At this time, I'm going to publish
I
519
mean,
to
I'm
the
sure
jury
it has
unless,
I'm sure it has a USB port, but I just use it to play. Like, I wouldn't. Why would I connect it to the computer? There'd be no reason to connect it to the computer.
let's discuss it.
I don't even know what that would do. I mean, I want the sound to come out of the keyboard.
All right, just real quick, I want to go through this opening page, and this is the condensed one, 519. Is that correct up on the screen?
That is correct.
All right, and has your name on it, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and then we have a reference guide right here, and if you would just explain just some of the various sources of information that have been
Beautiful.
admitted before this jury that you
Let's
ultimately
try.
synthesize into this summary timeline.
Okay. What we have here is we're going to have cell phone cell bright extraction report. It's going to be for Paul Murdaugh, which as you go through this timeline, PM is going to refer to Paul Murdaugh. We're going to have AM, which is going to be Alex Murdaugh's cell phone extraction, and then MM, which is going to be Maggie Murdaugh. So anytime you see the abbreviations, that's what it's going to refer to. We have their cell phone extractions here. We also have the FBI telemetry report. We have the FBI CAS data. We also have different reports from the phones, like the Axiom reports. We have an ALPR report in here, which is actually probably not in the condensed one. That's going to be automated license plate reader data for Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes. We're also going to have some Snapchat data and then data from Rogan Gibson, Paul Murdaugh, Alex Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Buster Murdaugh's CDRs, which is the call data records from Verizon.
Let me pause you real quick. So we have extractions.
Mhm.
Tell the difference to the jury. I don't mean to point out with the stick. Between an extraction and then CDRs or still data records, please.
So the extraction is going to be what, like Britt Dove testified, what he actually extract out of the phone. And then the CDRs is going to be what Verizon testified, which is going to be their records of phone calls and text messages. So two separate data sources from two separate entities.
All right, and continue on, please, with the remainder of the data in your summary timeline.
We have referenced here a couple different like Knowledge C database. That's kind of like the Axiom database. It's just another database that was, records were provided to me from. We also have a PM PED building access log. And then in the big timeline, we have the 911 recordings. And then just want to point out Dylan Hightower extraction. That would have been the first phone extraction of Alex's phone 2 days after the 7th.
Right.
And then we have the GM OnStar data.
Okay. All right, and then down at the bottom here, we have some color-coded things on the left of the screen and then a box on the right. So quickly explain to the jury what those reference points mean, please.
On the right of the screen, you're going to see the 2021 Suburban log file excerpt. Frykowski from FBI had that Excel sheet with all the different colors and everything. This is going to be a reference guide. So when you're going through this, what the colors actually mean on the data.
And
And
give
then
an example what you mean by
It's
that.
beautiful.
So you're going to see kind of that reddish, pinkish color. That's going to mean that the infotainment center is booting up. So when we go through this timeline, you're going to see that data section highlighted with that color. That's what you'll know is happening with the data. If you see pink, it's going to be a propulsion. When you see blue, it means that it's either in and out of park. And that's kind of just how we're going to be reading it as we go along the timeline.
All right, and then these addresses have colors over here, and just we don't have to go through every one, but the first one, that red one, what one is that?
4147 Moselle Road.
All right, so if we see that little red box with an arrow on it, that's Moselle on the map.
That is correct.
And then the green is what?
It's going to be Almeda, the Almeda property.
We'll talk about the others as we go through. All right. All right, let's start moving through it.
Y'all ready? Let's do this.
Just give me 1 second. Mine begins roughly when?
Around 6 p.m.
All right, on what day?
June 7th, 2021.
All right, and let's start at 6:04. And I want to move through this
Very
expeditiously, and we'll stop and talk about some specific entries as we go through. Okay.
Okay.
All right, and so starting there at 6:04, does Paul Murdaugh have any phone activity?
He does. He calls Will Loving. And as you can see in the parentheses, it's going to say PM extraction. That means it was pulled off of Paul Murdaugh's phone extraction, just for reference.
All right, and Will Loving, that's the individual that testified weeks ago.
That is correct.
And 6:08, what activity was he on Paul's phone?
He makes an outgoing call to Dad, which is identified as Alex Murdaugh. It shows answered, but 1 second long.
All right, and what was the source of that information?
That was from Paul Murdaugh's phone extraction. It does not show up in Alex Murdaugh's original logical dump or the second one from Britt Dove, but it does show up on his CDRs from Verizon. So that'd be the records that Verizon actually keeps for the phone.
All right. And can a user of a phone affect the CDRs that are with the Verizon phone company?
They cannot. No.
But can the user affect what data remains on their phone?
Yes.
And frequently throughout this timeline, do we see instances in which there was a call logged on Alec Murdaugh's CDRs, but was missing from his phone from the extraction?
That is correct.
Don't leave the witness.
Can you explain any difference between the CDRs as it relates to Alec Murdaugh's phone and whether or not there's any missing call logs on the extraction from his phone?
As we go through this extraction, you're going to see that multiple instances, we're going to have calls showing on Alex Murdaugh's CDRs that we could not find on the logical extraction or the Brit Dub full extraction of Alex's phone. And that's going to be notated on the bottom if it was not in the extraction.
All right. 609:48. Do we have any communications on Maggie's phone?
This is going to be a iMessage from Maggie Murdaugh to Paul Murdaugh stating, "You okay getting a little foot massage? Then I'm heading home." And that was obtained from Maggie Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh's phone extractions.
At 6:10:01, going to the bottom of this page, that being page number 2, is there another message from Maggie to Paul Murdaugh?
This is also going to be iMessage to Paul stating, "Love you, and Blanca cooked you dinner."
Moving on to page 3. And what does this reflect right here?
This is going to be from FBI agent Matt Wild. This is going to be from his report. This is for Paul Murdaugh. You're going to identify that in the right-hand corner where it says Paul. Just for reference, anytime you see a map, if you look in the right-hand corner, it's going to tell you whose map that is for.
All right. And just generally remind the jury what this map reflects, please.
This is just showing generally where the cell towers are located and where the area, whenever like a phone call or text message, where it was pinging during that time for Paul.
And these little red things right here with the angles on it, what do those reflect?
That's going to be where the cell tower is and what angle the call would have originated or take place from.
All right. And down at the bottom, what's the first time recorded for Paul's cell phone as it pings on these cell towers?
It's going to be 6/17/42.
And can you describe to the jury generally where these cell towers reflect Paul's phone is moving?
So it'd be the Beaufort area down the right-hand side, moving up towards Moselle, which you can see in the far right corner, that little badge-looking red dot.
All right. Up here at the top center, what is that right there?
That's going to be an arc. It's just a distance arc.
With the red dot, what is that?
The red dot, that's going to be 4147 Moselle Road.
All right. And what times does Paul's phone ping off any cell tower near Moselle?
6:53 p.m., 7:05, and 7:30:05.
All right, and we see a 3 right there. Does that refer, or what does that 3 refer to as it relates to that cell tower location near Moselle?
It's just going to show you what side of the cell tower it's on, what arc.
And what time does it first ping on sector 1 facing Moselle?
7:05:33 p.m.
All right, moving to continue on page 3. We have a time reference at 6:20:53. Can you explain to the jury what, if anything, that indicates?
We have Maggie Murdaugh. She received a phone call from Proctor Marion. That's how it showed up in her phone. Through the phone number, it's actually Marion Proctor. That's just how it relays in the phone. It shows rejected.
All right, and after that,
We're going
what's
to
any
see
communication?
here, too, right? All the shenanigans with Alex's phone, which is also really exciting and important and awesome.
Further.
Right after that, at 6:21:28, Maggie Murdaugh sends a text message to Marion stating, "Can't talk, getting food, massage. We'll call you back." That was from her phone extraction.
Moving on to 6:23. Are there any communications with Maggie and Paul?
There are. Paul sends a message to his mom at 6:23:27 stating, "What did she make?" And then Maggie replies back shortly after saying, "Country fried steak and mac and cheese."
Below that, we have a orange and blue box. What does that represent?
So this is going to be from the FBI telemetry data from that Excel spreadsheet that's ready into evidence. And this is just showing with that color coordination I talked about earlier. The orange is going to show a system startup. And from previous testimony, that could be, unlocking a car, locking it, getting in close range with the key fob, opening up the rear hatch, just something that makes,
Now
when
that
you get in your
part's
car, you kind of
interesting. So this startup, if you guys ever notice that, like when you go to you sit down, like for me, I notice it when I sit down in my car, like before I start my car, right? Like there's like these little noises. I never thought about it till this trial, right? But it's like once I heard about this, I started listening for it, and now I can't unhear it, right? So it's like your car makes these little sounds, like but you didn't do anything. That's the startup stuff. So the thing that's interesting, right, is if you walk by, if you've got the key fob in your pocket or in your purse or whatever, and you walk by the car, it will do that thing. And so that's important, and it's going to become important when we get back to we'll get to the part where he goes to Almeda, right? And he's like doing shit in the forest over there, right? I think there's a couple other moments as well where that becomes important because it gives you an idea as to where he is at and what he's doing based on how close he is, based on his proximity to the car.
Kind of hear that noise before you started up the telemetry. It's just inner workings. Anything could really cause it.
Well, I'm asking you, going back to that map, the incident location at Moselle where Paul and Maggie were found murdered, what county is that in?
That's going to be Colleton County. And then if you look, we have the pink, which is going to kind of show propulsion, and then blue, which is going to show some kind of shift in the vehicle transmission.
All right, down to the bottom, 624. What is that?
624 too. That shows from the FBI report, telemetry report, that the Suburban shows a device connection.
That would be Alec Murdaugh's phone?
That'd be correct.
Okay. Moving on to 6:24 p.m. Is there any data points as it relates to the defendant's Suburban?
It is. We have one at 6:24:18 around the PMPED law firm.
All right, and what time is that? No, 6:24.
6:24:18. Correct.
All right, and that map there, is that a data point from the CAS data that you just explained to the jury?
That is correct.
Moving down, we have some various messages from some of the individuals. Is that right?
We do.
Okay.
We have Alex Murdaugh receiving a phone call from Jay Parker at 6:25. 6:27, Paul is sending a message to Britt saying maybe Saturday. He calls Robert Boyle shortly after. And then at 8:38 p.m., Rogan calls Marianne Dempsey.
And to your recollection, what is Marianne Dempsey to Rogan at this period of time?
I believe his girlfriend currently at the time.
All right, moving on to page 5.
Mhm.
What does this map represent? And who is this from, this map?
This is going to be from Matt Weil from the FBI. This is directly from his report.
And what phone does this map reflect?
Top right, it's going to say Alex Murdaugh with associated cell phone.
All right, and then there's a box below that. Explain to the jury again what that box represents.
So the box below that's going to represent all the times that the pings were logged that Matt Wild actually put in the report.
And then the black circle with the angle in the middle, what is that?
That's going to show you the cell tower and then the kind of angle that the calls or texts would have been in.
And what property is in the sector of that cell tower?
4147 Moselle Road. It's identified by that red badge looking dot.
All right, on here, this box with the times, those are times of what again?
This would have been times of activity that would send to a cell tower that they would have data on.
In the 6 o'clock hour, what is the latest time period that you see Alec Murdaugh's phone reflecting activity?
6:52 p.m.
And then after that, what's the next time period that you see reflecting activity?
The next time showing on the map is going to be 9:04:24 p.m.
Does the defendant's cell phone reflect any activity between 6:52 and 9:04?
Between 6:52 and 9:04, there's no activity reflected.
At least on the cell pinging.
That is correct.
All right, at 6:40:01, what activity, if any, is reflected?
Paul calls, and it's going to show up as PA in the extraction, which is Alex Murdaugh based on the phone number. It shows it was answered. It was 2 minutes and 29 seconds long. This call also does not show up in the phone extractions for Alex Murdaugh, just on his
So
CDRs.
again, so things that he may be deleted, right?
That is
And as you guys can see here, again, this week because of the GM OnStar, right? Device connection. So that where it says like the Suburban shows device connection, right? To iPhone, they wouldn't have that. That's like that Bluetooth situation, right? And that's one thing that's important too to think about for other cases, guys, right? Because with Bluetooth, things automatically connect. So think about like if you've got somebody, okay, let's just say that you've got a spouse or a boyfriend or girl or whatever, a family member, somebody who's in your car a lot or you're in their car a lot, vice versa, whatever, where their device is used to connecting to the vehicle as well. Maybe you guys are fighting over the music or whatever, right? The point being that like once you have things like set up to like automatically connect, that will be true. So for example, I'm not saying it happened here. I don't think it happened here, but like, for example, if somebody's got somebody else's phone and they've just murdered them as an example, and they bring that phone into the vehicle to try to make it look like the person's still alive and moving somewhere, right? You could have an instance where that person's phone connects to the Bluetooth in your car, and then you could have a real problem. So anyway, no, it's okay. It's all good. I mean, it would, I as much as I love having the Mohawk, I don't think I'm going to be having the Mohawk, anymore. I don't know that parents with kids that want to learn violin would be, unfortunately, that happy about that. So, but yeah, I mean, there's, but I loved having the red Mohawk, and I miss it. So,
correct. And it was also in Paul's phone. It shows the phone call.
6:42, and what if anything's reflected?
We have a Suburban device connection to iPhone from the FBI report at 6:42:48 and at 6:42:54. We show the Suburban arrives at 4147 Moselle Road based on the GM OnStar data.
All right, and going on to page 6, is that the your CAS map reflecting that data point you just described?
That is correct. It's going to be the 6:42:54 data point.
And what happens at that moment?
That's when Alex Murdaugh is going to arrive back from the PMPED law firm from work that day.
All right, moving on. 6:43:50. What, if any, activity do you see?
It shows that Maggie Murdaugh's phone had a missed call from PA, which is Alex Murdaugh. It shows missed, but also it shows up in Alex Murdaugh's CDRs, but does not show up in either one of the phone extractions.
All right. And moving on, we have a couple of the orange and white boxes. Tell the jury again what those reflect.
So these are just going to reflect some kind of system boot up. Doesn't mean the car moved or did anything. It just means that door was opened. It just something triggered the car to kind of do a little internal boot up from previous testimony.
At 6:53:44, what, if any, activity do you see?
Paul Murdaugh calls John Marvin. It shows 1 minute and 42 seconds long, and that's based off of Paul's phone extraction.
So your understanding, when you see those times of the call lengths, does that also include
John
connection time
Marvin
as
is
well?
Alex
It does, based on
Murdaugh.
previous testimony from
Also-
Verizon, that could include how long it takes to, to get the actual network connected.
All right, and then at the 7 o'clock hour, what, if any, communications are on Paul's phone?
So Paul sends a text message to Claude CB Rowe saying, "Are you coming tomorrow?" And then shortly after, he sends another text saying, "Sunflowers died. We need to plow them under ASAP." That was based off his phone extraction.
So what that means is by that point, Alex had contacted Paul and was like, "Get over here now." Remember the whole thing about he lured them there?
Moving on now to page 7. We have some activity at 7:02:29.
We do. Maggie Murdaugh calls Alex Murdaugh. It shows 2 seconds. And this also does not show on Alex Murdaugh's extraction. It shows on the CDRs. And it also shows on Maggie's phone that Maggie called Alex, but does not show on Alex's phone that call was there.
Missing from his phone, though, correct?
That is correct.
All right.
Missing in the call log of the phone.
All right, 7:03 to 7:11. What, if anything, is reflected on Alex's phone?
His phone's showing approximately 165 steps taken during that time frame.
And then what happens at 7:04?
704, through the catch data database, it shows that Paul Murdaugh is at the residence of 4147 Moselle Road.
Does Maggie's phone reflect any activity as we move on to the 7:04 time period?
Her phone showed that between 704 and 817, her phone was.
So it's crazy. So 7:04. So Paul doesn't get there till 7:04. Remember, Alex tried to make it seem like they rode the property for hours and whatnot. Remember, 8:49:01 is the time of death. So Paul gets there. They ride the property. We're about to just see that whole thing play out here. It's not for very long because then they eat dinner. Paul and Maggie go to the kennels, play with the dogs. But basically my point is like, if you even just round down from here to 7 o'clock, it's an hour and 50 minutes. Like that's with rounding down, like it's really more like an hour and 45 of like from the time he gets there to being dead. Pretty crazy.
It showed a Bluetooth connection to MBUX 95224, which is her Mercedes-Benz.
And so anytime we see MBUX 95224, what, if anything, does that represent?
That's going to reflect her Mercedes-Benz.
MB for Mercedes-Benz.
That's correct.
Oh, Lord,
Moving on at 7:05, does Maggie call anyone?
Mercedes-Benz.
She does. She calls Marion at 7:05:13. It shows answered 7 seconds.
At 7:05:55, is there any reflection of a communication between Alec and Maggie Murdaugh?
There is Alex sends a message to in his phone. It's Maggie May, stating, "Paul said you were getting a petty. Call when you done." That's from the Alex. That's from the extraction.
Moving on, do we have any communications between Maggie and Paul during this time period?
At 7:05:32, we have Maggie calling Paul. It shows answered 1 minute and 31 seconds.
And then does Maggie attempt to call Marion again?
That's correct.
And I'm sorry, that would be at the bottom of the screen.
Yep, that'd be the 7:07:49. Maggie Murdaugh calls Marion. And when it says Marion, it's Marion Proctor.
All right, moving on to page 8, we have another map. Can you generally explain what this represents to the jury, please?
So in the top right-hand corner, we have Maggie Murdaugh with the associated phone number. We have 2 points, 4147 Moselle Road in the red, and the green's going to be the Almeda property. When you're looking at this map, number 1's going to be closer to Charleston, and it's working its way. Maggie is working her way towards Moselle in this map.
All right, and the first time period you see on dot number, this number 1?
It's going to be 7:07:49
And
p.m.
the latest time period you see on the dot that's numbered 5.
That is correct. That's going to be in the Walterboro area. It's going to be 7:50:20. 7:50:20 is going to be the latest dot. And that's in the Walterboro area.
All right, moving on. Looking down at 7:09:43. What, if any, activity do we see on Maggie's phone?
Maggie calls her mom. It shows answered 8 minutes and 17 seconds long.
Would that be Ms. Brandstetter?
That is correct.
We have an orange box. Tell the jury that quickly, please.
So that's just showing a system boot up. Could have been getting close to the Suburban, unlocking it, locking it, opening up a door, or it could just be some kind of internal components based on previous testimony from the FBI.
After that, we have 2 entries. Can you tell the jury what those 2 entries are, the time periods, and what they represent, please?
Yep. So the next 2 entries are going to be 7:14:13 to 7:22:19. It's going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone showing approximately 208 steps traveled during that time period. And the one below it's going to be 7:15:35 to 7:21:52. This is going to be from Alex's phone, showing that approximately 200 steps were taken during that time frame. So we have 208 steps taken from Paul during his time frame, and then Alex is around 200 steps traveled.
And both those time periods for those steps for Alec and Paul, are those generally roughly the same?
Generally the same.
Consistent?
That's correct.
7:18:44. What, if any, activity do you see?
Alex Murdaugh sends a text message to CB Rowe saying, "Call me, please."
Going now to page 9. At the top, those 2 entries, again, explain those 2 entries to the jury.
So the first entry is going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone from 7:25:03 to 7:34:47, and it's showing 139 steps taken during that time period. It's an approximate. 7:28:35 to 7:37:11 is going to be Alex Murdaugh's iPhone, showing approximately 47 steps traveled during that time period.
All right, 7:30 p.m. We have another data point indicating Maggie's trip home to Moselle.
That is correct.
All right, we got another map. Tell the jury what this one is, please.
This map's just showing that her phone was pinging at starting at 7.
Whose phone is this?
This is going to be Paul. Sorry, Paul Murdaugh. It's going to be the right hand corner. It's going to say Paul Murdaugh with the phone number on top. This is just showing where his phone was pinging on June 7, 2021, starting at 7:30, and then all the way to 8:40 p.m.
All right, we see 2 cell towers there and then some arcs. Where do those arcs intersect?
The arcs intersect close to the property at Moselle Road.
And if you would, just tell the jury the earliest time that's reflected here and the latest time that's reflected here.
The earliest time reflected is going to be 7:30:05, and the latest time reflected is going to be 7:40:21 p.m. on June 7, 2021.
So Paul's phone is at the Moselle location according to the status.
That is correct.
All right. Bottom of page 9. Do we have any communications between Maggie and Marion Proctor?
We do. At 7:31:13 p.m., we show a call from Maggie to Marion at 7:39, which is the length of the call.
7 minutes and 39 seconds.
That's correct.
Does that include connection time as well?
It does.
Do we have any step data on Paul's phone in the time period around this time?
Paul's phone shows between 7:35:10 and 7:41:43. Shows roughly around 171 steps traveled during that time frame.
7:37 and 7:38. Do we see any activity on Paul's phone with some of his friends?
Paul receives a Snapchat message from Michelle Beck stating, "BC, I have short-term memory loss," and that was based off his phone extraction. And then Paul Murdaugh receives an iMessage from Megan Kimbrell stating, "Paul."
Kimbrell is the last girl he
Right,
ever.
moving now to
Did
page
before he died.
10. Going to 7:39:55. Can you tell the jury what that data point reflects on your summary timeline?
So from earlier testimony, you've seen this this video. This is just a
There's the
thumbnail picture,
picture.
and this is when it's showing it was created in Paul Murdaugh's phone. And we have a little screenshot of the creation time. It's going to show 7:39:55 is when this thumbnail was created in Paul's phone.
And remind the jury what video that is. I see we got a thumbnail there, but
Yep.
what video is that?
This is going to be that Snapchat video that was sent to a few friends of the tree. You have Alex Murdaugh on the tree that's leaning over.
All right. And again, this is when that video, at least the timestamp, was its creation.
That's correct, based on previous testimony, yes.
7:41 to 7:48. What, if anything, is reflected on Alex's phone?
We show that 29 steps were traveled on his phone, approximately between 7:41 and 7:48.
All right. And just talked about the Snapchat video. Looking at this map, whose phone is this, and explain these data points to the jury if you would, please. Or whose phone is this first, if you would, please.
So this is going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone, and below it, it's going to be his iPhone location data. So this is not going to be Verizon location. This is going to be location data directly off of his phone.
So this is GPS data that's more specific.
That is
And
correct.
I just love
All
this
right?
so
And,
much.
we see a number of
Times
dots
and
up here.
specific
What is this area up here?
Latitude,
generally,
latitude,
sort of in the center of
longitude
this
points.
image?
That's going to be the kennel area, and then there's that little house,
The cabin.
the cabin.
All right. And what time periods in that upper box do we see GPS data on Paul's phone up there in the kennel cabin area?
We're seeing between 7:45 and 7:54 is on location data for that
Is
area.
754, 756.
7:56, sorry, on RC.
And then we have 2 data points at the bottom.
Mhm.
Is that where is generally that on the property?
That's going to be what previous testimony talked about, like a dove field. It's going to be past the main house, closer to the Godley Farm roadside. And that's going to be a data point at 8 and 42 seconds and 8 and 44 seconds.
8 p.m.?
That's correct, 8 p.m., June 7th.
Oh, darn it. And then down at the bottom of page 10, is there any step data on Paul's phone?
There is, it shows approximately 89 steps traveled
And
during
what time periods?
7:45 p.m. to 7:55.
Moving on to page 11, we have a map. Tell the jury whose phone that is and what that data point is, please.
So this is going to be Maggie Murdaugh's phone. This is going to be Verizon location data. And what we see here is the tower and then the arc of the tower. This is going to be in the Walterboro area. The time is 7:50:03 p.m.
All right, and moving down, we're starting to see some references, and there's a little battery symbol on the side. What does that represent?
So that's going to represent battery life. So right here, this is going to be at 7:52:28. It's going to show Paul Murdaugh's iPhone battery at 7%.
And in your review generally of Paul's cell phone data, was it generally consistent for him to continue to use his phone even if he had a low battery life on it?
That's correct.
And is that also consistent with the testimony from David Grubbs from yesterday? The day
Previous
before?
testimony, yes.
All right, below that, 7:55 time period, we have 2 entries. Can you explain those 2 entries to the jury and how they relate to each other, if anything?
So 7:55:44 to 8:05:28, we have Paul Murdaugh's iPhone showing approximately 262 steps traveled. And a close time frame from 7:55:32 to 8:05:07, we show Alex's iPhone traveling approximately 270 steps during that time period.
And then at 7:56, what is reflected as it relates to that Snapchat video?
This is when the Snapchat video referencing Alex Murdaugh would have been sent through Paul's Snapchat account to his friends, based on previous testimony.
And it was created, you already testified to this, but it was created when?
I believe 7:39:55
And it was sent out to his friends when?
at 7:56 p.m.
Likely because you didn't have enough service to send it out from where they were at in the middle of the dove field.
Moving on to page 12 at 7:57, does one of his friends respond?
Point out
Yes, he receives a
To that end-
Snapchat message from Brian
to
Murdaugh.
that end, right? Just to point out, so because we know the service is really spotty out there, right? And that came up a whole lot in this trial. So he didn't have service, right, to send that Snapchat message, but his phone is still logging location data. Why? Because both iPhones and Androids, for that matter, the phone location data doesn't just rely on the cell towers. It uses a number of different things, including GPS, but other things. So even if you don't have cell service, if you have location services on your phone or anyone's phone, right, would still be logging location data.
Oops, sorry.
Stating, "Damn, man, needs some straps. Oh, it."
Now we're moving into the 8 p.m. hour on June 7th, 2021. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, we have a map here. First of all, in the right corner, whose phone is this?
This is going to be Paul Murdaugh's phone. This is going to be his iPhone location data.
And starting up at the, it's sort of the top center, more to the right. Where does that location generally?
That's going to be the little cabin on the property.
All right, and what is the data point? What's the time on that data point up there?
I believe it says 8:06:20 p.m.
And then we see the dots sort of moving down. And in what direction are they generally moving?
That's moving towards the main house on the property.
All right, and then down at the bottom of the screen, at what time do we see that data point stop at the main residence?
8:14,
What's the first data point?
8:08:45.
That's when Paul gets back to
Paul's
the
at
house to have
main
dinner.
residence at what time? First?
8:08:45 p.m.
40 minutes to live about at this point, 41 minutes rather.
All right, and just on page 13, we have some earlier data points. Is this map kind of out of order just a little bit?
It is. So this is just going to be earlier data points at 8:05:14 and 8:04:45, just showing some location data from his iPhone.
So that one should have gone before this one, the one at the bottom of page 12,
That's correct.
which reflects Paul again getting back to the main residence at what time?
8:08:45 p.m.
Looking below, again on page 13, do we see 2 entries for Paul and Alex's phone? And if so, please explain to the jury what they are.
So for Alex's phone, we show between 8:05 and 8:09 that his phone approximately took 54 steps traveled during that time period. And then for Paul, we show 8:05:46 to 8:15:24. We show approximately 303 steps traveled during that time period.
That's when they were separated, and I think potentially that's when Alex.
Moving on to
was setting
page
up for
14,
gun
do we see
out
that
there.
same map again of Paul's phone reflecting him arriving at the residence at 8:08
8:08:45, correct?
and then still pinging there at what time, at the bottom time?
8:14 p.m.
Again, at 8:07, what if anything do we see?
Paul's
At
back at the house,
8:07:20,
and
we
he
see
has
that Paul's
service
sending
again.
Snapchats to a few friends. That's based off his Snapchat records.
All right, the next entry is in purple, and then there's kind of a line going from that. Explain what that purple reference, that time period references, and then the line that travels down the side of your timeline. Explain to the jury what that's going to represent generally to the various phones as we go forward.
As we go forward, anytime you see purple, that's going to represent Maggie Murdaugh's phone. And for this instant, it's going to represent on the left-hand side, the line going down. Anytime you see a line next to something, that means whatever it says on the left. So if it says device locked, it means the device was locked during those other time periods. So this is going to show from 8:11:08 to 8:31:15 that Maggie's iPhone was locked.
Because they were having dinner.
And as we move down, you can see it continue to the next page. That means during those times it's locked.
All right, so we'll see multiple of those as you go forward, just explaining time periods where various devices were locked or other things were going on.
That is correct.
All right. Moving on to page 15, we have a map. Explain to the jury whose phone this is and what it represents.
So this is going to be for CB Row, and this is a overview map. You can see Augusta, North Augusta area, and it's showing the sector and the tower that it's pinging off of at 7:13:15 in the North Augusta area.
You say 7:13 or 8:13?
I'm sorry, 8:13:15.
All right. So CB Rowe's phone is pinging over here, way over here in Augusta. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right, moving to the next map. Whose phone is this? If you could tell whose phone this is, and then what data points you see on this particular map.
So this is going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone location data. So it's going to be separate from like Verizon location data. And this is showing at the area of the main house, bottom left. And the data starts at 8:14 and goes all the way to 8:35:07.
8:35. Paul's phone is located where?
At the main house, 4147 Moselle Road.
And down at the bottom of page 15, do we have any step reference for Paul?
We do from 8:15:55 to 8:21:45. We're showing approximately 140 steps traveled.
Paul arrived back at the residence about 8:08. You testified, is that correct?
That is correct.
At 8:17 and 14 seconds, what, if anything, do you see on Maggie's phone?
So it's highlighted purple in reference to Maggie. It's going to show that her phone ended at the connection to the Mercedes-Benz, which is the MBUX 95224. It shows that it's unplugged.
And what does that mean? What does that reference mean as it relates to Maggie's phone and the Mercedes she was driving
It means that she unplugged her phone
from that
from
vehicle?
that vehicle.
And the data generally reflects that she's at the residence at that point?
That is correct.
Paul 8:08, Maggie 8:17.
That is correct.
Alex's last data point on his phone was 6:52, right?
That is correct based on the Verizon records.
Because
We
Alex
have at
is on airplane mode.
8:17 p.m. Do we have a battery reference for Paul?
We do. It shows that his iPhone was at 4% battery life at that time.
As we continue forward, do we see Paul continue to use his phone?
We do.
At 8:17 to 8:18, what, if anything, do we see on Maggie's phone?
We're showing approximately 38 steps taken during that time frame.
Right. And that would be after her phone disconnects from the Mercedes.
That's correct.
8:19 p.m. What do we see on Paul's phone?
We see that he connects to a PRTC Wi-Fi and that he receives a Snapchat message from Ansley Wilson stating he got the magic touch. He also sends another outgoing text message or Snapchat message.
That's
Now,
the Wi-Fi
PRTC,
extender.
his phone connects to PRTC. What is
Wi-Fi
PRTC?
extender.
So PRTC is going to be the local internet telephone provider for this area. So it's just showing a Wi-Fi connection.
And was PRTC, to your knowledge, providing services to Moselle Road?
They're providing services to the main house and then the cabin.
All right, going below that, we have a series of communications. And whose communications are these going sort of back and forth? A series of communications.
This is going to be Paul Murdaugh's series of communications.
And I'm not going to read each one or have you read each one, but are these generally communications going back and forth with his friends?
That is correct.
And on this page, they start about what time and continue through about what time?
Start around 8:23 and go all the way to
He's got 20
8:29.
minutes. 20 minutes
maybe
to
keep
live.
going
at
down.
this
Yeah,
point.
about 8:30. It's about 8:23 to 8:30.
All right, at 8:30 to 8:33 p.m., what, if anything, do we see on Maggie's phone?
We're showing that her phone took approximately 42 steps
That's-
traveled during that time period.
That's them getting to the kennels.
And that starts at what time that Maggie's phone starts reflecting steps?
8:30 p.m.
About 8:30. Going on to the next page, page 17. Going back just real quick on page 16, generally that series of communications with Paul and his friends, is he generally responding fairly quickly to the communications back and forth?
He is either, it's their Snapchat and iMessages. He's responding and using those two applications very frequently.
Now we're at the top of page 17 at 8:31 p.m. Describe to the jury generally what this data entry is.
So this is going to be a group message from John Marvin Murdaugh. It's talking about how they're planning to go visit their dad tomorrow. They ask if anyone else is going. Listed here, everyone that's in that group message.
And that's generally a number of family members.
That is correct.
And the dad they're referring to is who?
It's going to be Alex's dad.
Mr. Randolph.
That is correct.
And based on your knowledge and investigation, he had a turn for the worse health-wise around this time.
That is correct.
All right, well, let's talk about that very quickly. That the defendant received, or did his phone receive that text?
His phone and Maggie's phone both received the text message.
And did the defendant ever read that text according to the phone at least?
According to the phone, it was not read until the following day, 6/8/21 at 1:44:49 p.m.
And that text came in at what time?
8:31 on the dot.
And did Maggie read that text right away, at least according to the phone, her phone?
She did not.
And when did her phone finally read that text?
Around 8:49:26.
What time?
8:49:26 is when Maggie read that text.
8:49.
8:49.
I believe that was Alex on her phone.
At 8:31, what, if any, entry do we see?
So at the 8:31:15, Maggie Murdaugh's phone unlocks and does orientation changes. And then at 8:31:18, 8:49:26, we show that her phone was locked.
At 8:31, there's an orientation change. Does the data reflect that her phone was unlocked at that period of time?
That is correct.
All right. And then what happens after that at 8:31 and 18 seconds?
Remember, Alex had
Her device is locked until 8:49:26.
8:49:26, is that correct?
8:49:26.
All right. At 8:32:25, we have an entry in green and then the line going down. Can you explain to the jury that those time periods and what, if any, significance they have?
So green is going to reflect Paul Murdaugh. Anytime you see green, it's going to be Paul, and purple is going to be Maggie. That's reflecting that his iPhone moved approximately 283 steps during that time period. So on the left-hand side, as we go down, and you're going to see other data entry points. If you see the green next to it, that means that those steps are being traveled during that time frame.
And now we have a map. Whose phone is that?
This is also going to be Paul Murdaugh's, and this is going to be his iPhone location data.
All right. And where's that iPhone location data located?
And that's going to be at the kennel area of the property.
All right. And tell me the time periods that he is at the kennels at this point in time.
At this point in time, he's at the kennels at 8:38:07 p.m., 8:44:53, 8:44:55, and 8:44:56.
What happens at 8:40? Well, Paul's phone is at Kennels.
Paul calls Rogan Gibson. It shows answered for 4 minutes and 14 seconds.
Starting at what time?
8:40:20.
If you have about a 4-minute call, what time does that end?
8:44.
At 8:44:34, what, if anything, does Paul's phone indicate?
So at 8:44:34, Paul Murdaugh initiates a FaceTime video call with Rogan Gibson. It shows answered 11 seconds long. And that's based off of Paul and Rogan's information.
And then at 8:44:55, what does it reflect on Paul's phone?
This is when this video was extracted and created through Paul's phone, which shows Alex, Maggie, and, well, you can hear Alex, Maggie, and Paul in the background.
That's the Kennel video at
That's
8:44.
a Kennel video that's been in previous testimony, correct?
Following below that, at 8:47 and 8:48, does Paul continue to communicate with his phone?
He does use his iMessage feature in his phone to send a couple messages to Megan and Kimbrell. And it looks like it's based off of movie recommendations.
Are those communications for 10 minutes or just for a couple of minutes or a minute or so?
A minute or so.
Going to the top of page 19.
Mhm.
What time do we see there?
8:48:29.
And what's going on? What's Paul doing?
He's receiving a message from Megan, and we have some backlight on data at 8:48:56.
All right. And the next entry, tell me the time periods for that entry.
8:48:58 to 8:49:01.
All right. And what happens there?
Paul Murdaugh's phone that's the last time that it was unlocked,
Ever?
ever. 8:49:01.
And the next activity that we'll see on Paul's phone occurred when?
We have a backlight off from 8:49 to,
Going back to 8:48 to 8:49:01, you said that was when Paul's phone was last unlocked?
that is correct.
And continue on with that data entry, what does it indicate? What's the next time ever that Paul's phone shows in the activity?
10:18. That's when,
And the 8:48 to 8:49 PM?
I'm sorry, next activity notification is going to be the Rogan Gibson call at 9:58:35. That's the next time that any activity or notification shows up on his phone.
Looking at this entry with the green line on the right side, what are those time periods there and what do they represent starting at 8:49:01?
Starting at 8:49:01 to 10:34:23, Paul's phone shows device locked.
Was it ever open again until it died at 10:34:23?
It was not.
8:49:01 is the last time before that Paul had ever unlocked his phone.
That is correct.
Just a few seconds later, does Maggie's phone reflect any activity?
It does. 8:49:26, so approximately 26 seconds later, her phone unlocks for text message notification, and it implements an orientation change.
And was that text message about Mr. Randolph that you earlier
Again.
referred to?
I
is
believe that
correct.
was
That group message.
Alex using her phone.
I believe it was in response to Lynn.
And at 8:49:31, here in red, what happens to Maggie's phone? Just seconds later,
Maggie Murdaugh's phone locks forever
forever. Until when?
until it's recovered the next day at 1:10 p.m.
On June 8th.
on June 8th by law enforcement.
Do both Maggie and Paul's phone lock forever around 8:49?
They do.
At 8:49:35, does Paul's phone receive a text from anyone?
It does. It receives a text from Rogan Gibson.
And what does that text say?
See if you can get a good
So
picture of it.
sad.
Mary Ann, referring to his girlfriend, wants to see wants to send it to a girl, we know that's a vet. Tell him to sit and stay, and he shouldn't move around too
boy.
much. That shows unread.
Never read that.
Never read it.
According to the investigation, is that the conversation that Paul and Rogan were actively engaged in starting at 8:40?
That is correct.
The kennel video was at what time?
8:44.
And then the defendant repeatedly denied that he was ever at those kennels with the victims just minutes before their phones go silent forever.
Objection.
Basis for the objection.
Leading.
Only
Leave the witness.
the witness.
Did the defendant repeatedly deny ever being at the kennels at that
Yes.
time period?
Yes, he did. Various interviews with law enforcement.
And was that kennel video? What time was that kennel video?
8:44.
And what time did Paul and Maggie's phones go silent forever?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Objection is overruled.
8:49 is when their phones went silent forever.
At 8:53, do we see any activity on Maggie's phone?
We do. At this time, as you can see to the right, her phone is locked, but we do see that 59 steps were traveled over the period of 8:53 to 8:55.
Okay.
And that just means your phone was moving, correct?
That is correct.
Do we see some orientation changes as well?
We do between 8:53:08 and 8:55:32. We
Alex
see
has her
various
phone.
orientation changes,
And I mean,
which
it's
would
interesting,
indicate
right?
that someone has the phone.
It's interesting, right? That Alex took her phone, ostensibly try to make it look like she was still alive, right? And left Paul's phone
In previous testimony.
on Paul's butt.
Moving on to page 20. At the top, we have 8:55, and we have a reference to a data point. Can you explain that to the jury, whose phone that is, and just generally what that is based on information gathered in the investigation?
8:55:48.
8:55:48, yes, sir.
That's just a internal application running in the background for Maggie Murdaugh's phone. It's just the iPhones will take a random snapshot of what's going on in the phone. So that's just reflecting that there was some, behind the scenes stuff happening in her phone. It's not saying that someone was actively using it.
Hold on for me just real quick. We have a reference to step data on Alex's phone.
That's correct.
And what are those time periods?
8:05:35 to 8:09:52. It's showing 54 steps traveled.
All right. Turning to page 20. Happens to Alex's phone around 9:02.
Pretty much wakes up
And what data point is reflected?
from 9:02:18 p.m. to 9:06:47. It shows 283 steps traveled.
And how long? How many minutes roughly?
5 minutes, 5-6 minutes.
I'm going to show you what's been.
So with Alex's phone, so he has his phone on airplane mode ever since he gets to the house. The time where he's quote unquote napping or whatever, that whole point where like we just saw that gap, right? And where he doesn't have any step there, he has no activity. The phone has literally nothing, no step activity, no location, nothing. I think he turned his phone off. So I think initially it was on airplane mode and then he turned it off, which is why when it was on airplane mode, he was still logging step activity, right? When he was with Paul, and then he turned the phone off and then he turns it on after the murders. And then this is where it springs back to life, right? To try to manufacture his alibi.
Mark is Exhibit 521, your testimony, and see if you recognize that.
I do.
And tell me what that is, please.
This is going to be a pay spreadsheet for Paul Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Alex Murdaugh that I created.
Your Honor, this time I would offer States 521 into evidence.
No objection.
Admit it.
So this is the significance of the step data we're going to have. Oh, no.
And General, if I could have the screen. All right, tell the jury real quick as we look at this exhibit just admitted, just generally we have at the top, tell them quickly what this is and what these columns represent. Explain this chart if you would.
First column entry, that's just going to be from all the various entries from the phone data. We have a start time, we have a end time, we have the time elapsed in between the estimated amount of steps, and then we have a steps per minute calculation, which is going to be the far right.
And the steps, those are the data entries in this timeline that you've been testifying to as reflected from the phone data.
That is correct.
And then the last column is just a simple calculation of steps based on the time periods of those readings.
That is correct.
And the last step readings that we have on Paul's phone are from what time to what time?
The last step reading from Paul's phone is 8:32 to 8:42.
We have one for Maggie as well. Is that correct?
We do. Her last time frame is going to be 8:53 to 8:55.
And then down at the bottom, who do we have?
This is going to be Alex Murdaugh's pay spreadsheet.
Let's talk about this a little bit. If you would, start with entry 21. And what time periods is that? This is Alex's phone, correct?
This is going to be Alex Murdaugh's phone,
Right, time period.
6:52 to 7:02.
How many steps?
Approximately 283.
And how many steps per minute based on a simple math calculation?
Estimated 29.34.
Right? 22, time period, steps, and steps per minute.
7:03 to 7:11. Approximately 165 steps. Estimated 19.26 steps per minute.
24,
24 is going to be 7:28 to 7:37. Approximately 47 steps, and estimated 5.46 steps per minute.
25,
7:41 to 7:48, showing approximately 29 steps, 3.97 steps per minute.
26,
26 is showing 7:55 to 8:05, 270 steps, approximately 28.2 steps per minute.
28,
28 is going to be the 8:05 to 8:09. It's showing approximately 74 steps and 17.28 steps per minute.
and as you testified, that was the last entry on Alex's phone before we get to the 9 o'clock hour. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what time was the video again?
8:44 p.m.
Let's talk about 27. What's the time period there?
Time period is going to be 9:02 to 9:06.
How many steps?
283 steps, 70.75 steps per minute estimated.
He was a busy guy right then, wasn't he?
Here's,
What was the average steps per minute from 902 to 906?
70.75.
And was that far in excess of any ratings on his phone in those prior entries?
According to this table, yes.
We'll have the computer back again, please. We have a map here on Paul's phone. Tell me very quickly what that represents.
We do. This is going to be based off of Verizon records for Paul Murdaugh, and it's showing 903.22 and 903.30, just showing what cell towers it was pinging off of.
Again, is his phone still locked during this time?
That is correct. Paul and Maggie's phones are still locked at this time.
Bottom of page 20, we got a pink box. What does that reflect?
That's from the FBI telemetry data, just showing a system startup, the telemetry system.
On which?
Next,
Yeah.
Alex
Awesome.
Murdaugh's 2021 Suburban.
Is there a CDR reference to Marianne?
correct. The napping is the alibi as far as when the murders happen. And then he tries to further do the whole thing with the alibi of like, well, initially he tries to be like that he was already basically in Almeda, right? Like when law enforcement first responds, like he's like, yeah, I was at my mom's house for like, he says like over an hour or whatever. So in other words, it would be like, so in his initial alibi, right, was that he was at his mom's house in Almeda. But then it changes to the napping thing after they get Paul's phone and they know he was at the Kennels, like 4 minutes before the murders. Then he changes it to the napping at the house. So, yeah.
Attempting to call Paul?
There is
Marianne Dempsey again is who?
Rogan Gibson's girlfriend at the time.
We have two entries after that. Can you explain those entries to the jury and tell the jury what those are, please?
So at 9:03:52 to 9:04:23, Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone backlight is on. At 9:04:23, Alex Murdaugh calls Maggie Murdaugh, shows 18 seconds in his CDRs. This does not show on that Dylan Hightower first extraction or the second extraction. And it also shows missed on Maggie's phone extraction.
That one's missing from Alex's phone, correct?
That is correct. In the call log, it is missing.
At 9:05:15, is there any activity on Alex's phone?
It shows that Alex Murdaugh calls Randolph Murdaugh, 18 seconds. Does not show on Dillon Hightower extraction or the second extraction, just on the CDRs.
We have a pinkish box. What does that represent?
Pinkish box is going to represent that system startup for the telemetry data for the 21 Suburban.
At 9:06:12, what happens?
Between 9:06:12 and 9:06:20, Maggie Murdaugh's phone implements orientation change from portrait to orientation sideways.
That starts at 9:06:12.
Yep, and it goes to 9:06:20.
Orientation starts to change. What happens 2 seconds after that orientation starts to change?
At 9:06:14, so that's 2 seconds afterwards, the phone receives an incoming call from Alex.
Was that call on the call log when Dillon Hightower downloaded the defendant's phone?
It was not.
Nine 9:06:14 and 9:06:15. Are those referencing that missed call that showed up on Maggie's phone?
That is correct.
And 9:06:20, we're still seeing an orientation change.
Yep, that's when the orientation ended.
Moving down to the bottom, page 21, we have a bluish and a green box. Tell the jury what that is.
So according to the FBI telemetry data, the blue is going to indicate a shift in the transmission, and then green is going to show driving.
The Suburban's underway.
That is correct, according to the telemetry data.
At the bottom of page 21, is there another call from Alex Murdaugh's phone to Maggie's phone?
There is at 9:06:52. Alex calls Maggie. It shows 7 seconds long, and that's based off of CDR since it was deleted off the call history.
It wasn't on Alex's extraction, correct?
It was not.
2 missed calls.
2 missed calls.
Moving to page 22, at the top, what, if anything, does Alex Murdaugh's phone show in relation to the Suburban?
So it's just showing that the device connected to the car. When you get in your car, your phone will pair. It's just showing a device connection to iPhone.
And then the next entry, there's a time range there. Explain that time range to the jury and what that means.
So starting at 9:07 and going till 9:44. 9:31:44. Her backlight is off.
The backlight is off. That entire time period.
That entire time period. It was on, but now for this time period from 9:07 to 9:31, it's going to show off.
Going to this map, is that some of the cast data that you testified to the jury?
It is. This is a previous slide that we had up. It's showing at 9:07:06. The Suburban is leaving 4147 Moselle Road.
2 calls to Maggie. Does the Suburban just take a quick right and go down this road right there to the Kennels, or does it just continue straight on?
It just continues straight on.
Doesn't stop by the Kennels for a second, does it? Does it stop by the Kennels?
His vehicle does not stop by the Kennels.
Keeps right on going.
It's right on going to Moselle Road, makes right.
Going down to the bottom of page 22.
It's just another data point. It's showing the approximate location of Maggie Murdaugh's phone when it was located. And at 9:08:36, it's showing 42 miles an hour on Moselle Road. And in reference, we're coming up to Godley Farm Road on Moselle Road. This is at 9:08:36.
And then we have, below that, we have a reference to a data point that you previously showed to the jury at 9:08:42.
Yep, it's going to be on the next page.
All right.
It's going to be at 9:08:42. It's showing approximate miles per hour 45 in reference to where the phone was found the next day.
And what's the speed on the defendant's vehicle at that point?
45 miles an hour.
And is Maggie's backlight off during this time period, this entire time period?
Her phone is locked and the backlight is off.
At 9:08:58, what do we see?
Alex Murdaugh sends a iMessage to Maggie stating, "Going to check on M, be right back." This shows unread in Maggie's phone.
That's so gross. Oh,
Moving on, does Alex's phone reflect a series of calls being made?
It does.
Tell me about the first one.
First one's gonna be at 9:10:47. Alex calls Buster. It shows 60 seconds long. That's based off of CDR since it's not in his phone extractions.
That's again also missing from that entire series of events around the time of the murders. That was not on Alex's extraction when it was downloaded.
That is correct. It's not in the call log.
I'll move on now.
Been asked and answered.
Down at 9:12:14, what if any activity is reflected on the defendant's phone?
Alex Murdaugh calls Chris Wilson. It shows 42 seconds long. That's based off his CDRs because it's not in any of his phone extractions or call log.
Its connection time as well.
It does.
Moving on to page 24, we have a map. Tell the jury quickly what this map reflects.
It's going to be Alex Murdaugh location map from Verizon. It's going to show at 9:12:14 what tower and what sector it's pinging off of, and then at 9:18:46 what tower it's pinging off of. The red dot's going to be Moselle. Green one is going to be the Almeda property.
Moving on to the next map, is that similar information of the defendant's trip from Moselle to Almeda?
It's similar. It's just going to show you the coverage areas for each tower.
And then on page 26, what does this map reflect?
This is going to be Verizon records for CB Row. Far right, the little red dot, that's going to be Moselle. Blue dot is going to be CB Row's home in Brunson. This is just showing the cell tower data at the time frame of 9:14, 9:20, and 9:21
And
in 11:37 p.m. This is close to Fairfax, just for reference.
he's pinging in the arc near his home over here in Fairfax. Is that right?
That is correct. The
Where's
gonna be
Moselle?
Moselle's going to be that red dot to the right.
At 9:18:46, what if any activity is reflected on the defendant's phone?
At 9:18:46, Alex Murdaugh calls John Marvin Murdaugh. It shows 106 seconds, and that's from his CDR since it's not on either phone extraction call log.
All right, we're on page 26 now. Tell the jury quickly what this map reflects.
This is also going to be Verizon records from Alex Murdaugh's phone plotted. It's showing starting at 6:20:34 all the way to 9:46:35. It's showing from the cell tower in the sector of Almeda.
You said 6:24 or 9:20?
I'm sorry, 9:20:34.
So roughly 20-minute period at
Rough-
Almeda.
Roughly 20 minutes, correct.
Moving over to page 27, what is this map?
This is just going to be a zoomed in picture from the previous one, just showing the same time frame, just showing a little bit more zoomed in from the cell tower in proximity to Almeda.
At 9:20:34, what if anything happens on the defendant's phone?
At this time, Chris Wilson calls Alex at 9:20:34. It shows for 131 seconds, and we got this data from his CDR since it does not show on either one of his extractions. And during that time, Claude CB Row at 9:21:36 calls, but Alex does not answer it.
And again, his phone was pinging back at his house in Fairfax at that time period, correct?
That is correct.
We see the blue and green box. Tell the jury what's happening with Alex's Suburban at this point.
So at 21:22, which that's military time, is going to be 9:22. Green is going to show vehicle movement, and blue is going to show transmission shifting.
And is that consistent with the OnStar data at 9:22:49 of him arriving in Almeda?
It is.
That OnStar
On
data.
page 28, is that data
We're
point that you
looking
just
at on
referenced?
Pinterest, Meg.
That is correct. 9:22:39.
Starting about 9:22, does Alex's phone reflect any step activity?
It does 9:22:39 to 9:32:14. We're showing approximately 195 steps taken on his phone.
At 9:24:13, what if anything does the defendant phones reflect?
He calls Libby Murdaugh, which would be his mom, shows 20 seconds long. That's from his CDRs. It's not on either phone extraction.
That would be the landline at Almeda.
That's correct.
After that, is there another missed call from Rogan to Paul?
There is at 9:26:06 p.m.
And then at 9:31:44, is that the first backlight activity on Maggie's phone since that time period you touched about earlier, about 9:07?
That is correct.
Are you finding anything good for that, Meg? DIY storage hacks?
At 9:34, around that same time, is there any communication on Maggie's phone around the time of that backlight activity?
There is at 9:34:14. Brogan Gibson sends an iMessage to Maggie Murdaugh saying, tell Paul to call me. And that shows unread.
Never read?
Never read.
Do we also have backlight activity associated with a missed call to Maggie's phone?
We do at 9:34:20.
Up here at 9:34 to 9:36:20, it says Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone backlight. Is that backlight off?
That's going to be backlight off.
Just the off is missing from the words?
That's correct.
9:35 to 9:45, 10-minute period. Is there any activity on Alex's phone?
It's showing approximately 60 steps taken on his phone during that time frame. And also, as you see on the right-hand side, Paul and Maggie's phones are locked. It's referenced with the lines and the color coordination on the right-hand side.
And those lines have been continuing through the past few
They've been
pages.
continuing, correct?
We have some orange and purple boxes. Quickly tell the jury what those are.
So the orange color is going to be that system startup for previous testimony from Falkowski. And then the pink is going to be engine running propulsion.
And is there another missed call from Rogan to Paul?
There is at 9:42:17. There's a missed call. And then we have Alex's Suburban showing a device connection at 9:42:49, which is consistent with the data.
All right.
Telemetry.
Suburban's leaving Almeda around this time.
That is correct. 9:43:18. We show it starting at 2 miles an hour.
We have some additional telemetry consistent with him leaving.
We do.
Is there any activity on Maggie's phone at this point?
So at 9:44:04 to 9:45:04, it shows that her backlight was off.
And is there a missed call associated with that backlight activity or around the same time?
Yes, Maggie Murdaugh received a call from, it's going to show as PA in the phone extraction,
Alex.
which is it's Alex's number, and it shows missed.
And was that call missing from Alex's phone extraction?
It was missing from both phone extractions.
So he calls her when he stopped on those railroad tracks. Thanks for letting us know, Annie. Thanks for being here. We always love having you. So, hold on.
Going down to 9:46:35, what if any activity do you see?
It shows that Alex Murdaugh called Paul Murdaugh, shows 18 seconds long. That's with the connection time.
Wait,
And,
hold on, let me back it up a second.
It was just it's with Alex's number, and it shows missed.
And was that call missing from Alex's phone extraction?
It was missing from Alex's number, and it shows missed.
And was that call missing from Alex's phone extraction?
It was missing from both phone extractions.
Going down to 9:46:35, what if any activity do you see?
It shows that Alex Murdaugh called Paul Murdaugh, shows 18 seconds long. That's with the connection time. And that is based off of Alex's CDRs. It does not show in either extractions.
9:47:23, what do we see, if anything?
Alex sends a iMessage to Maggie stating, "Call me, babe," and that shows unread in Maggie Murdaugh's extraction.
And do we see some backlight activity around the time of that text
do.
message, that unread text message?
We do, a couple seconds.
We have a map here. Just generally, what does this reflect?
We do. This is going to reflect the coverage area of
Back it up one more time. I'm just trying to remember the time frame. Hold on. I'm looking at Alex's stuff here. So hang on. So he connects to the Suburban at 9:42:49. Okay. And then he leaves Almeda at 9:43. That's him leaving Almeda, and then he pauses on those railroad tracks right here. So 9:43. I know I have a thing somewhere with all this. So basically, it's about a minute, and he calls Maggie's phone. And so why that's significant is because, let me pull this up. Okay, so let me show you guys. So this is Almeda, okay? So, oh, they added a gate. There didn't used to be a gate there, I don't think. Okay, hang on. I wonder who lives there now. Yeah, that's new. So this is Almeda, right? So there's their driveway. You guys can see my mouse. So where he stopped for like that 1 minute and he called Maggie was right here on these railroad tracks. And they put even a, I guess it's defunct now. Look, they put, interesting, they paved over it. This is new also. They paved over it. So this was still an operating, because I did all this research at the time. This was still an operating railroad at the time, and this was not paved over it. So there's a lot of history with this, with the railroads with this. So this was very significant. I found that he stopped there for about a minute, called Maggie, and then he pulls away, and then at a really high rate of speed, he comes out here, and then he turns to come back to Moselle, which would be going this way, and then he drives real fast, and then he starts making more phone calls. Okay.
For it shows,
Same time?
yes, it shows missed.
And was that call missing from Alex's phone extraction?
It was missing from both phone extractions.
Going down to 946:35, what if any activity do you see?
It shows that Alex Murdaugh called Paul Murdaugh. It shows 18 seconds long. That's with the connection time. And that is based off of Alex's CDRs. It does not show in either extractions.
947:23, what do we see, if anything?
Alex sends a iMessage to Maggie stating, "Call me, babe," and that shows unread in Maggie Murdaugh's extraction.
And do we see some backlight activity around the time of that text
do.
message, that unread text message?
We do a couple seconds.
Remember, her phone is at the side of the road on Moselle.
We have a map here. Just generally, what does this reflect?
We do. This is going to reflect the coverage area of the cell tower between Moselle and Almeda.
And this is whose phone?
This is going to be Alex Murdaugh's phone. This is going to be his Verizon records, not location data for phone.
Moving towards the direction of Moselle.
That is correct.
Additional maps consistent with that as testified to by Matt Wild.
That is correct. To show in coverage area.
At 9:52:15, what video activity is on Alex's phone?
So at 9:52:15, Alex Murdaugh sends an iMessage to Chris Wilson saying, "Call me if up."
Just around the time where he's running 80 miles an hour.
That's correct. 9:51:43 is when we have the 80.16 mile per hour.
All right, moving over to the next page. Is there any further activity?
Alex ends up receiving a call from Chris Wilson at 9:52:59. Shows 42 seconds long with connection. That is also not on either extraction. And at 9:53:55, he receives another call from Chris Wilson. Shows 123 seconds. And that is on his CDRs, but not on either phone extraction.
And then from at about 9:56:57, what if any activity do you see on Alex's phone?
So from 9:56:57 to 10:06:57, it shows that Alex Murdaugh traveled approximately 231 steps traveled during that time.
Starting at what time?
9:56:57 to 10:06:57.
Remind the jury what time the 911 call was.
It's 10:06:14.
At 9:57 and 9:58, what activities reflected on Paul's records?
So Rogan Gibson calls Paul Murdaugh, shows 4 seconds, and that's based off of CDRs. And then at 9:58:35, Rogan sends a text message to Paul stating, "Yo."
Hits Paul's phone.
That is correct. And
It
shows unread from his phone extraction.
We have a bunch of green and blue boxes. Is this more telemetry data from the Suburban?
This is, the green's going to represent drives and blue is going to represent some kind of gear shifting with the vehicle.
But the GM OnStar data reflects what, about 10 on the dot?
It reflects him pulling into the driveway at 4147 Moselle Road, the main entrance.
And where did the Suburban go first?
The Suburban went directly to the house, bottom left.
It didn't go to the Kennels first, it went to the house first?
That is correct.
And what time does it arrive at the house? Or what time right there in that map?
Which the thing about that,
That's what the time that it
the thing about that that's funny is, right, so when Alex ends up taking the stand and everything, he tries to say, oh yeah, I knew they were at the kennel, so I wasn't all that worried or whatever, right? And it's like, well,
then he tries to explain going to the house like he's looking for him, right? And the idea being he should have gone straight to the kennels, right? But he goes straight to the house instead. And he's there for like a couple minutes, like 4 minutes or so, and which I find interesting too.
Pulls into the driveway.
Yes, Spencer.
Sorry.
Yes.
1 second.
Yes. 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 Because the 911 call doesn't happen until he goes to the kennels. Correct. So he was there at the house. What did he say? The 10 on the dot or whatever he pulls in. He's there at the house, right? And they're probably about to get to the time when he actually leaves the house to go to the kennels. So, so he goes to the house and he's supposed, like, his story is like, he's like, hey, where are you guys? And, you know, but how that would take like what, 10 seconds basically, right? Which doesn't make sense anyway, because he's already, you know, he says, he testifies like he's sure they're at the kennels anyway, right? So I have to wonder what he was doing at the house for that period of time. I find it interesting.
At 10:03:36 p.m., there's 2 entries around that time. Can you tell the jury what any activity you see as it relates to Maggie's phone?
So Alex Murdaugh calls Maggie Murdaugh's phone at 10:03:58, and backlight is on associated with that.
And then starting about 10:04:08, what don't we see? What time period?
So from 10:04:08 to 10:46:40, there is a gap in activity. I don't see any activity on Maggie's phone at all through the Knowledge C database.
At 10:05:06, what, if anything, does the data reflect?
It reflects Alex's Suburban leaving the main house based on the GM data.
There you go. Leaves at
Went over
10:05.
to page 35. Is this one of your cast maps?
Yes, it is. It's 10:05:06, and it's showing the time the Suburban starts to leave down to the kennels.
And going to the next map, what time is that?
Next map's going to be 10:05:57. That's the arrival time at the kennels.
According to that GPS location data.
Yes, sir. From
Now,
GM and OnStar.
this is one of the things, like I was saying, that they didn't have. That it would have been an unknown had this data not miraculously come in. Because here's the thing. So we're about to get to his first 911 call, and it's at 10:06 and some seconds, right? But when he talks on the 911 call, he says at that point, right, that he's checked them, their bodies, that he goes to check them. He goes to turn Paul over, the whole business about the phone popping out. And what we end up seeing here, because of this OnStar data, right, 10:05:57, it ends up being something like 10 seconds. We're going to see it for sure here in a second, of between him pulling up and him calling 911, which is not enough time to do what he says he does. And really, it reflects that he already knew they were dead, right?
What's that time again?
It's going to be 10:05:57.
You're good. You're doing great.
Down at the bottom of the page, what time is the 911 call?
10:06:14.
How many seconds is that from the time?
There it is.
Suburban arrives at the kennels and he calls 911.
Yep.
Roughly 20 seconds.
20 seconds.
Less
correct.
than that. It's less than that. Yep.
Do you recall the defendant's statements to law enforcement shortly after the crime? That he went over and checked the bodies and that sort of thing?
I do.
What, if anything, in his statements to law enforcement did the defendant say about what he did when he arrived at the scene?
The defendant stated that he went and checked on Paul and Maggie to check the bodies.
From the moment Suburban arrived at the kennels, how long did it take for that 911 call to be made?
Less than 20 seconds.
I think it's 17 seconds.
Another call from Rogan to Paul that never be answered.
That is correct. 10:08:27. Never answered.
At 10:11:54, what happens?
This is when Alex Murdaugh was on the 911 call, stated he was going to go get a gun. This was at 10:11:54. This is when the Suburban is showing leaving the kennels.
And remember,
At the bottom of page 36, we see another map. What does that reflect?
That's going to be 10:13:54.
prior to that,
And on the next page, it's
prior
going to show
to him leaving to go get a gun,
that's where you hear him talking to Bubba. So he would have wrangled Bubba. He did. He wrangled Bubba and got Bubba in the wrong kennel before he went and left, on the 911 call to go get a gun, even though they told him not to.
Show the map. That's when his Suburban left the main house going back to the kennels.
And what time does the location data reflect that the Suburban arrived back to the kennels?
10:14:30 is when it's going to reflect driving back to the kennels. Or approximately. This is when he's coming into the view of the kennels.
And then what time does the 911 call end?
So the 911 call is going to end at 10:17. And then the step data is what the 10:16:37 p.m. is referring to. That's going to be when his step data ended. I believe it was 594 steps taken.
After the 911 call, does the defendant's phone reflect any activity?
It does. It shows him calling Randy Murdaugh. Shows 16 seconds long with connectivity time. And that's based off his CDRs. It was not found on either extraction. Then also we have a 10:18 where he's sending a text message to Randy saying, please call me emergency.
Is there step activity around this time on Alex's phone?
There is 10:18:53 to 10:28:05. We're showing approximately 525 steps taken during that time frame.
That's a lot. So remember, he's off the phone with 911, but law enforcement's not there yet.
It does 10:18:08 to 10:18:20. We're showing backlight.
Was that after the 911 call had ended?
No, I'm sorry. Yes, yes it
So
was.
happy Annie, I'm
Yes, it was. So
glad.
10:17 is when
I'm
the
glad you mentioned that. So actually, the testimony we just listened to on the last one, from Roger Dale Davis Jr. was like guns would be over there during hunting season, but this was not during hunting season. But more importantly, Roger Dale Davis Jr. was over there letting those dogs out and left at like 4:30 or 5 or whatever that same day. So just hours before the murders, and there were no guns anywhere at the kennels, he said. So I believe Alex actually staged those guns after him and Paul finished messing around, quote unquote, because there's like 10 minutes or so where they're separated. And my thought is that Alex at that point brought the guns over and set them up ahead of time. So
911 call ended. This
but I think going back to the house, to get a gun, that was to reinforce his story about being afraid of the boat crash people, right? That because he got that out immediately, right? B, potentially so that if he had GSR on his hands, there was an explanation for it. C, potentially he realized he needed to do something else at the house, who knows what, right? And that gave him time to do that because he was actually there again. He was there at the house for probably longer. For longer than what it seems like he should have been if he was just grabbing a gun. So yeah.
Right after.
And the last text that hit Paul's phone was from whom?
Rogan Gibson. I believe it said yo.
Paul's phone still hitting, of course, that kennel location.
That is correct. This is going to be off of his iPhone location data.
And where was Paul's phone found again, according to your knowledge of the investigation?
It was found on Paul's rear end, facing up.
Top of page 39, we have a map. What does that reflect?
This is going to reflect Verizon records for Alex Murdaugh, starting at 10:19 all the way to 11:18, and it's just showing the sector it was painting off of, and that's in the area of Moselle Road.
All right, we have a range of times there from the 10-ish hour to the 11-ish hour p.m. with Alex phone being there.
That's correct.
Does Alex's phone reflect a couple of calls that were not on his extraction, but in the CDRs?
It does.
To what people?
It's going to be to Randy Murdaugh, John Marvin, and then Rogan Gibson, and then Christy.
At 10:20:08, what, if any, activity does Paul's phone reflect?
So Paul's phone shows a display on screen auto lock. It's been locked. It's just documenting a auto lock.
Display on auto lock?
Mhm.
And now auto lock can be consistent with what, according to your understanding?
According to my understanding is that auto lock could be, it doesn't recognize like a face, so automatically locks, or it could be just hitting like on the iPhone, the power button on the side.
And what was the last text that hit Paul's phone again? Who was it from?
Rogan Gibson.
And what does the defendant do just seconds later?
Calls Rogan Gibson.
So that's interesting, right? That I find very interesting. So probably what happened was he saw Paul's phone light up and saw that it was Rogan, right? And then he calls Rogan. Alex does. And I wonder, it's like at that point, he probably is thinking like,
oh, right. Like, because did Rogan hear him in the background of the call? Maybe. It does seem interesting.
Was that on the Dillon Hightower extraction?
It was not on the Dillon Hightower extraction or the second one.
And it was missing from the phone extraction.
You mentioned before that there was a group text about Mr. Randolph's health. And when did the defendant finally read that text?
The following day, so that'd be June 8th, 2021.
At 10:22:09, was there a text that the defendant read?
There was 10/22/09. He received a group text message from Michael Gunn and a few people saying she brought the heat from Miami boys.
Real
And
forged.
it was read the same night at 10:38:42 p.m. An associated picture is below.
The 10:24 and the 10:25 hours, what if anything does the defendant's phone reflect?
Alex tries to call Rogan, and then he sends an iMessage stating, "Call me." And then he attempts to do a FaceTime, and this is going to be the first log that we see on his phone records is going to be this FaceTime call with Rogan on his extraction for the day of June 7th, 2021.
Multiple attempts to contact Rogan. Huh?
That's correct.
And what time does law enforcement arrive on the scene?
Approximately 10:25 is when the first deputy arrived on scene.
10:25.
That's correct.
We see step activity around this time on Alex's phone.
We do. So we had a group of step activity end at 10:28:54, and then we had a new group start at 10:28:54 that goes to 10:37:27. It's showing 320 steps traveled approximately.
And does the defendant's phone reflect any phone activity after that?
It reflects at 10:29:17 a call to Randy that shows answered 42 seconds long. That's also not on the extraction. And then a FaceTime with Rogan at 10:30:31 that does show on the extraction.
That was attempted FaceTime.
That's correct. I believe his previous testimony, Rogan said he was asleep during the time.
Moving on to page 41.
This is going to be a Paul Murdaugh Verizon records. This is just going to show the the tower and then just the location. And you can see Moselle Road within it. This is a 10:34 time period.
Is there a display on activity on Paul's phone, but also a phone call from Longitude around that time?
That is correct. Correct. Around 10:34, it's showing display on and then a Nolan Tootin phone call.
And then finally, what time does Paul's phone finally die?
Paul's phone finally dies at 10:34:24 p.m. on June 7th, 2021.
Almost 2 hours after the Kennel video.
That is correct.
Maggie's phone stays locked until when?
The following day, June 8th, around 1:10 p.m. when the investigators find it.
When the investigators find it.
That is correct.
.23 to this trial, states 523. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And tell the jury just where that's from, please.
This is going to be a text message I retrieved from one of the Cellbrite extraction reports. It's going to be from Paul to Alex.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer state 523 into evidence.
Your Honor, we would renew the previous objections, have no additional objections. Or further.
I see the exhibit.
This might be the one about the pills.
From Paul Murdaugh, and it's going to be to, it says voicemail. That's going to refer to Alex. This is obtained from his phone. It's going to be the owner. So that's going to be Paul to Alex.
What's the date?
The date is going to be May 6, 2021 at 10:52:13 a.m.
And what does it say?
It says, I am still in EB because when you get here, we need to talk. Mom found several bags of pills in your computer bag. This is again from Paul to Alex on May 6.
Now the thing is like I think a lot of people
understandably so, saw this and assumed it was drugs, right? But when we get to the Maggie's searches, that's probably what's coming up next.
Stage 553, see if you recognize this exhibit.
Okay. I do.
Tell me what that is.
This is going to be some searched items that I obtained from Maggie Murdaugh's extraction report.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer stakes 553, I believe, without additional objection.
No additional objections, Your Honor.
Submit it.
And tell the jury what this exhibit is, please.
So this is going to be Google searches. Far left, you're going to have a timestamp. The source, which is going to be Safari, that's for Apple. And then the value is going to be the searched item. And on May 26, 2021 at 11:21 p.m., Maggie searched green gel pill P30. She also searched 11:20 p.m. Green gel pill P30, white pill 30 on one side RP. And if you look to the right, you're going to see a column that says deleted. That one is showing yes has been deleted. And then if we go down to row number 4, it's going to be May 6, 2021 from Safari, white pill 30 on one side RP, and that's also shown deleted.
So the green gel pill is like a nighttime Tylenol or something like that. It's like it's not narcotics. The other one, the white pill 30 is a narcotic, right? So, but the point being that clearly what's interesting to me here is that Maggie didn't know the difference to where the green gel pills she thought were drugs, right? Or because that's why she looked them up. So when you think about a bag full of pills, right? The bag is it's combined. There's green gel pills, and then there's who knows how many, right? But then there's some amount of a white pill, or it even could be 1 or 2. We just don't know. But I just find it interesting that, like, in other words, if you see a green gel pill and you don't know that that's, it's like an acetaminophen, like a night or whatever, and you don't know that, then you would assume that it's all drugs, right? And a bag full of pills, right? If you think all of them are narcotics, it could have a different, context there. And Spencer, so he says this in both alibis. So he is at home before the kennels and his phone location on before he goes to the kennel, which is a few minutes away. He calls police stating things that would take. Okay, you're talking about when he shows up at the kennels. Yeah, when he calls 911, he says, I turned him over, I checked their bodies, I took a pulse, something about tried to turn Paul over with his phone and all that, and it was 17 seconds he had. Yeah, the kennel video is what did it for him, because that was Paul's Snapchat video, placed him there at the kennels 4 minutes before the murders with him in the background talking to Bubba. The kennel video is what really did him in. Prior to that, them getting into Paul's phone, Rogan, Paul's best friend, had said he thought he heard Alex in the background when they were talking on the phone, but Rogan didn't know about the Snapchat video because Paul didn't get enough service to send it. So it wasn't until they got into Paul's phone that they got the Snapchat video, and then they showed Rogan and other people, and everybody identified Alex. You can hear him loud and clear in the background talking to Bubba. So the fact that that was like 4 minutes before the murders, there's no way around that, because, and he tries to explain it on the stand as if he happened to, like, he got the chicken out of Bubba's mouth and like immediately left and went back to the house, right? Which is, strange credulity. But even if you go with that, there's such a distance from the kennels to the house that he would have heard the gunshots. If in another reality or another galaxy, it was somebody else, right? He would have heard the gunshots. But his story is like, he didn't hear anything, gets back to the house, he takes a nap, he wakes up, and then all of a sudden he's like, I'm gonna go visit my mom in Almeda, and then drives to Almeda. So hopefully that makes sense. He had to change his alibi when they got the Snapchat video from Paul's phone. That put him at the kennels. He kept saying all along that he never went to the kennels. He only pivoted when they were like, hey, this is you at the kennels 4 minutes before the murders. And then it was like, oh yeah, I did go there, but then I came home and took a nap.
Okay. I do.
And tell just generally what is this?
This is going to be a text message thread between Alex Murdaugh and Russell Lafitte.
And at the time, where did Russell Lafitte work again? Do you understand?
Oh,
Almeda State Bank.
And
he's
you're
now
on this
in
time,
federal
I'll state
prison.
556, I believe, without additional objection.
No additional objections beyond that. 404 objections previously ruled upon.
See the exhibit.
Five, six up on the screen. And again, tell the people on this text and the time and what it says.
So this is going to be a text from voicemail, which is going to be Alex Murdaugh's phone, to Russell Lafitte. It was sent on June 3rd, 2021 at 3:22
Wow.
p.m.
4
This is
days
from Alex
before the
saying, I need
murders.
to extend farm credit line another 600,000.
I forgot about this. This is 4 days before the murder.
My dad will sign also if needed. How much turnaround will that take?
Meanwhile, his
And again,
dad
it's
was on
from
death's
Alex to
door.
Russell Lafitte on June 3rd, 2021.
Show you two final exhibit states, 554 and 555. And you recognize those.
I do.
And where were those found?
These are found from Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone extraction.
Your Honor, this time I offer 554 and 555 into evidence. I believe without objection.
Okay.
They're admitted.
States 554, who is that?
It's going to be Maggie Murdaugh and her sister.
States 555, who is that?
This is going to be Buster Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Paul Murdaugh.
Thanks, Special Agent. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
Ladies and gentlemen, we break for lunch now. For an hour and 15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay, so let's get into cross here and see what they can do. I bet it's going to be Mr. Barber, but I'm looking for it.
Good afternoon, Agent Rudofski. Did I
Yeah,
say that
Mr.
right?
Barber.
Sounds good to me.
Let's start first with the GM data that recently came in. I think that may have made things a little more clear, right? We don't really need to look at a lot of those cell phone tower plots now that we have the exact position of the car, do we?
I agree. Yeah, the GM data is pretty clear.
Don't really. At first, you did an analysis of driving to and from the office in Hampton in the middle of the day. Not too interested in that, but let's skip to the drive from Moselle to Almeda. How long was that drive? How long did it take him from start to
So
finish?
I'd have to look back. Drive. So you're referring to the 9:06 time?
Yes, sir.
So it's like 9:07. To 9:22, so about 15 minutes.
And do you need, is it more like 16 minutes? Do you need
16
a
minutes,
pen and
yeah.
paper, 16 minutes?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay. And coming back, how long was it?
9:43. About 18 minutes,
18 minutes?
Mhm.
Okay.
approximately.
So the top speed and the way back we saw was a little faster, but it actually took a little longer to make the return trip. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Um,
And you're
car
referring to the
stopped
same,
on
the
the
same
railroad
drive, tell me
track.
to back.
Exactly, yes.
Okay.
Are you aware that Senior Special Agent David Owen did a test drive from Almeda to Moselle on January 3rd of this year?
That's correct. I was in the passenger seat of that.
And how long did that take?
I would have to see the data. I don't remember.
You don't have that? You don't know if it was 17 minutes and 35 seconds?
If I was presented with something, it could be, but I do not have that number in front of me.
If it were that, it would be right in between those two times that we just saw for.
That was
Murdaugh
after the
going back
road
to
was
45.
paved, though,
But there was different variables at the time.
that they took. That'll come
It was
out.
during the day, wasn't it?
It was. It was.
So on this way back, there's that little 80-mile-an-hour spurt. How long did that go on?
I am unsure of that. It just, the data point is plotted. It doesn't give a, it just gives you a timestamp. It doesn't say for how long.
In your experience, I think you talked earlier that you would respond to calls in a marked car with blue lights.
Not a marked car, but on a marked car with blue lights, yep.
Is it extremely unusual for someone who's on a straightaway in a rural road at night to give it some gas on a little burst?
A little bit of gas, but when you know it's 55 and you have deer and other environmental factors that play in.
Yes, but it's not that unusual, is it, for someone to give it a little gas on a straightaway in a rural road?
It depends on what a little gas is.
But the overall speed that he went to get from where he was going, coming from to where he's going to, as far as you know, is in line with the test drive that you were in the passenger seat for?
If that is correct, what you mentioned, yes.
So like right in between those two, actually.
Like I said, I don't have that test drive data in front of me, but
Well, let's move on then to when he drove past that point where Maggie's cell phone was later recovered. And I think it started on slide 23.
23?
Now, the thing is, when David Owens
Actually, you can go back
testified,
one
they did not
slide.
have the GM data yet then. So they maybe could have asked him, but they didn't.
So we're on slide 22.
It
Sorry.
wouldn't have mattered.
22? Okay,
So he's going 37.2 miles an hour here.
that's correct.
The next slide. Now he's still approaching it at 42, so he's accelerating gently. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Next slide. Looks like he is just past it, going slightly faster than he was on the previous slide. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Next slide. He's continuing to, now he's a good bit down the road there at 45, but is it fair to say he's continuing a fairly gentle acceleration?
I would say so, yes.
So what we saw as he passed it, he did not slow down and speed up as he went past that point. He continued his same gentle acceleration.
Per the data, yes.
Maggie's phone.
And we won't go through it, but if we went down later to when it goes down to the bottom of the screen,
Mhm.
it would show that he slowed down slightly, corresponding when he sent that text, go to CMB right back. Is that accurate?
I believe so, yes.
We'll be done with that. I'm going to now just skip with this data all the way to when he approaches the kennel coming from the house right before he calls 911.
Okay.
The direction he is driving as he comes right up, right before he parks, would he have his, would he be illuminating the bodies of Maggie and Paul?
Per the aerial that I'm looking, I don't know if you want to put it on the screen so we can show, but per the aerial, it would be coming around that curve and it would illuminate at least Maggie's body.
Would the illumination, is it going back toward that
Warning.
space between
Pocket.
the barn and
Okay.
the kennels where Paul's body was out?
Like I
So I'm pausing real quick. So this is actually a point of contention here, right? Like Spencer was asking a really good question, like what can they do, right? This should be interesting. So one of the things, right, that this whole thing about illuminating the bodies, what Mr. Barber is going to hope to try to suggest, I suppose you could say, is that because the bodies were illuminated, he was able to so quickly realize they were deceased, and then that's how that accounted for the 17 seconds being enough time to do everything, which I don't know that really helps. Okay, and then Spencer has another question here. So basically, they need some absurd thing and trick him into saying something that has an inconsistency to impeach. Well, it's, you know, you don't necessarily have to trick someone to impeach them. You know, if and actually, well, okay. If you're just asking about like cross-examination strategies, impeachment is one of the things people will do. I don't know that that's what they're going to be going with this particular witness. You know, impeachment would be like, but this time you know, previously you when you testified, you know, for example, if there was, well, in Florida they take depositions, but or like at the grand jury, right? It's like, you know, or in a written report, for example, whatever. It's like you said it was this thing, and now you're saying something different, right? That would be impeachment. So this is really more like trying to, I wouldn't even say it's poking holes. I would say that how I would characterize this so far is trying to find little bits, especially in that GM data, the new data they just got, right? That they can reframe. That's how I would put it. Reframing it, right? So for example, the thing about the 83 miles an hour, whatever it is, right? Where it's like, looks like, okay, he's going really fast or whatever. It's like, well, he pointed out, for example, well, we don't know how long that's for. Now, that's not this agent's fault. It's just the data doesn't give you a duration, just gives you the timestamp, right? So in other words, he's trying to point out, it's not like he was driving 83 miles an hour for 5 minutes, for example, right? And then he tried to further reframe it by saying it's not uncommon to just give it a little bit of gas, right? But I appreciate what Agent Rudofski said, which is, I don't know, that's a little bit of gas, right? It's like 30 miles faster it's like 30 miles plus over the speed limit, right? And then he tried again, and it's just giving him a little gas. It's like, well, so reframing. So that's how I would characterize this so far. Y'all feel free to let me know if you have other questions. And if you have questions about Maggie's phone, I can pull up a thing about that too.
I said this is just a data plot.
But you could determine that, could you not, from just the last 2 points, because that would show you the direction that the vehicle is pointed.
It doesn't say the vehicle's pointed that direction. It just says that's
But
where
if
the
it moved
vehicle's
from
at.
point A to point B, being
Oh, how interesting. I forgot that wow, what an overlap there with Koberger. The vehicle pointed. Interesting. That's a good point. We don't actually know which direction the vehicle was pointed in. Interesting.
But you could determine that, could you not, from just the last 2 points, because that would show you the direction that the vehicle is pointed.
It doesn't say the vehicle's pointed that direction. It just says that's
But
where
if
the
it moved
vehicle's
from
at.
point A to point B, being
Oh my God. Wow. Let's listen again.
and the Kennels where Paul's body was out.
Like I said, this is just a data plot.
But you could determine that, could you not, from just the last 2 points, because that would show you the direction that the vehicle is pointed.
It doesn't say the vehicle's pointed that direction. It just says
Right.
that's the
Right.
But if
where
it
the
moved
vehicle's
from
at.
point A to point B, being a car, it would have to be
Yeah,
in
but
that
where it
direction.
final rests, I don't know which direction it's
But as
pointing.
it's moving,
As it's moving, yes, you would think it would go
right?
that
So
direction.
the headlights certainly on Maggie, it would appear from the plot, maybe
So he's trying, okay. So what they're talking about is those data points. Let me see if I can pull it up. What's interesting is what he's not doing, and this is interesting, he's not pulling up for the jury the part of the timeline he's talking about. Like here, it's almost like he's having a private look at Creighton. He's having a private conversation essentially with Agent Rudofski, who knows exactly what points he's talking about, but the jury can't see what they're talking about. Now, why is he doing that, right? That's a strategy. Like when Creighton went through it, what did Creighton do? Creighton had the whole thing up, like for the jury and for us to see. And when they went through it, he was pointing, here's what we're talking about. Now what is Barber doing? Barber is not pulling it up, right? He doesn't want the jury to see it. He's just going to reference it. So that's on purpose. But we can pull it up because I have it. So let me pull up that exact spot here that they're talking about. Okay, I just have to unshare, reshare. Okay, so this also is in the Discord, I believe, probably in Scroll Docs, maybe, for anyone that wants it. So, okay, so this is literally what we just saw. This is the timeline. So this is 10:05. Okay, this is him leaving the house. That's him leaving the house again. Remember, this is after when he got back from Almeda. Okay, so now, okay, let me zoom in. 10:05. There it is. That's the 10:05:57. And then I think so. The 2 points I think he's talking about is. So at 10:05:06, he's still at the house. And then he said 2 data points. And then at 10:05:57, he's at the Kennels. See, that's so funny because now I'm not even clear on what 2 points he's referencing, because let me play that part again. That's interesting. I was expecting to see another plot point or another, like they're talking about between two different latitude and longitude coordinates, right? So 2 different times. Could you determine which direction the vehicle is facing? And from what I have here, the only other thing is this one, right? But that's from when he's leaving the house. So that's not what he's talking about. Barber is trying to reference as if there's 2 things here. He could be trying to trick. Maybe you're right, Spencer, to a certain extent. He could be saying that, and he trying to trick Agent Rudofski when it might be that there's not 2 points. Let me go back to the trial testimony. Hold on. And let's listen again. Oh yeah, that's what he's doing, Happy Annie. Absolutely. He's going to try to make it seem reasonable and like it makes sense. Remember, that's one of those things that came in that was really good for the state. That's really bad for the defense, right? Because without this OnStar data, they wouldn't have had a way to know exactly what time his vehicle pulled up at the kennels, right? I mean, this is one of those, as they say, bad facts. Let me back this up one more time to see what the fuck Barbara is talking about, if I can. Okay.
The direction he is driving as he comes right before he parks, would he be illuminating the bodies?
Right before he
Maggie
parks.
Hall?
Per the aerial that I'm looking, I don't know if you want to put it on the screen so we can show, but
That's to the point I just made. He's like, I don't know if you want to put it on the screen so we can show. To the point I just made. Thank you for saying that. Dude, that's all. I love this witness. That's awesome. He's like, shouldn't we be putting it on the screen? Yes. Now, Barbara doesn't have to. This is a strategy. But I appreciate that Rudofski is saying this just to give him that opportunity, right? Because the jury, it would help the jury to see it, right? And you can see why if you're the defense, you would rather them not see it, right? But I appreciate he said that.
for the aerial, it would be coming around that curve and it would illuminate at least Maggie's body.
Would the illumination, is it going back toward that space between the barn and the kennels where Paul's body was out?
Like I said, this is just a data plot.
But you could determine that, could you not, from just the last 2 points, because that would show you the direction that the vehicle is pointing.
It doesn't say the vehicle's pointed that direction; it just says that's
But
where
if
the
it
vehicle.
moves from point A to point B, being a car, it would have to.
Yeah,
be in
but
that
where
direction.
it final rests, I don't know which direction.
Okay, I see what they're saying. I see what he's saying. Hold on, let me unshare, reshare. Okay, let me show you guys what they're talking about here. So here we go. Here's what it is. I just have to zoom in on this. Okay, so what it is this. So the one that's highlighted, that's when he gets there and stops at the kennels. So the 2 points that they're referencing, again, the jury is not gonna know what the fuck they're talking about because Barbara didn't put it on the screen. So it's these 2. So you've got a data point at this latitude and longitude, which, can you guys see my mouse? 32.945, 4,000 or 400, and then negative 80.999957. I mean, it's obviously very close to the top one, right? Those are the last 2 points. That's what he's talking about. So we don't have a timestamp for, I guess one could find out, like in this computer program that they're using, right? You could highlight the one right below it and it could give you the timestamp. So first of all, there's an assumption being made by Barbara that it's, I guess it has to be relative in time. But anyway, we don't have any reference point for like literally where this is, right? This is really theoretical. This is one of those things that's really kind of a fact for the jury, right? Would someone in the jury look at these 2 things, like how far apart are these 2 points? I have literally no clue. I couldn't even estimate that. I have no reference point for what this would be like in real life. Now, if I zoom out, let me just see. So actually, well, as you can see, okay, here's the best we can do. Oh my God. The clusters, see how the dots are all right on top of each other? So it's 2 of those dots, but it's hard to tell which one. So that furthest dot, I mean, that's when he's there. So whatever the dot is, that's closest to it, I guess. But yeah, there's no way to know for sure which direction the vehicle's pointing when it's parked there. That's what Barbara's trying to make it seem like the vehicle was definitely pointing at the bodies, and so he saw that they were dead right away. I mean, absolutely. I'm with you, Happy Annie saying it can't. Alex said he checked the pulse on them. That would take at least 10 seconds each, let alone the time it took, right? Go to the vehicle, the bodies. And remember the whole business with Paul's phone and the phone popping out and trying to do something with it and that whole thing, right? The confusion about the cell phone and the story he gave would take more than 17 seconds, the way that Alex told that fucking story. So I mean, I'm standing here smiling because it's like the things that Alex didn't expect. Alex did not expect to be on camera heard on camera, right, for the Snapchat. He didn't expect that. And he didn't expect this data to come in mid-trial, right? Oh my God, I just, okay, let me go back to this. Betrayed by the data.
Correction.
But as it's moving.
As it's moving, yes, you would think it would go
Right.
that
So,
direction.
so the headlights certainly on Maggie. It would appear from the plot maybe on Paul as well. And does he park?
The whole popping out thing.
Does he park near Maggie's body?
I do not know where he parked the first time because all we have is when the deputies arrived the second time. So
On your plot,
on the plot here,
when he comes the first time before the 911 call, where does his vehicle stop in relation to Maggie's body?
it stops before it.
How close is it?
How would he know
I
from that?
do not have
Can you
a.
descriptive? Is it very close? Is it pretty much right there?
I wouldn't say it's right on top of it, but it's
Very
in
close.
the area.
So as he's pulling up to the scene, he can certainly see one, if not both bodies on the ground. And he
That's
stops
no.
right next to Maggie.
Barber.
Is that fair?
I'm just looking at the data provided.
It's right.
I was
That's a fact for the jury. The best he can, is it possible? Sure, but I appreciate that he's not even saying it's possible because that's speculation. Dude, this witness is awesome. He says, I'm just looking at the data provided. In other words, I understand what he's saying there, which is like, literally, that's not my job. Here's the data. And the thing is, because there's no way to know, right? And this is just the jury's going to have to, if it matters to them, right? I don't think it mattered to the jury if possibly the car was, because they came back with a verdict in perhaps record time of any trial anybody's ever seen. It was like really, really fucking fast. So they were ready before they went in the room. But anyway, Barber does a good job though. He's honestly, I think, the best of the defense attorneys. At least he's my personal favorite of the defense attorneys for Alec.
not there on scene.
Oh.
The data
What he- I
provided
don't
is
know
the
what he
location of
saw.
the car and the location of the body.
I don't know
correct?
what he would have saw or what the car would have saw.
Right, right.
You don't know what would be directly in front of his car as it was moving from point to
But
point.
also, see, to this end, if he's going to go this route, Barber, I mean, if he wants to go this route and get in the weeds about it, you could say to yourself, well, how do you know he was looking ahead? What if he pulled up and he was on his phone about to call or text one of them, right? And looking at his phone, right? If you're pulling into the place where you live like that, like you wouldn't, you know what I mean? Like you may not be paying attention looking ahead. You would if you were expecting to see something, right? But to this point, it's like, what if he sneezed and he closed his eyes to sneeze? You know what I mean? It's like you can't assume what he's looking at. Only he can say what he saw, which eventually he does.
I was not out there.
You don't know which direction the car would be pointing as it moved.
We know which
from
direction the
point
car
to
would be
point to point.
pointing, but what he saw or what
Right.
the
Well,
final
I forget what he
license
saw.
plate
Is
is.
the car's headlights pointing at the bodies as he's pulling up?
I cannot give a definitive answer on that because I was not there. And the data I have,
I'm asking from the data.
the
Obviously
data
you're
does not
there.
say,
Allow to finish this answer.
You must give the witness an opportunity to respond fully. You may proceed.
there is no data that says that the headlights were pointing in a specific direction
Right.
or at a specific object.
Or
So I
that the
cannot
car
answer
is
that.
even
When
pointing.
you
It.
say there's no data saying the headlights are pointing in a specific direction,
He's not giving up.
were they not pointed along the line that would connect
How
the
does
last
he
two data
know?
points before the car stops and goes in the park?
For the drive, but it does not show. I mean, it could be at an angle. It's such a little dot, but does not show a vehicle in its exact
Right.
position of it. So I cannot answer that.
The dot just means the vehicle was there. It doesn't show you the positioning.
We're not talking about the dot. We're talking about a line connecting two dots.
Okay, but
And
you
a
were
car
asking
moving
about the
along
dot.
that line.
We don't
The
have a
headlines would
line.
be pointed down the line.
This
Correct.
is imaginary. There is no line. There's a bunch of dots on top of each other. This is the thing.
Objection
Yeah.
overruled.
Oh,
Ask a question again.
We're talking not about a point, but about a line and a
Mhm.
car moving down a line. As it moves down that line between 2 points, would its headlights not be pointed in the same direction down that line?
I would assume.
So he arrives at the scene, gets out, presumably he goes in the park. And then 20 seconds later, first dials 911. Is that your testimony?
Yep.
17 seconds.
So pulling up on the scene, body's in his headlight, presumably knows something's horribly wrong, gets out 20 seconds to the first call to 911. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Which was actually misdialed 9111, and he had to redial it a second time, which was at 18 seconds. Correct.
That's correct.
So he had 20 seconds, and I think there's maybe an implication.
Everybody rounds up. I
That's
don't know
not
why
enough
we're turning
time.
up on that.
Objection is sustained to the comment of counsel.
So may I approach? Is this timer set for 20 seconds?
Y'all,
It
y'all, do you remember when they wanted to do this? I believe it was in Karen Reed, right? Do you remember when they wanted to do this? I think it was Karen Reed. It was like something similar to this with like, was it Karen Reed? I think it was Karen Reed, where using the phone as like an example for how much time and literally, I think it was Judge Bev, because I think it was Karen Reed, was like had a hissy fit or whatever, and it was like literally it was something like this, right, where they set a timer for 20 seconds. Although again, it was 17. I do it here.
When I say so, would you please press the start button?
Okay.
Now.
Now I will say, thank you, ABC's docket. Right. I will say, now look at Barbara's face. I'm gonna point out that, and we're gonna start it over again. Okay. So I will say, this is brilliant. This is the thing is this, whenever you do this in a trial, right? Like, because everybody's waiting for the seconds to pass, no matter how much time it is, it's going to feel like a long time. And the point with the defense for Karen Reed, they wanted it to show that it was long enough to have a quick conversation, right? Here, he wants to be like, it's long enough for them to have checked the bodies and done the pulse and all that. So, but the thing is right, like in real life, 20 seconds feels very different. But if you're sitting there in trial and you're waiting, now also watch Barber with his body language and shit once they start the timer. It's going to feel different.
When I say so, would you please press the start
I
button?
understand it.
Now.
Now watch, Barbara. Watch. Look, he's like, oh, this is taking forever. He's like, I'm getting bored.
That was 20 seconds. Would you agree?
For your phone, yes.
Per your phone now, they're going to get it back.
Don't dispute the phone.
I do not.
accuracy, do you? If the person getting out of the car had seen the bodies already and already knew something was horribly wrong, do you believe that is an unreasonably short period of time to inspect and call 911?
Interesting.
I'm here to testify on this data, not hypothetical. I think you're asking.
That's a very risky question to ask, right? Because you don't know the answer. You know what they all say, right? Don't ask a question you don't know the answer to. He does not know. That is, I mean, and honestly, it's completely objectionable. That's why the state, they just let it go, right? Because they're like, this is so risky. The state doesn't know what he's going to say. No one's expecting him to be asked this question. No one knows what he's going to say, but the state doesn't object. And the defense, like, this is crazy, risky.
The wrong person on that.
Fair enough.
Oh, fuck. And the state made the right choice there, trusting him to answer this in the best fucking way. Listen.
Unreasonably short period of time to inspect and call 911.
I'm here to testify on this data, not hypothetical. I think you're asking the wrong person on that.
Fair enough. We'll move on.
Wow. Creighton.
Okay, I'm going to turn to your condensed
going.
timeline, which I think is state's example.
Look at him. He's like, dang it. They got, like, dude, at the beginning of this live stream, right, when they first brought in Rudofski, and they're like, he's coming in, and like it showed Alex, and Alex looked so mad. Oh, it was so funny.
Exhibit 519.
I was speaking of 22 seconds.
I ask you to turn to page 21.
Okay.
And towards the bottom, 9:06 and 20 seconds, it says Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone sideways orientation,
That is correct.
meaning that her phone at that time went to a sideways orientation.
So between 9:06:12 and 9:06:20, from the phone experts, that it started at 9:06:12 and it ended at 9:06:20.
Okay.
Those two orientations.
I'll ask it this way. A second later, what would be the orientation of her phone?
From a second from what? The 20?
After that, yes, at 9:06:21.
I do not know.
Well, then what does this entry mean? If it doesn't mean that it,
There's nothing that says 9:06:21 on here.
right, so what happened at 9:06 and 20 seconds?
It finished its orientation change to sideways.
What does that mean?
So it went from a portrait.
Mhm.
So let me get the phone. So it went from portrait to sideways.
And until,
In those between the,
Go ahead, sorry.
between 9:06:12 and 9:06:20, is that is what it's showing. That's why we have the little purple on the right hand side to show that it's connected. It's all one big sequence. per our phone experts that had previously testified.
So it would remain in portrait until remain in a landscape orientation until the next change?
I am unsure of that. I'm not a phone expert, so I am unsure of that. I was given this data, and this is how it was relayed to me, and this is how I put it in this timeline.
Okay. So if you were to go to page 19, please.
Okay.
I'm
In the very
interested-
last entry there, Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone vertical orientation.
Mhm.
What does that mean?
So this was all given to me from different, data sources.
Page 19.
So how I read this is that the phone has turned to a vertical orientation. So I guess
It's turned to a vertical orientation. And
because
just
we have a sideways orientation and then we have a vertical orientation.
just keep scanning down until you get to the next orientation change for Maggie Murdaugh's phone, please.
From page 19?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We're just looking for the next orientation.
Now, my page numbers are different because I have the full one and they're working with the condensed one. But what the point
I believe it's going to be the 90612.
And what does that say?
Implements orientation change to portrait.
But the previous change was to portrait, was it not?
It says vertical orientation.
So there's no intervening orientation change. It just goes to portrait and then changes to portrait again?
As I read the data, yes, that's correct. Like I said, I'm not a phone expert. I was given these different pieces to plot, and this is how they've been plotted.
When you're giving these pieces to plot, do you ever notice if things don't seem to make sense or don't match with other data? Do you alert anyone?
So we have phone experts that review that. So they have reviewed the data, and I do not know if that's something that they came across.
Now what? So this is again just to Spencer's question. What is he going to like? This is Barbara's doing a great job. There's not a whole lot they can do, right? But what he's pointing out that it was already in vertical, right? And then there's an orientation change and it's to vertical. So my guess as to what happened here is there would have been a horizontal or whatever, like there would have been an orientation change logged, but the state did not choose to include that. Right? It didn't include literally every single thing with every single one of the phones. Now they don't have to, right? Now, why would they choose not to? Well, it could be that it was irrelevant, right? Or it could be that it was something that wasn't good for their theory of the case, in which case, if that is what it is, then you better believe that the defense will present that in their case in chief. Now, in their case in chief, I don't think they ever end up doing anything differently with that. So in other words, the point here would try to make it seem like, you didn't pay attention or, you didn't actually think about it to see if it makes sense or whatever the case may be. But I mean, again, that's not really his job because essentially, the prosecuting office, the DA or the AG's office and he's not going to be the one that has the final say on what stays on that, right? Because they, in other words, there'd probably be way more than they ever needed to use on that timeline. And then they maybe, they pick the things that are the most important. And so obviously that call was made and I don't think it was by him. I can't imagine it would have been by him. Probably would have been by, Alan Wilson or maybe Creighton or whatever, to not include when it changed sideways before it went back to portrait. Right. And it's one of those things where it's like, it probably doesn't really matter. Well, maybe not. But as a defense attorney, by pointing it out, it's like, oh, jury, you didn't get this one thing and da-da-da. And absolutely, I couldn't agree more. I mean, this timeline is a masterpiece, right? And they've got actually more than 3 people's phones. They include other people's phones, but the main 3, right? Of course, Maggie, Paul, and Alex. And so much information for each one and the way that they overlap. And yeah, I mean, they couldn't possibly include everything and it wouldn't be necessary, right? So, I mean, my thought is probably they didn't find it to be necessary, but by doing that, they did leave an opening for him to be like, well, that's not there. So something's wrong,
And you can't tell me with that can you tell me this? The last orientation change here on page 21, is that the last change on her phone until the extraction at the SLED lab?
I'd have to go through and double check. Would you like me to do that?
You may.
Okay. You said orientation change, correct?
Yes, sir. I mean, that's the last one until the phone was downloaded?
I believe so.
You show state's exhibit.
Now the thing is, this is just a timeline, so it could be in what's already in evidence from
That's a good
Lieutenant
point.
Murdaugh, but in this timeline, that's the only one showing.
Right.
Okay.
And for orientation changes, we were really only concerned for the day of,
Right.
for this timeline.
That's a good
Show,
point.
what's been
That's the point. And that's kind of what I was saying, right? So like that's a good point. So even the one that he mentioned previously, the one where the vertical one, again, that probably was included in, if you guys recall from Lieutenant Britt Dove, as we call him, Britt Duffield, right? He had all that data. And that would be exactly the point I'm talking about, which is they had submitted all that into evidence, but then they don't put everything on the timeline. So I'm glad he made that point here.
Submitted as Defense
The jury.
Exhibit 38. And go to the last page. This was previously admitted in evidence during the examination of Lieutenant Dove.
Oh.
It's a complete list of every orientation change reported on her phone.
Interesting. He anticipated that answer and had this ready. Well done, Barber. Well done. Well, we will see.
As of the extract. Is the
Again, interesting, right? Because he's not choosing to show the jury, by he, I mean Barber, anything from the timeline when they're talking about it. But now that he wants to talk about the data for the orientation changes, he's going to show them an exhibit.
last one listed, the very last one, the 906 orientation change.
The 906.2 on the bottom?
Yes, sir.
That's correct. The 906, yep. The far bottom column.
Yes. We show States Exhibit
Wow, that
270.
software is cool.
This was also admitted in that examination. This is a photo taken in the SLED lab before the extract, actually 5 days before the extract. This phone is in portrait mode, is it not?
The way I read it, yes, in portrait mode.
So that very last orientation change we saw was to portrait mode because there are no subsequent orientation changes.
I assume so, yes.
And not landscape as it says on this.
The thing is, before this picture was taken, you have to remind yourself that, SLED got the phone, and then this photo was taken at a lab.
Yes.
So I don't know. I don't know what happened.
Okay, so the reason why Barber is bringing this up is because 906. This is where the whole, if you guys remember the whole thing about throwing the phone around the office, that's where this comes in. Because basically he's making the point that it didn't change orientation because the thing, okay. Everybody was operating under this assumption, right? That the phone was chucked out of the window of the car. And like that whole thing, that's where the phone throwing, right? That and if you chuck the phone out of the window of the car, it would log an orientation change. And then the state pushed back, like, no, it's possible you could throw it and it might not, right? That's the whole thing. The thing is, they're all fighting over the wrong thing, because when I went through this with the previously in all the series we did on this extensively into the truck and the chicken business and everything, what I was able to prove is that Alex ditched this phone not at all the way people think. Like the period of time they were just talking about, whatever it was, 906 to 912, whatever, where it did log orientation changes, right? That's where he's walking. He's got Maggie's phone. He's on the fucking golf cart. I've got a whole thing for it. Like, because remember the other thing they talk about too is they're like, oh, look, his phone and Maggie's phone aren't moving together. It's easy. He didn't realize the phone was on the golf cart, right? Her phone. He freaked out and he took the phone via the golf cart and then chucked it, right? So, but the thing is, if you're trying to match the movement of the phone with when you, because his car, right, the Suburban has all the data points, right? So you can prove that, like, the thing is like, that's where it's tricky, because it's like, well, is the phone moving with him? Is it with the car? It was on the golf cart or the ATV, sorry, whatever the thing was. And so that doesn't log anything, right? So he ditches the phone from that way. And then, and the other reason I was able to prove it is because he's about to get in his car and his key fob makes the Suburban do one of those startup things, but he doesn't get in the car and drive because he realizes that her phone is still in the golf cart. So he's on the golf cart or the ATV, whatever it is. And then he drives over to the side of the road, right? I think he didn't realize he had the phone, right? And then he, because she had probably left it on that golf cart inadvertently, right? And then he puts it on the side of the road. That's when it would log that last orientation change, which would be before he left to go to Almeda. And so that's why that's where the problem lies for the state. Well, according to the defense, right? That last orientation change would be before he left to go to Almeda, right? So that's when it's like, oh, well, it's possible that it could have logged orientation change when you throw it or not logged it, right? No. The orientation change is when he's carrying the phone and placing it there. What nobody figured out somehow is that it wasn't with his Suburban. And that only makes sense, right? That only makes sense. If it was left on the golf cart inadvertently and then he realized and he's like, oh, fuck, right? He's already on that vehicle, but also then it's not going to log anything. Does that make sense? I can pull up the whole thing. I was just, it's really relevant right now to what they're talking about, which is why I'm bringing it up. I was planning on showing that whole exhibit, if you will, thing I made at a different point, but it was just relevant to kind of talk about here with this. So
People, it's been moving around manipulated. I don't.
But we just looked at a complete list of all the orientation changes, did we not? It wasn't time limited to a particular day. It's everything on the phone.
Like I said, I did not produce that document, so I'm going to have to go on your word on that.
Let me ask this before we kind of move on from this. It's been stated a few times in testimony, and I think you did as well, that you don't get an orientation change recorded when the screen is off. Is that correct?
That is my understanding from previous testimony.
Okay. So my screen is off. If I turn it, like to get an orientation change, and it's off, if I just stand here for a while, however long, an hour, and without moving the phone, turn the screen on, will there be an orientation change?
That is a technical question for an
Yeah,
expert
that
that I
is
had
a-
up here yesterday.
that is a really good,
I am not an expert, and I'm not a phone expert. So
that is a really good question.
Where I'm going with that is simply, you don't know yourself in preparing this timeline, whether the orientation changes that you're putting on here correspond with movement of the phone at that moment.
I do not. I'm going off of data I was given from phone experts that gave me the data and it's been put on this timeline.
I actually think, though, that given that question you just asked, I don't think it would log an orientation change, but that could be an explanation, right, for how it logs it as vertical and then vertical again, for example, or portrait mode, right? Whereas initially he seems to suggest data was missing, but I think what he's saying actually makes a lot of sense. That if you if the screen is off and you can change the orientation, right? But then it's in the, then you turn the screen on, it's going to log an orientation change, even if it's in the same position it was initially. So.
I want to turn now to the timeline and really focus on the timeline for Maggie Murdaugh.
Are you going to bring it up?
Skip, kind of close to the time that we're.
Are you still on the condensed or the full?
I'm going to be on the condensed the entire
Okay.
time. I'm not going to refer to the other one. And I want to start on page 17 with that group text that Maggie Murdaugh read that came in at 8:31, but she read it at 8:49:26.
That was Alex. That was Alex on her phone.
And I guess the actual reading of that would be on page 19 for your reference. We'll start there.
On page 19, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
You have some screen off on times here, but you didn't put every time the screen went on and off, did you?
I do not recall. I'd have to look at what was given.
So you don't know if the screen of her screen went off at 8:49:28, came back on. at
Everything
8:50.
should be on this document.
Okay. Did her screen go off at 8:49:28 and come back on at 8:53:08?
I have a screen on at 8:49:20.
And when did it go off?
I do not see it on here.
Well, let me ask it this way. Do you know that whether the screen went off at 8:49:28 and came back on at 8:53:08?
I do not unless I have it on here.
And then she has steps that begin at 8:53:15. Is that correct?
For this document, yes.
When you were looking at the step data, did you look at the corresponding distance data that goes to the step data?
I was just provided the timestamp and then the steps.
Are you aware that the phone in the same database keeps distance data with the step data?
I have been made aware of that.
But you have not looked at any of that distance data.
I was told that it's not accurate, it's not reliable, the distance, so I did not focus in on that.
So would you think that it is possibly, well, just as an
Right?
investigator,
For real.
on your spreadsheet, I won't bother to put it up, but you had a bunch of time periods where Alec had steps at different times. Do you think there would be any relevance to whether the number of feet per step and all those different increments was extremely consistent?
Is there any relevance to it?
Would it maybe suggest the same person was walking?
Objections overruled.
I would have to, I didn't do the feet per step, so I'd have to see the data.
I understand that. And the
Yeah.
question is,
I
would
mean,
there be?
even I mean, that's not even. He's at. You know, this is another strategy that they'll do, right? Is asking the wrong witness the question, right? So in other words, this question about what he's trying to get at is with these steps, right? With this data, it's like, does it know how big the steps are? That is a question for whoever is designing the Apple, software, and that's going to vary with each iOS update. That is a question for like an Apple specialist person, whoever it is that figures that out. And they would probably even say it's, somewhat accurate, but not exactly accurate, right? So, but to ask this witness, like, there's no way he would have the answer to this, right?
Any relevance to an investigation to seeing that the feet per step were extremely consistent for disparate time periods for the same phone?
I said this was just a tool that we used. It could be. It just was not explored.
And if this time period, 8:53 with Maggie Murdaugh's steps to 8:55:32, if the distance covered in that time were short, meaning she was moving particularly slowly, could that have any relevance?
It depends, but that distance is, we're told, is highly inaccurate, and everything is, an estimate. So even the steps, that's, we're told by the phone expert that's an estimate. That's not an exact number.
Right.
The same, I would assume, for the distance.
So you don't think, you did not check to see if the speed at which Maggie Murdaugh was moving on that very last increment, the last time the phone says she was ever walking, there was no, how fast is she going? Is she running? Is she creeping? No one looked at that.
Ask the answer. Oh,
Objections overruled.
I did not look at that. No, I cannot say
interesting.
for anyone else.
I wonder if he'd.
And the same question for Alec Murdaugh, did anyone look for, I think you have
I would have gone with asked and answered.
over 8 of these
Or-
increments listed out.
I would have gone with asked and answered, or I would have gone with like outside the scope of his expertise.
Whether he was going
Or
particularly
no.
fast, unusually fast for him, unusually slow for him, the same speed he always goes. Did anyone?
Calculation
look at
on that one.
All we have here is the
I
data
will.
that is on that sheet.
And you do have these steps per minute, but do you have any data suggesting that within, and I'll pick one just to make the question simpler, Alec Murdaugh's first, well, I'll pick an even easier one, entry number 30.
Okay.
Which is when he's at Almeda and then part of when he's leaving Almeda, is that correct?
That is correct based by the time.
And it says 60 steps over almost just a little short of 10 minutes.
I believe so. Yep.
So of course it's slightly more than 6 steps per minute, which would be a step every 10 seconds. So this time period is not saying that he's going that many steps per minute, right? It's saying he walked and then he didn't walk and then he walked. Is that fair?
It's just giving us an analysis, a general overview of, our estimated steps that it gives us, and then estimated steps per minute. That's all it is. It's just a general.
Well, I'll just ask open-ended. Why is this last column steps per minute here? Why are you presenting this?
It's just another way to present the data.
He's doing a great job, right? Like, again, to Spencer's initial question, like, what are they going to do? This is a great example of, like, you have really bad facts, right? You have a really great witness here for the state, but you have a really good defense attorney who is like that. Like initially what I say, the reframing, right? Look at how he's reframing this. And he's actually making it's not going to make a difference obviously to the jury's verdict, but he's like, why did you include it if it doesn't matter? Right? And it's just, instead of focusing here on like proving it couldn't have been Alex, right? It's just trying to find little issues or things that you can even frame as issues, right, with the data. But the way he's doing it is executed really well, to where he's making it seem like a big deal, even if it's not. Does that make sense?
Overview of, our estimated steps that it gives us, and then estimated steps per minute. That's all it is. It's just a general.
Well, I'll just ask open-ended. Why is this last column steps per minute here? Why are you presenting this?
It's just another way to present the data.
It was a great question.
So turning back to, I think we were on page 19.
Okay.
Maggie Murdaugh's phone is walking. Now we had from previous testimony an activation of the Siri user interface with the side button. Did you recall that from previous testimony?
I do not, but it could have been.
Okay, you don't recall previous testimony about that. We bring up Defense Exhibit 41. And there's a begin and end. It's all the same time there in the bottom couple rows. You can see 8:53:20. know if this refreshes or if you recall, or perhaps you know from experience that the Siri interface can be activated by squeezing and holding the right button on the phone. Do you know that?
I believe so if you have it, activated to do that.
So the phone's walking, it's in somebody's hand. Now, this is something that's not in your timeline, but again, was certainly discussed with Lieutenant Dove. 8:54:32, the screen comes on, and a couple seconds later, there's a camera access. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay, and that's not on your timeline?
It is not.
Okay. Now, that came up in testimony with both experts, and I believe, do you recall,
I wrote
Lieutenant
that
Dove
down.
said he had
That
not-
is so funny. Any of you guys were here the other night? It was probably 2 live streams ago. I don't remember which witness we were watching. Hold on, let me back it up. That's so funny. I wrote it down, and it's so funny. I know this trial really well. I've made so many different exhibits about this when we were doing this before. And for some reason, when I heard that 8:54, I was like, I feel like I need to write this down because I feel like that's one of those details that isn't on other things. Somehow I must have known was not on this timeline. And I'm looking at it right here. My eyeballs are looking at it. 8:54, Maggie's iPhone camera. I have written down. That is so funny. That is so funny. Let me hear that.
was certainly discussed with
Yeah.
Lieutenant Dove. 8:54:32, the screen comes on, and a couple seconds later, there's a camera access. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay, and that's not on your timeline?
It is not.
Okay. Now
I don't know why he's pointing that out because at this point, Alex is manipulating Maggie's phone. He has her phone, and I guess the point is like it's not on the timeline, but honestly, that's not good because that whole thing, right? Like the Face ID, right, is what it could be. But he also had her password, and we know he got into her phone, was using her phone. So now I will say I did not have the seconds. I had 8:54. I did not have, what do you say, 32? Let me make sure I have it correct. Yeah, 8:54:32. So now I just added the seconds. So
the screen comes on, and a couple seconds later, there's a camera access. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay, and that's not on your timeline?
It is not.
Now that came up in testimony with both experts, and I believe, do you recall Lieutenant Dove said
I
he had
guess
not-
he's trying to suggest she's still alive. Is that what he's trying to do? That seems so crazy. There's no way you can, like, she's alive and taking pictures. Is that what he's trying to do? I guess maybe because, right, what Alex was trying to do with the phone is make it seem like she's still alive, right? And you know why, right? He wants it to seem like she's still alive at a point where the more that can be close in time to when he's leaving for Almeda, the more it can make it seem like she was still alive when he was gone, right? So
that it was possible to find out what caused that, but he had not himself looked to see.
That's correct.
And I believe investigator Grubb said he did not know why. Is that correct?
I believe so.
But it's knowable, according to the previous testimony.
That's correct.
But no one's checked to see.
To my knowledge, no.
And then after that, there's some orientation changes. And then finally, the screen goes off, I believe, for an more extended period of time at 8:55:36.
Mhm.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, after this period, there's nothing else that happens with her phone other than missed calls and text, except that final orientation change. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Now, does that fact that we aren't seeing anything after 8:55:36, does that mean that she was dead at 8:55:36?
Like I said, this is just data that I plotted.
So the answer is no?
I
Or
don't know
does
the
that mean
answer.
that?
I have to go by the data here, and there's no activity.
Right.
You can take that however you want, but there's no activity.
I mean, is it fair, and this isn't trying to be tricky, if use of the phone ceases as
Mhm.
time goes on, it's more and more likely there's something amiss, right? The first second no
assume
one's
so,
using
yeah.
the phone
Mhm.
is normal. I mean, someone might easily go
So
even
literally, he's trying to suggest that is still Maggie using the phone. Which I get it because Barbara's not dumb, right? Their whole thing, this case, let me pull this up. The state did prove successfully time of death based on cell phone usage, right? And so Barbara could see that was where they were going, and he's trying to, rightfully so, disrupt that process from happening. But let me pull this up real quick, speaking of which. I love it, as you guys probably know, whenever Murdaugh comes up with anything, right? I just love it. And it happens all the time. It happens all the time. If you listen for it, you'll be like, wow, like, I mean, almost every day somebody's mentioning Murdaugh. And that's just from what I hear, which is limited because you can't listen to as much stuff when you're live streaming, like when you're doing live streams all the time. I mean, so, but where is it? Don't tell me I deleted it. So, but anyway, I love it whenever Murdaugh gets mentioned, and it does happen all the time. I'm just looking for something here. Here it is. Yay. But anyway, but this is an example. This is one of those examples, right? This is one of those examples. I'm going to show you guys real quick of that happening. So this is Bob Motta. Now he was on, this is when he was on Lawyer You Know, recently. And they were talking about Delphi. But here's what he said about Paul's phone.
It's a house.
You know, it's like when they built that timeline in terms of the time of death with Paul and Maggie's phone and Murdaugh, it blew my mind. That was like the first time I had ever really, in my memory, come across where a prosecutor was really able to build a pretty comprehensive time of death based on phone usage or lack thereof, based on historical usage of Paul's phone. You know what I mean? It was like, and this isn't that. Like they've got it where it's like the phone stopped moving according to her Libby's Apple Health data, and that's it.
So he's just making a distinction there of like
got it where it's like
successful they were with Murdaugh versus in Delphi. So ABC's docket. What were you saying? You weren't there. What were you referencing there? I'm not sure when that came in.
Paul might go 5 minutes without using his phone, but as you keep going on, it gets a little more likely something's wrong, right? Is that fair?
I would say so.
Okay.
But
So
yeah,
it's not an immediate thing that
Trying to change the time of death. Oh, here comes Creighton to object. Wow. Remember, this is the very last witness for the state's case in chief.
we want, but there's no activity.
I mean, is it fair, and this isn't trying to be tricky, if use of the phone ceases as time goes on, it's more and more likely there's something amiss, right? The first second
assume
someone's
so, yeah.
using the phone is normal. I mean, someone might easily go, even Paul might go 5 minutes without using his phone, but as you keep going on, it gets a little more likely something's wrong, right? Is that fair?
I would say so.
Okay.
But
So
yeah, but
it's not an immediate thing that, well, the last you.
You just say let him,
Be able to finish the answer?
yeah, let him finish.
I apologize. You're right. I honestly thought he had finished.
No, he was talking, Barber. Barber got excited.
So it wouldn't be fair to say that if the last usage was at some particular second that the person was dead that second, right? It would create an inference that would increase in strength over time that no one's using the phone, something's wrong, right?
I can't answer that. I mean,
He's
I don't have
trying to shift it.
the
This is the
knowledge on
thing.
that.
He really wants to shift it so that it looks like Maggie was still alive and then she really died when he was gone at Almeda, right? Which is exactly what Alex wanted to happen.
Do you recall in previous testimony, Special Agent Owen said with regard to Almeda and I think a blue raincoat, that it would take in his estimation
Tarp
5 to 10
raincoat
minutes to
gate.
dispose of evidence already wrapped up from this, you recall that?
I do recall.
So to be consistent with the data you have here, well, let me ask this, how long would the test drives was to drive from the kennels to the main house?
I know we did various ones. I'd have to look at the data.
doesn't know.
We did at various speeds. It was very
Minute,
short.
15 seconds?
That'd be a lot, I would say.
Okay. So, and we know that Alex's phone is at the house, right? From 8, it got left at the house. It's not going anywhere since it was up the house with the family.
I just show no activity on it.
Right.
You can assume it is at the house.
But it started showing activity again at 9:02 and 18 seconds. That's when the steps start.
That is correct. 283 steps.
So
He could have actually had his phone on him, but it's because it was
from that
on
8:55:36
him.
to 9:02 with a minute and some seconds to get up to the house, it would have like 5 minutes if it were him to do everything and get back to the house in his house to the phone. 5 minutes.
I think you're missing that the phone was actually locked at 8:49 for Maggie's phone. So the 8:55:36 is just when.
I need to back it up because if memory serves, there was something interesting. Hold on. This question.
It was very
Minute,
short.
15 seconds.
The way he
That'd
asked
be a lot, I would say.
the question.
So, and we know that Alex's phone is at the house, right? From 8, it got left at the house. It's not going anywhere since it was at the house with the family.
I just show no activity on it.
Right.
You can assume it is at the house.
But it started showing activity again at 9:02 and 18 seconds. That's when the steps start.
That is correct. 283 steps.
So from that 8:55:36 to 9:02 with a minute and some seconds to get up to the house, it would have like 5 minutes if it were him to do everything and get back to the house in his house to the phone. 5 minutes.
I think you're missing that the phone was actually locked at 8:49 for Maggie's phone. So the 8:55:36 is just when the backlight is off, but her phone locks forever at 8:49.
But it's moving around, right?
Yeah, Alex has it.
You didn't look at the speed at which it's moving, but that could tell us something. There's a
Okay.
Siri activation. Just asking my question, Your Honor.
What's the question?
Her phone is moving around starting at 8:53, comma.
Good question.
There's a Siri activation near the start of that time, comma, and then there's a camera activation during this time.
What's the
and some
question?
orientation changes, and then it goes off. Is that all correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
That was compound as
And you don't know
fuck.
how fast the phone
by
is
the way.
moving during that period, but that is known. Just no one
Objection,
looked.
compound
Is
as
that
fuck.
correct?
So everything is estimation with the phone. It does not track your exact, speed or distance or steps. It's all estimated. So exact numbers is unknown.
And you have, I assume from your testimony, you don't know
What's
why
not
someone
exact?
would take Maggie's phone but not Paul's phone.
I would not know. I mean, I'm not there.
Well, I think I think there's multiple things, right? Like I said, I think it could be like part of what, when we dug into this, right? I think part of what Alex wanted to do was to confuse the crime scene because he wanted to make the phones show something other than what really happened, right? Like it was the same thing with Paul's phone because with Paul's phone would have dropped in the feed room when Paul was shot that first time and the phone locked at 8:49:01. So for it to get on top of Paul's butt, right? Alex picked it up and put it there and made the whole story about it popped out of his pocket, right? Why? Well, because now it's not where it was, right? Which is in the feed room. Like same thing with Maggie's phone. But also by trying to make it by making it not move with Paul's phone, it's extending it, well, he's wanting it to extend potentially her or push back that time of death, right? To make it seem like she's still alive. But I think if he was going to do that with her phone, he would want to do that with Paul's phone too, which is why I keep going back with this whole thing. I think what happened was it was a mistake. I think that her phone was on that golf cart. He didn't know it was there until he drove off and he was back on the property at the house and he's like, oh, fuck, right? I think it wasn't planned. And then once he had it, he was like, oh, great. And like I said, he's got to make everything look like something it's not, right? So at that point, he had to think on his feet, pivot, and be like, okay, let me walk around with the phone, and then I'm gonna go and put it over here on the side of the road, right? And then hope that, and then literally, what ended up happening with that? That was one of the details where, especially before the trial, everyone's like, but the one thing that doesn't make sense, why is the phone there, right? And everyone's like, why would the phone be there? And people are looking for reasons to explain it. Potentially, that maybe had to do with two killers. So it really did end up working in his favor. I think it was him panicking, but I do think it was one of those details that it's like, well, why is it like that? And the thing that nobody considered is like that it was an accident because he panicked and it was on the golf cart. And again, all the shit that we've talked about. But I've got a thing I can show you guys too if you want to see it for it.
I mean,
I would not
given
know.
your job as a SLED agent, I mean, would the fact that the camera was the phone was in someone's hand and it was an attempt to take a picture, would that be an inference you could draw?
He never said it attempted to take a picture,
Stop.
from what I heard, but
Yeah, no.
you'd have to ask a technical expert on
No,
exactly
they
what
didn't.
that camera
They didn't.
function was for.
No, they didn't. They said it could literally be just from like even if it's like Face ID or whatever, the camera gets activated. Ugh.
Well, you see, the thing is that the technical experts, they're not going to say either, are they? It's some investigators going to
They
have to
did
make some
say.
inferences
They
from the
did
data.
say.
And the question is it a fair inference that if the camera's in somebody's hand and they're trying to take a picture, that might be why the killers take that phone and not the phone that's in somebody's pocket?
So the way I,
What's the basis for the objection?
Argumentative.
The response to by the fence. Any response?
Your Honor, I'm asking the investigator whether
You're asking.
You know, the thing is,
Objection,
this
objection.
also makes no sense because he's saying a killer want to take a picture with Maggie's phone. There was no picture taken. So, okay.
It's argumentative.
Your Honor, I do not believe it's argumentative. I'm asking if an inference would be fair.
I overrule the objection.
So the inference I'm looking at it is that the camera was trying to identify a face to unlock, which it did not. So that is the inference that I would look at that instead of taking a photo from a layperson perspective.
Right, except that's not an inference an investigator would make, correct? A technical expert would go and see what triggered the camera activation and tell that to an investigator, correct?
I was not,
They
but I am
can't-
not the technical person.
And I think we covered in some previous questioning that the testimony has been that that's knowable, but no one has checked. I'll kind of switch over to Paul.
Okay.
And just to sort of summarize everything up, there doesn't seem to be any missed activity until the unread text message from Rogan at 8:49:35. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is it correct that his screen does not ever come on again until after the 911 call?
Is screen coming on?
Yes, sir.
I believe it dies shortly after at like 10:30, so 10:36.
And I'm aware of the screen
Okay.
coming on after the 911 call, but I'm asking, did it come on at any time between this text from Rogan and those after 10 o'clock times?
Let me just double check. I show a display screen on at 10:20:08.
Okay, so the answer is no?
It does turn on. That's what you asked, correct?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was asking if it turns on before the 911 call.
Before the 911 call. For the whole day?
Well, it would be about an hour and
An hour.
10 minutes, but
I'm not seeing a screen on before the 911 call. In that 9 to,
so incoming
time
text
frame.
messages or calls, if they were received, did not cause the screen to come on.
that is correct.
Is it possible, and I understand this may be a question for a technical person, but is it possible that that's because the battery was at 2%?
Like I said, I would not know that answer.
Literally,
Did anyone
you
ask,
just
hey,
said,
why isn't the
Barbara.
screen coming on these notifications?
Unfortunately, I think it's hard to tell, with the experts, but that would be my assumption that it would be either low battery.
Yes.
Trying to conserve the battery because you don't want the light takes so much power. So I would assume that would be the
Don't-
answer.
Let's not have
So
this
after,
late, though.
whatever happened after 8:49, his phone is not prompting him. It's not lighting up when things come in.
I don't know if it's vibrating or whatnot, but according to the data here, it is it's not lighting up.
Now, I think the
Vibrating.
previous testimony
Why
was
would
that
it even
whoever,
vibrate?
if anyone saw his lock screen,
I guess they do.
before
I
the phone went dead.
like literally just guys. Is that even a thing? Like the fact that I don't even remember just goes to show you. I have not. I mean, I've had iPhones for years, and I've never used vibrate. Like if that's even a feature, I don't even like. I forgot about it honestly. Last time I had a phone on vibrate would have been, oh my god, so long ago. It would have been a dumb phone probably. Do they have that as an option? Let me just look. Now I'm like, wait, hold on. What is that even like with an iPhone? I can't even imagine what it feels like for it to have it vibrate. Let me see. um I'm not seeing vibrate. Maybe it's not a thing anymore. General. I don't even know where it would be. Anyway. Let me see. Is it from the control panel? I have no idea. Maybe it's not a thing anymore. Y'all let me know if you know about it.
After the 911 call, would have seen the yo text. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
They would have also seen this 8:49 text, right?
The 8:49.
35.
Interesting.
Or at least a notification that there were multiple texts, correct?
I would assume so. That's correct.
And there were at least 4 incoming calls from Rogan between 9:10 and 10:08. Is that correct?
I'm going to go off of your account.
9:10 and 28 seconds,
Okay.
9:42 and 17 seconds. I think there's one at 9:57,
Okay.
one at 10:08.
Correct.
The one at 10:08, that would be during the 911 call, correct?
That is correct.
And that would be during the 911 call, before Alec Murdaugh leaves the scene to go up to the house and come back.
Based on the data, that's correct.
Where even is it? I can't even find it on the phone where you have that. Do you have an iPhone, Annie?
We don't actually know why the screen came on those two times, do we? At 9:10 and 18, and then 10, 18, and then 10:20.
Oh, okay. You have a Samsung. Okay.
We do not.
You know how long the screen stayed on those times?
I do not have that.
You don't know if it was 12 seconds? Okay.
22 seconds?
At the second one of those, the 10:20:08 screen on, doesn't the Alex Murdaugh's phone indicate he's walking at that time?
So it, we have a start time and an end time. Doesn't mean he's walking during the whole time, but that is what the
Was
phone.
this the start? I'm sorry. Let me just ask. Is this the start? Your Honor,
Wait, what's haptics? No more vibrate. What does that mean? And what does haptics mean? I mean, I'm looking at haptics in the phone. I don't even know what that means. I've never even thought about it. What is that? I have no idea what haptics is. I have mine on never play. Is that vibrating?
screen on. Doesn't the Alex Murdaugh's phone indicate he's walking at that time?
So it, we have a start time and an end time. Doesn't mean he's walking during the whole time, but that is what the
Was
phone.
this the start? I'm sorry. Let me just ask. Is this the start? Your Honor, it's just a clarification.
Did you? As soon as the witness starts talking, then you start talking? Who's talking? Were you talking? Well, go ahead.
So the phone parses the data. It gives you a start time and an end time. Doesn't mean they're walking during that whole time. It just takes a start time and end time and gives you that data. So to say that someone's walking during the whole time would be, unreasonable.
After the 911 call, was Rogan the first person Alex Murdaugh called?
After the 911 call?
Yes, sir.
Calls at 10:06:14. That you said Alex called?
Yes, the first person he called after hanging up with 911. Was it Rogan?
I have at 10:17:46. He calls Randy Murdaugh.
And that's his brother, correct?
That's correct.
Who was the second person he called?
He iMessages Randy and then calls Randy Murdaugh again. And then John Marvin.
John Marvin is another brother, correct?
Yep, at 10:19.
And then the third person he calls is Rogan, is that correct?
At that time, yes.
And is that about 2 minutes and 30 seconds after that first screen on time?
That's correct.
So not immediate, not the first person.
I think you're referring to that question that was previously during the 911 call. This is all after the 911 call.
Right. The question is, it's about 2.5 minutes after Paul's phone screen comes on that there's a call to Rogan, and it's the third person that Alex Murdaugh calls. Is that correct?
That was at 9:08. Wasn't the screen on?
No, 10:18 and 53 seconds.
That'd be correct.
Okay. So I think we went over that anyone who was looking at could see what was on Paul's screen, would see multiple missed messages, calls from Rogan right on the screen.
I would assume.
Even a call coming in during the 911 call.
I would assume, but
Okay. So as an investigator, do you think it would be terribly unreasonable that after calling other family members, someone would call the person who is the best friend of the dead son, who had multiple missed messages and calls, and even a call coming in during the 911 call? Is calling that person to ask what happened, what's going on? Is that, to you as an investigator, an unreasonable thing to do after calling other family members?
I would, as an investigator, I think that would be very odd given the scene and the whole situation that you're on the phone constantly. Yes.
That you're standing there next to your dead son, his phone is ringing for someone, and you call that person after calling other people.
Yes, because I am standing over my son and wife, and it's just witnessing that for the first time. I would think that would be, to have someone on their phone constantly like that right after, given the scene and the situation. Yes, as an investigator, I would think that is very.
It wouldn't be someone trying to find out what happened.
At that moment, that would be the last thing that would probably come through my mind as an investigator.
So, because remember, it's odd because Alex didn't have blood on him. Welcome, Carla.
Trying to figure out what happened. minutes after I discover it. I'd be in a state of shock if that was me
And by the
personally.
way,
And speaking of-
just to that end, right? Even beyond the 17 seconds being a problem, right? I mean, just to reiterate, I mean, it goes without saying, but just to reiterate another problem for him. The fact that he's like, oh, I rolled him over, I checked him, I did their pulses, and he had no blood on him, right? That was another huge problem, just to reiterate that, because one of the things that was so interesting was like with, for example, like even after they collected the remains and whatnot, right? And then like Mark Ball, for example, and John Marvin, they were there the next day, right? At the kennels after they'd taken the deceased people, you know, Maggie and Paul. And, you know, they all talked about how there was so much blood that you couldn't go, they were covered in blood, right? Even without the bodies being there, like it was impossible. So anyway, it's just, I mean, but it's common sense, right? If you go anywhere near them, you're going to have blood. And so the only reason he doesn't, right, or didn't when they showed up, law enforcement, right, is because he hosed off after he killed them, and then he did not check the bodies. Because if he had checked the bodies, that he would have 100%, there would have been blood on the shoe. He would have had blood. He would have had blood. It's one of those things that people always forget about, right? Whenever you've got these cases where somebody murders somebody, and then they're like, yeah, I checked him, I did CPR, whatever the case may be, and it's like a situation where it's like, you would have had blood on you. They never think about that. And they never go put blood on them just to try to support their story. I don't know why aren't they thinking ahead? Anyway.
Kind of a state of shock. I think you have in the timeline later on, he reads some spam text message about, I think there's a picture of a woman in a bikini.
I wouldn't call it a spam text message. It's from Michael Gunn.
Yeah.
It would be one of his
A
friends.
group text.
A group text, yeah.
And then he Googles the name of a restaurant in Edisto Beach. Is that correct?
That is what comes up on his phone extraction.
And doesn't he also call a videographer he hadn't spoken to in years?
Can you give me a page number to refer to?
Yes.
Yes.
Page 42, Brian White, last entry.
That's what the data shows.
So he would seem to be in a state of shock. None of that makes any sense, does it? You're not going to Google the
I'm
name
not-
of a restaurant after you find your son murdered.
I'm not Alex Murdaugh. I don't know what he was thinking at that moment. Probably wouldn't be on my phone.
Really, you wouldn't be calling family?
Might be calling family, but I wouldn't be.
The testimony
Googling
was
and
that
doing
Rogan
stuff.
was family.
Oh, for fuck's
You
sake.
ask a question, if you want him to answer, you have to give an opportunity to answer. Proceed.
I would not be Googling and doing other things with my phone. No.
You think he was, do you believe he was Googling a restaurant, or do you think he was fat fingering?
Oh
food
my
because he was-
God.
I have to go off of the data, and that's what the data shows.
And you believe that calling family and calling someone that the prior testimony was like another son is unreasonable in the circumstances?
I would say so, yes. Given the fact that you just arrived to the scene, yes.
Look at Poot. Poot. What a Poot.
And had just arrived back to the scene, had actually been there at that point, 15, 20, 25 minutes, correct?
That's correct. I'd be doing anything I could to
Oh, for fuck's sake.
help my loved ones.
Slash, you would be grieving. I mean, it's just like, I mean, you know, nothing about anything that Alex did was normal. So, you know, yeah, we'd be here all day. I mean, I fully understand there's not a normal response to grieving and everything, obviously. But in terms of, like, I mean, you know, y'all know I don't have to explain it. I mean, they show up, right? First responders get there, and what's the first thing? My mom has late stage Alzheimer's and boat case, right? I mean, fucking hell.
This now kind of turning back to Maggie's phone. Her screen was on at 9:06 and 12 seconds, right?
Back to
The
this.
last orientation change.
Back to this.
Flip back to it.
Back to this.
You said her screen was on?
Yes.
What you said? Yeah, her phone was locked, but her screen, yeah, for the orientation from previous testimony, the screen had to be on for it to log the orientation changes.
So there was some movement of the phone between 9:06 and 12 seconds and 9:06 and 20 seconds.
That'd be my understanding given
We
previous.
already
testimony.
covered this, Barbara.
And in this period, 9:02 to 9:06 and 47 seconds, Alec Murdaugh is walking, I think, 283 steps in that
I can tell you
time
exactly.
period.
In that timestamp period, correct?
But her phone is not.
It's on the golf cart.
No one's walking with her phone, correct?
Not
The phone
yet.
is not logging any kind of steps.
It's
I don't know if
on the
someone's walking
golf
with it that's not
cart.
logging steps at that time.
But at that time, Alec Murdaugh's phone is logging steps.
His phone's logging from 9:02:18 to 9:06:47. I believe her last log was in the 8 o'clock, the 8:53 to 8:55.
And what actually happens, now I'm remembering,
And at 9:06
I think what happens is he doesn't realize, right. He doesn't realize the phone is on the golf cart. So, okay, he's walking around. He's getting ready to quote unquote go to Almeda, right, for his alibi thing. And remember, again, his key fob registers a thing with the Suburban. And then he calls Maggie's phone to try to be like, again, establishing his alibi. And he sees it light up on the golf cart. I'm remembering now everything that I made in this exhibit. So he sees it light up, and that's when he realizes it's on the golf cart. So that's why he's walking around, right, logging steps. Her phone is stationary. Her phone is stationary because if it was on the golf cart and he drives the golf cart, it's not going to log steps. So it's still on in other words, her phone is on that golf cart, right, up until he chucks it on the side of the road, right? So, with the exception of when he unlocks it to look at, well, actually, if he unlocks it to look at that email, hold on, let me think. You know what? I bet he just didn't even realize that he put it back down. So he would have put it down on the golf cart, and then he would have gone and hosed off and everything, right? And then I bet he just got on that golf. We know he left the hose running. We know he left Bubba out. He would have gotten on that golf cart, probably just forgotten. Anyway, but I have a whole thing for it. It's just interesting. It's like somehow nobody seemed. I think Creighton kind of starts to go there maybe during closing arguments that the phone could have been left on the golf cart. But there's parts to it that, if you really break it down, and not that it was necessary for the trial, but like if you really break it down, you can figure out exactly what happened here because everything's recorded, everything's logged.
In 14 or 15 seconds, Alec Murdaugh calls her phone, correct?
That's correct.
So he calls her phone while walking, or in a period in which his steps are being recorded by the phone, to be specific.
There's a begin time and an end time. He could have stopped walking a couple seconds, couple minutes into it. It doesn't give us that precise data from these phone distractions.
And that time period that he stops walking is 9:06 and 47 seconds, correct? And the car, the Chevy Suburban, starts a second later after that, right?
From the data, correct.
So it's a fair inference that he ends that by walking to the car, getting in and turning it on.
I'm not sure when exactly he got in the car or how long he was sitting in the car before, but this is what the timestamp show, and this is what the vehicle start time shows, and the end time for the steps.
So his phone is stepping, walking, while he calls Maggie's phone, which is moving, but not stepping with him. Is that what the data shows?
That's your inference on the data, but
Well, I mean, breaking it down, his phone is in a period of steps, correct?
unknown when there is steps
Just
during that
his
period.
phone is in this time period of steps, correct?
Correct.
Her phone is not in any period of steps, correct?
Correct.
Her phone in this time period where the phone call is coming in, 9:06, 12 seconds, 20 seconds, there's some motion because there's an orientation change, correct?
That's correct.
And he's calling the phone during this period that his phone's in steps, right, at that moment, right?
I cannot say that he's actually in steps at 9:06:12.
Yes,
That's
and he said
true.
it, but
That's a good point,
his phone
too.
says there's this period that he's walking, and in that period, between the start and end times, he's calling her phone.
That is correct. But you can see during the 911 call too that there's times where someone could be stopped, someone could be walking. So we don't know if he stopped at 9:05:15 and did the orientation changes and he's right at the car. I don't know that.
Do we know, we'll put this, do we have any evidence that her phone and his phone ever moved together? Not speculation, but evidence showing that they're moving together. Same person moving at the same time with both phones.
Moving together, like physically moving or functioning in like,
Yes, that they're both moving. The same person is carrying both phones. They're
Well,
moving
how
at
would
the same time.
Dude, no, that's objectionable because you can't even prove that one person's carrying their own phone, technically speaking, right? Unless they're on a phone call and then somebody else is like, I heard their voice, right? but like literally, because anybody can have anybody's phone. So even if it's just one person, one phone, anyway, just saying.
I would argue that between 906.12 and 920, that the same person has both phones.
Because there's an orientation change and no steps on this phone.
You have an
Steps on this phone.
you have an orientation change starting while someone's calling, looking at the phone during that time period.
And would it perhaps be reasonable that someone has that phone and an incoming call comes in, the screen says Alec Murdaugh, and it gets tossed out a window? Is that another fair possible explanation?
That could be your explanation.
Why would that explanation be less fair than what you just said, based on the data?
So how you interpret the data.
On the drive to Almeda and back, did Alec take any detours from the expected route?
Not that I could see. The route matched up with his interviews.
And in your timeline, we occasionally see these, I guess, infotainment systems coming on, but nothing else happening. The prior testimony was that even the FBI engineer doesn't know why that is. Is that accurate?
That's accurate. He said it could be, you get close to the vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes when I don't know if you newer GM vehicles, you get close to it and you can kind of hear a little buzzing noise. It's almost like the system's booting up. That's how he described it to me. It could be the key fob being closed. It could be the car locking, door opening. Just they don't know what actually caused it, but it's just booting up and running in the background.
When you were looking at the sort of going in and out of park data, did you look at the data for other days than June 7th?
I did not.
So you wouldn't know whether on other days there are periods in which it seems to go in and out of park repeatedly in a short period of time?
I would not.
You wouldn't know if that happened on 6-4, 6-5, or also 6-6?
I would not know. I was focusing on June 7th, 2024.
Would looking at those other days and seeing the same thing happen inform your interpretation of seeing it going in and out of park on 6-7?
I was just looking on the day of the murders.
I mean, if it did that every single day, would it seem unusual to also do it on 6-7?
That'd be a question for Mr. Fakowski, who actually looks at that data as a profession. It would.
He's going to make inferences about behavior based on the data, or is he just going to say what the data is?
He can say what the data is, but I wouldn't know an inference. I don't know someone's driving pattern and how they shift, and how would I know that?
And he would?
How would I know that?
Well, the question really is, if it happens every day, is there anything unusual about it happening on 6-7?
A period of days is not every day. You'd have to look at I would assume a wide range of days to get.
How many?
I don't know.
If it happened every day for the preceding 3 days, would that be enough?
Every day is a new day. I would not, something could happen different on a different day.
That
I don't know
is
how you
true.
could compare that data. You go different places, you do different things happen during drives. I don't think you could accurately show that.
Great. And let's see. So Spencer, this is only your second trial, right? Because your first trial, if I recall, was Deputy Heard, and then it's whatever you were watching here. Because I believe that was you didn't really have any experience, which is awesome. I love it. Like new to trials, right? So this would make it this year like your second exposure to a trial. Because if so, I just want everyone to know, like Spencer has caught on extremely quickly to how a lot of this works. I wonder if he's doing outside research because yeah, most everybody that is usually here has a lot of experience watching trials. Yeah, so that's correct. Yeah, Spencer, well done. Just huge round of applause to you for that, for sure.
You were you showed.
And also, I should add, and also, literally, as far as this trial, which, as everyone knows, Murdaugh is really complicated. He jumped in just the other day where we were at the end of the state's case in chief. So.
And some text messages, and one of them seemed to.
Go Spencer. Go Spencer.
Make a reference regarding possible drug use. Do you remember that?
I do.
And that was dated May 6th.
Do you have it? Do you have the copy pulled out? Are you referring to the text from Paul?
Yes, I am.
To Alex. Okay. I have May 6, 2021 at 10:52.
And then there was some Google searches by Maggie Murdaugh.
That is correct.
Are you aware of a text from Alec regarding pills to Maggie on May 7?
I would have to see the text.
Show you what's been marked as minutes 138, which I believe.
Which reminds me, I need to remember y'all, something that just I'm reminding myself and for you guys. I've been forgetting to update. So at some point I was like, I need to keep a running list of all the trials that I've watched and or covered, like gavel to gavel, because someday I'm not going to remember them all. And also like just to keep track, right? Like for many reasons. Anyway, so I started doing that and I've been forgetting to update it. And I'm like, oh my God, who knows how many trials have passed that I've watched that since I started. I'll have to pull up that list. But for anyone who has considered that, I think it's a great idea. And I also, if you're doing that, reminder, we all need to remember to update it. You're welcome,
Yep.
Spencer.
I'm very sorry that I do this all to you. I love you. Yep.
This is them trying to prove that Alex has a drug addiction.
That's what I made it.
Bad. Elmo!
So this was Mr. Murdaugh's response to being confronted about the bills that you previously read.
I can only assume this is from Alex to Maggie. The text message I read was from Paul to Alex.
So his family was aware of his drug issues, correct? I mean, from the texts.
I would assume from the text.
And he was aware that they were aware, correct?
Correct.
And they appear to be loving and supporting.
Well, this is Alex to Maggie. If you read other text messages, she never responds to this that day, from what I saw. So I don't know, unless you have what she sent back, or if you can't ask them, I don't know if they were loving and supporting of it. This is from Alex to Maggie.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to see further text messages. Further questions, Your Honor?
Indirect.
May it please the court.
Woo! We'll do a swoop for redirect. I'm just looking at my list. I'm like, holy shit, I know I'm missing a whole lot of trials on here. See, the problem is like, it's just like with the repertoire list for music, right? Like there's no way I could possibly there's just no way I could remember. Even by the time I was in like 5th grade, there's no way I could remember, even if I tried to make a list, all of the pieces of music I play. There's just way too many. This isn't nearly as bad as that, but like I'm looking at it and I'm like, I should have been remembering to update this, and I don't even know how many things I'm missing now. But anyway, so we're gonna do swoop for redirect. You don't get a lot. You don't get anything wrong, Spencer. And if you do, even if you did, it's fine, right? There's nothing wrong with making mistakes. We make mistakes all the time. Everybody makes mistakes all the time. And sometimes Google is to blame. That's why Carl is making those jokes, because Google led everybody astray. Well, okay. Google was dumb because, was this yesterday? Here's what Carl is referencing, by the way. We were watching the, Kenny Kinsey and whatnot, and talking about the order of the shots to Paul, right? And, there was the buckshot and the bird shot. And I kept saying, the first shot was buckshot, right? 9 pellets. And then the second shot was the fatal one, was the bird shot with like 150 pellets. And Carla said it was the other way around. And I'm not blaming, and it's not her fault. So she Googled it. And so she sent me the screenshot or the link with the Google, and the Google said that the first shot was bird shot and the second shot was buckshot. And it's like, all I had to do, and it shocked me that Google was that wrong, because all I had to do was go find literally like a random part of just that testimony from Kenny Kinsey, even though you could have gone to opening statements, you could have gone to the medical examiner, even just from what we were listening to. And I just picked like a random segment, and the number of times all in a row, Creighton and Kenny Kinsey went back and forth and all kept saying, yes, that first shot, the buckshot, over and over and over again. It's like, how could Google even be that wrong? Like, it's really kind of surprising. I don't know how you get that, unless you literally don't pay any attention to any of it. So I don't know how it did that, but Google failed miserably on that one. So yes, we're doing a little swoop here for redirect. Let's see. we'll do this one from Depth Be Heard in honor and celebration of Spence being here and everybody. But yeah.
But you'll agree with me, justice in general is a good thing?
Big fan of justice.
Yeah, me too. No further questions.
Great moment from Depth Be Heard there.
I was going.
Yeah. I mean, really, it's literally like if you Google, like, I don't know, what color is the sky? And it's like brown. It's like literally, it's like, how can you be that wrong and that bad? Google. Oh, I didn't know your daughter sang. That's awesome. Yeah, as far as like boxes of music, I'll just say I'm gonna update the thing too. So I have crates and crates and crates and crates and crates. If you guys watch the orchid videos, you guys will see, I guess they're the members only ones, but like you guys will see shots inadvertently where I've got some crates of music that are just next to the orchids, but that's not all. I've got multiple crates of music here, but then at my mom's house, from floor to ceiling, it takes up an entire closet, and the closet is big, filled with crates of my sheet music. It's just so much sheet music. And I mean, it's there because there's no, I mean, like a lot of that is I've just collected it over time. And, but even just from what I'm looking at right now, I mean, there's just so much sheet music. It's insane. So what am I doing? Oh yes, I'm updating my pinned comment here. Okay.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have you go to the jury room for a short break.
Oh, that's right. Redirect. Yeah, again, for Spencer or anyone, please feel free to ask questions too if you guys have other questions, whether it be about the facts of the case or anything related to trial procedure or whatever. Because the other thing I will mention too, again, for Spencer, very brave, right? Civil and criminal are very different. So you know.
Bring the jury.
And it's so funny because we did a revisiting Depth Be Heard. There's certain trials where it's like you miss them. So we did a revisiting Depth Be Heard, and we're literally doing that with Murdaugh right now. Because it's like there's some trials that are just so good.
Almeda, is that right?
That is correct.
You miss it when you don't watch it. You know what I mean? Because Spencer was like, I miss it. And I'm like, I understand.
Thank you. May proceed.
Special Agent Rudofski, a couple matters I have up on the screen. This is from your cast slides from the defendant's trip coming back from Almeda. Is that right?
That is correct.
And going to this next slide, and this is the trip, what was the max speed the defendant hit on this trip back from Almeda back to Moselle? Approximately?
I believe it was
Oh,
around
that's
70.
odd. Interesting.
I'm sorry, the trip back to Moselle, that would have been around 80.
80?
Yep, the previous
And
one was around 70.
Did the data, while he was still at Almeda, did it reflect that the vehicle paused for a period of time in the driveway before continuing?
It did.
And would that pause affect that average speed that you calculated
It would.
in that time?
That was on the railroad tracks.
I want to go to page 22 of your condensed timeline.
Well, there's also, I just have to say, there was also that live stream where we had somebody in the chat who's new to the Adelson case and Googled like I don't remember if she Googled who's Donna or who's Wendy. I think she Googled like who's Donna Adelson, right? Probably didn't want to ask because we all were super familiar, right? This is where this came from with this command. So so she Googled like who is Donna Adelson, and I think I have a picture saved on my computer because she sent a screenshot of it. And literally, here's what it said: something like Donna Adelson is the mother of Wendy Adelson and is married to Wendy Adelson. So it said that Donna was the mom and the daughter, and she was asking these questions in the chat. I'm like, wait, what? And then she sent the thing on Discord, and I was like, oh my God. And that's where we got Wenda and Glendy from. And it was like, how do you get this wrong? Like, how?
Okay.
Glendy.
And up at the top, tell the jury what time period the data reflects that Maggie Murdaugh's backlight was off.
It shows from 9:07 p.m. to 9:31:44 p.m.
And during the entirety of that time period, does the data reflect that her phone was also locked?
It does.
Could turn to page 18. Page 19, my apologies.
Okay.
From 8:53 to 8:55, what does the data reflect? Any steps logged on Maggie's phone?
The data reflects Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone shows 59 steps logged.
Can the data tell who was holding that phone during that time period?
It does not, no.
If you could turn to page 39, please. At 10:20:08, what happens, if anything, on Paul's phone?
Paul's iPhone, it shows display on, screen auto lock.
Screen auto lock?
That's correct.
And what is your understanding again of auto lock?
My understanding of auto lock, so the phone is already locked, but it's just an automatic feature that when the screen turns on, it just auto locks. It just logs it as auto locks, even though it's already locked.
Could that be from not recognizing a face?
Either a face or, pushing the button on the side, but yeah.
What's the next entry on your timeline after that screen on auto lock on Paul's phone at 10:20:08? Very next entry at 10:21:25.
Alex calls Rogan. So at 10:20:08, we have that screen on and auto lock, and at 10:21:25, Alex calls Rogan Gibson.
In preparing this timeline here today for the jury and for this investigation, what was your specific job with that timeline?
The specific job was just to take all the data that we collected throughout this whole investigation and put it in one concise document.
Synthesize it together in one timeline.
That is correct.
From multiple sources.
From multiple sources.
Provided to you by experts.
That is correct.
Thank you, Special Agent Rudofski.
Wonderful.
Anything further?
Oh my God, a recross? Are we really? You're really doing a recross? We're doing a recross? Oh my God.
I think there was some, a question was asked about peak speeds to and from Moselle. Did you look to see if he passed anyone on the way there or back?
When you passed anyone? Like a vehicle?
Yes, that his car passed another vehicle on a 2-lane road.
I don't know how I'd be able to tell that, this data.
So you don't know if a very fast peak speed was simply gunning it past another car?
I do not. But at that late night hour, I would think that'd be with, the area, not a lot of people out.
I
Yeah.
mean, that's just total speculation. You don't know if there's another car. out
Just
there or
like
not.
yours is total speculation,
Right.
that you passed someone.
You don't
That'd be
know.
correct. Yep, I do not know.
You don't know if there were any other cars out there to pass. You don't know if he was passing another car. You just don't know, do you?
I do not, just like with your first question.
Meg, what are
And
you
you also
talking
don't know why Paul's phone, the screen came on those 2 times at 10:18 and 10:20, do you?
I do not physically know.
That second time that the phone came on was at that moment, Alec was actually on the phone with John Marvin, correct?
At what time?
The second time that the phone came on, 10:20, and I believe it was 8 seconds.
So at 10:28 seconds, that's when we have the display on. And at 10:21:25, Alex calls Rogan.
And at 10, when the display comes on, at that very second, Alec Murdaugh was on the phone, his phone, with John Marvin, correct?
If you do the math, I believe so, correct.
And this was also during a period in which, according to his phone, he's walking around, though again, we don't know if he was walking that exact second, but it's during a period of steps.
It's during a
correct?
period, correct.
Walking around on the phone with John Marvin. No further questions, Your Honor.
Oh,
Step
okay.
down.
That's really funny. I was literally just trying to update the pinned comment, and then now he's done. So let's see what happens next. Calling the motion for a directed verdict.
From the state.
Your Honor, as discussed, we request a very brief recess for housekeeping matters.
Meg, what were you saying?
All right, the housekeeping matters are noted. Any further witnesses by the state?
Not this time, Your Honor.
State rests. Housekeeping matters.
The housekeeping matters, and then, yes, at that point, the state will formally rest. Yes, sir.
Formally rest.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room. For another break.
That's
Please
standard.
not
So
discuss the
what
case.
that is so remember, you can't. Okay. during your case in chief, that's when you get things into evidence. And there's a handful of exceptions. So basically what it is that for the state, right, they want to make sure, they need to make sure, and this is common, they want to make sure that they've got all their evidence in before they formally rest, because then it'll be too late. So the housekeeping, and let me see here. And then what'll happen is they'll have a motion for a directed verdict. And so rarely, like the defense can get items into evidence during the state's case in chief. You rarely ever see it, but it's happened a handful of times in the Casey Anthony trial. And I feel like maybe we saw something kind of like that in chart. I don't know. Sometimes you'll see them go for it and it doesn't work, but usually it's done during cross. Maybe Karen Reed, it happened once or twice, but it's very very unusual. So they're sending the jury out. Let's see, do they put anything else on the record here at this moment? Yep, here we go.
What do you have?
Wanted to do, as my practice is just one final exhibit check, make sure that there was nothing missed. We'll just take a moment.
Literally what I was just saying, one final exhibit check. There it is.
You're on.
Oh, that's weird. Your messages were the only ones joined for a while? What do you mean, in chat?
Motion that we will make. I mean, perhaps we could do it while the jury's out, but then he can formally.
That's why I did it in the manner in which I did it. We'll do it that way.
Okay, thank you.
Literally, it's like a 3-minute break. Wow, I guess that's all I needed for the exhibits.
To prove the charge in the indictment.
Okay, here's the motion for directed verdict. So this is done outside the presence of the jury, and you guys may have probably heard me say before. I'm going to put it in that Spencer's asking, yeah, Chelsea. So what's with the recross? What do you mean? In case, like, are you asking because I didn't get to update my pinned comment? Because I didn't. It was so I just didn't have time because it was so quick. Oh, okay. Haven't seen that. Yes, great question. Thank you for that question, Spence. Yes. So here's what it is. So when you have both sides have their case in chief, right? So you're gonna have your direct, right, and then you're gonna have your cross, and again, just to reiterate, on direct you're not supposed to lead the witness. On cross, generally you're allowed to. I say generally because some of you guys might think always, but I'll tell you what, I've seen trials that are exceptions. Almost always, right, you're allowed to lead on cross, and also almost always you're given a lot more latitude on cross. What do I mean by that? That when you're on cross, you can ask questions beyond what was just asked in direct. Now, the reason I say there's exceptions is because in the Casey Anthony trial with that particular judge, he does not allow leading on cross or direct, right? I mean, if people object. And also, it's crazy. This is the only time I've ever seen this where on cross, you can object to outside the scope of direct. Never seen it ever happen before, ever. That's never done. Normally on cross, the point is it's like giving you enough rope to hang yourself, right? So I'm mentioning this for a reason, okay, to answer Spencer's question. So on cross, they can, and the reason being is because it's not their witness, right? And so they can ask questions, and it's sort of like it's a strategy thing, right? Because we saw like with Barber, perfect example with Rudofski, right? The questions he asked, he was really just kind of going on the fly with some of it, right? And it was like, and I even said, I was like, wow, that's kind of risky because he has no idea what he was going to say, right? And he's like taking that gamble. So you might, as a defense attorney, right, you might be thinking, okay, well, I really want a lot of latitude. I'm going to go way outside of direct. Sometimes cross exams last way longer than direct. Well, this is also where the strategy comes in, because when they go for redirect, always, they can only redirect on what you brought up in cross. So you guys see the strategy there? So that's where you might want to limit your cross, because, so for example, if there's a cross examination and they ask 3 questions and then state comes up for redirect, or defense, if it's the defense's case in chief, whoever comes up for redirect literally can only redirect on those same 3 questions, and that's it. So there's a strategy there. Same for recross. Recross is only to address what was brought up on redirect. So hopefully that makes sense. You don't see it that often, but you do see it. In fact, there's sometimes where you have, because I always label it, sometimes you'll have redirect and recross. It's not all that common, but the reason it happens is if, again, they adhere to the rules where it's like they are allowed to follow up on those same questions, but sometimes you get an answer that's not expected. And that answer can lead to some new information. And if that happens, and the other side wants to follow up on that new information, right, to get the last word, the judge will allow that typically, right? I mean, and the judge is usually pretty clear or aware on when there's new stuff, because sometimes they already can tell when the other side's going to want to come back up. And so sometimes there's multiple rounds. So yeah. And Amber, they did that. It happened a lot in Debt Be Heard. It did. Yes. And so, yeah. And opening the door can happen by any side, anytime. It just depends on what the motion in limine is for and who made the motion in limine. And remember, motion in limine can be to include or exclude, and they can be made by either party. So, but the only party that can open the door for their own issues is they have to do it to themselves. Like, shout out to Radiohead, as I will say. Correct. Yes, that's how they got Kate Moss in. Yep, because Amber opened the door on herself. Yep. And that's one of the things that's great about this trial, Murdaugh, right? Because the opening of the door is so huge in this case. There's so many layers of it. And there's like, 3 trials within a trial, and it's amazing. Yes. So that's the answer to the recross. And then, right. So what I was doing is updating this, right? So the motion for a directed verdict. So this is one of those things that is, par for the course, right? It's kind of just one of those things that's done just like what's the word I'm looking for? Like obligatory, I guess you could say, or like, what's the other word I'm looking for? Par for the course, right? It's just sort of, what's the other word I'm looking for? I don't know. I can't think of it. Maybe I'll think of it when I'm not trying to. But in other words, usually you see these motions for directed verdict, and it's like just sort of, they're just going through the motions. Like they don't actually really maybe think that like it's going to go anywhere and da-da. And one thing I always talk about is like in the Casey Anthony trial, then that motion for directed verdict, I will get emotional just thinking about it. I do every time. It is so outstanding. And I've never seen anything like it, and probably never will again. That motion for a directed verdict is incredible. And it is just so fucking worth watching. Okay, but for now, I'm going to go ahead and update this. So 18. So basically what this is doing is asking the judge, look, the state didn't prove their case. Can we just go ahead? Can you just go ahead and direct a verdict of not guilty because they didn't prove their case? And it's one of those things where if you don't do it as a defense attorney, it's a huge appellate issue. So they always do it. But it's just that they aren't always that compelling. And I've never seen it where it's like what we saw with the Casey Anthony trial. That, again, it's just so incredible and I was totally not expecting that, because this is one of those things where it's like usually when it happens, you're like, okay, let's just get this over with. And like, then we can move on to the defense case in chief. Right. And they're very, very, very rarely granted. I've seen it once where it was granted. It was a trial that I wasn't even watching, but it was such a big deal that the motion for a directed verdict was granted that I learned about that thing. And I forget what it was. It was some murder case, right? And the defense wasn't expecting it either. It was hilarious. It was the defendant was like a lot older. I think he was in a wheelchair. But anyway, it was clear they were not expecting it. They were like, and like they did the motion for directed verdict, and they're just like, yeah, state they don't have a case. And like the dude fucking was unhandcuffed and walked out of the courthouse that moment. Like, it's wild. Done. So anyway, all right.
Knows after the evidence is closed that there's a failure of competent evidence tending to prove the charge of the indictment.
Thank you.
The defendant is entitled to a directed verdict. The court should consider only the existence or non-existence of the evidence and not its weight. In this case, Your Honor, the evidence is is exclusively circumstantial.
Yeah,
And State v. Dent, the South Carolina Court of Appeals in 2021 explained that the standard to be applied when the state relies upon circumstantial evidence is that all of the circumstances must be consistent with each other, and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. If their circumstances merely portray the defendant's behavior as suspicious, the proof has failed. And also, another legal doctrine that we would point out is mere presence at the scene of a crime without more is insufficient to constitute guilt. The reason I say that legal doctrine, Your Honor, is at most what the state has proven and offered of proof is that the defendant was at the Kennels at 8:44. He misstated that he was there, or he lied about he was being down there, and that raises a level of suspicion, and that they have concocted a cell phone timeline to come up with a time of death without any actual evidence of time of death. And there is no direct and frankly circumstantial evidence presented that the defendant shot and killed his wife Maggie or son Paul. As the evidence established, the murderer would have had blood and biological material on him or her. The murderer would have had blood on his or her clothing. The murderer would have murder weapons. The murderer or murderers would have evidence of disposing of murder weapons on property vehicle. And there's no evidence that.
I did watch some of that, although it went on for like 12 years. So I'm sure you mean they had some successful directed verdicts. Yeah. I remember hearing about it. When some of that was going on, there was like so much other stuff going on. I forget which trial it was. It might have been around the time that the Zachary Hughes case was happening. That trial came in and out in 2 weeks, like a tornado, landslide, an earthquake, a volcano, a fire, an avalanche, a tsunami. What else am I missing? A comet. That trial was the most fucking. So anything that happened during that time, people that were following the Zachary Hughes trial, it was like everything else is on hold. So, but I did follow that as much as I could, but it was just not easy. But it was a very, man, the fuckery with that judge. It was so wild. It was so wild. And it does make it hard when it goes on for so long. And especially when like they would be gone, you know what I mean? Like they would have those periods of time where they weren't in court for so long. And then it's like, okay, well now it's like the other cases, anyway, that was wild. Absolutely fucking wild case.
Alec Murdaugh had any of this. He had no blood from the brutal murder of his son Paul. He had no DNA from Paul on his clothing in an area where you would expect to find it if he had shot his son, which he did not. There's no GSR on his clothing or clothes that is inconsistent with Alec holding a shotgun for protection. The state has proven at most that he was at the Kennels at 8:44 p.m. The state does not have proof of time of death. The state does only have proof of when the last time Paul and Maggie used their phones. Most importantly, and as I mentioned earlier, the law is clear. Mere presence at the scene of a crime is insufficient to establish guilt. Although, to be equally clear, Alec Murdaugh was not at the scene of the crime at the time his wife and son were murdered, and there's no evidence that he was. And for that reason, we move for directed verdict.
That is
Yes, sir. By the state.
bizarre.
Your Honor,
Y'all, that was what, 2 minutes? Oh my God. This is just going to make me want to watch the one from Casey Anthony just to show you, just so you guys can have a comparison. That was wild. I mean, wow. That's even less try than I expected. Even when the bar is so low, I expected no try. That was even less than that. I can't even believe it. That's hilarious, Spencer.
Looking at the evidence that's been presented by the state, first of all, without detailing every bit of evidence, there's been ample evidence of the motive evidence presented in this particular case. The years of embezzlement and theft and the exposure, very significant exposure that the defendant was facing as June the 7th approached, would include the loss of a job, the loss of a career, the loss of his bar license, the loss of years of wealth, the potential to lose everything in his own words. You've heard evidence about a confrontation June 7th on those matters that very day, as well as the vote hearing that was upcoming. And the effects that would have. Also heard extensive evidence of the defendant's financial condition on that day as it moved forward. Also evidence, Your Honor, of his ongoing narcotics addiction and how those particular things were relevant to what was going on as it related to the victims. There's been evidence, and again, as Your Honor is aware, the evidence must be taken in the light most favorable to the state, that family weapons were used to murder Maggie and Paul. You've heard evidence from the defendant's own mouth about a missing shotgun. And of course, we have extensive evidence about the missing blackout, that being the replacement gun. Of course, you've heard evidence that the defendant claimed that was missing at Christmas time, but there was evidence from Will Loving that gun was present and being used, including at the side of the house as late as turkey season, just a couple months prior to the murders. And that from the firearms expert, that the cases found around Maggie's body were cycled through the same weapon. The murder weapon cycled the same cases as weather cases that were found at the side of the house, consistent with what Will Loving testified, as well as at the shooting range across the street. You've additionally heard that the same exact brand and weight of ammo that was used to kill Maggie was found throughout the property, as well as the same buckshot and birdshot ammo as well. There's been evidence presented by the state as to the defendant's trip to Almeda and his interaction with Shelley Smith after the murders, as well as the bringing the raincoat in. Additionally, that he left and moved his dad's truck in a four-wheeler, and that the raincoat contained high levels of GSR. There's been evidence presented in this particular case inconsistent with the defendant's statements to law enforcement, multiple changes of clothes that particular day, as well as evidence from Blanca that the clothes that he was wearing in the Snapchat video were never seen again, as well as the fact that the earlier clothes that he was wearing were not seen either. You have evidence that the defendant claimed that he was unaware that Maggie was coming to Moselle, or he did not ask for that, but you've heard evidence from multiple sources, including a text message that he specifically asked the victim to be present on that day. Your Honor, he was found in possession of a shotgun that cannot be excluded as a murder weapon that also had Maggie's blood on it. And then, of course, Your Honor, we have extensive phone and other digital evidence, and I don't need to reiterate the last witness, but that's been presented from multiple witnesses and multiple sources of a timeline. The defendant, of course, claimed that he was never at the scene, and the evidence shows, pursuant to the state's theory and reasonable inferences therefrom, that he was at the scene, contrary to what he told everyone who would listen. Just minutes, he's at the scene with the two victims, just minutes before, under the state's theory and reasonable inference.
Hey, does anybody notice? Let me move. Hold on. Let me move this. Give me a second.
From the evidence, the victims were killed. Additionally,
there's a special someone in the gallery. Does anybody know who I'm talking about? I'll give you all a hint.
His conduct in the timeline after that, there's a number of reasonable inferences.
On the defense side, so the left, right? That was the left, right? On the left, like the defense's side, couple rows back, does anybody see a familiar face on the far right-hand side?
It's about that are consistent with the defendant's guilt.
Anybody see a familiar face?
Summarize a month's worth of evidence. That is the summary. Happy to address the timeline more, but I know that Your Honor just heard it in great detail.
There's a motion for a directed verdict that's made at the end of the state's case. The court is concerned with whether there is any evidence, either direct or circumstantial, which reasonably tends to prove the guilt of the accused, or from which.
So it's such a low. The burden here is so much lower, right? It's not beyond reasonable doubt. It's really more like akin to clear and convincing standard, which would be like your 85%, right? It would be more akin to that.
Which the guilt of the accused may be fairly and logically deduced. In this case, we have had, is it day 20 now?
He counts
I
the
guess
jury
18 days of direct and circumstantial evidence. And the law makes no distinction between the weight or value to be given either direct evidence or circumstantial evidence.
In case anyone's wondering, what is the direct evidence he's referring to? He's referring to the Kennel video. That's what he's referring to. The Snapchat video. That is, he's counting that as direct evidence, which is telling. Who is it? Oh. Okay, I'm sure it'll show the gallery again, and then I'll point it out.
Nor is a greater degree of certainty required of circumstantial evidence than of direct evidence. Cases can be proven by direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or a combination of the two. At this stage of the proceedings, there's evidence to support a guilty verdict if it is believed by the jury. I therefore deny the motion for a directed verdict. Ready to roll with the defense?
Rock and roll, Your Honor.
Rock and roll.
Okay, so the person who I'm talking about, can y'all see my mouse? He's right here. Can you guys?
Right, well,
oh my God, sorry. I know it's kind of hard to tell. Can you guys see my mouse? You have to really know who this person is, probably, to see them from here and know who it is. Okay, if you guys can see my mouse, do y'all see who that is? I'll give you a hint. They're about to start the defense case in chief, and it's the first witness, very infamously.
Take a 30-second stretch and bring the jury out and press on.
Press on, he says. That's a new one. Love Judge Newman.
Believed by the jury. I therefore deny the motion for a directed verdict.
I go backwards in time? I meant to go forward in time.
Ready to roll with the defense. Bring the jury out and press on.
It's the next witness, guys. You'll see here in a sec.
And you may call your first witness.
Okay, I want to hear.
Madam Floor Lady,
All right,
how's the jury doing? Doing good.
we are now.
Very good.
Okay, we're now.
You have heard
We're now starting the defense case in chief.
the state's case is now the defense's turn.
Y'all
And you
get
may call
ready.
your first witness.
Buckle up, guys. Oh my God.
All right. Coroner Richard Harvey, please.
Guys, you guys. Here he is. Here he comes. Here he comes. Look at him go. Here we go. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You would, sir, be seated. State your full name for the record. Spell the last part.
And before we begin testimony, I think Mr. Waters, you're going to formally rest.
May it please the court, Your Honor. In the matter of the indictments of the defendant Alec Murdaugh for the murders of his wife Maggie and his son Paul, the state of South Carolina rests.
The state is rested, and now it's the defense's turn.
Get it. Creighton. All right, here we go.
My name is Richard Harvey.
And,
Oh my God. I can't. I'm already going to
Mr.
dial up.
Harvey, you are an elected official here in Colleton County?
Yes, sir. I am the coroner of Colleton County.
Okay, and briefly describe your duties to the jury so they understand what a coroner does.
We basically investigate any death that occurs outside a hospital, any death that dies within 24 hours of admission to the hospital, any emergency room death is reported to the coroner's office as well.
He is still famous. Again, like when how I was referencing how Murdaugh comes up almost every day with other cases. Literally, I think that almost every day I hear somebody mention, I don't want to say his nickname in case I don't want to spoil it for anyone who hasn't figured out who this is yet. But I hear this nickname come up almost on a daily basis. It's pretty crazy. Yep.
And primarily our responsibility is to do an investigation as to the cause of their death, including medical records, autopsies, and that's basically my responsibility is to determine what the cause of death and the manner of death is.
So,
Oh my God.
you don't have a medical degree, though?
No, sir.
Okay.
But I was one of the first medically trained coroners in the state of South Carolina.
Okay.
I believe it because he's from the 1800s. I have to say, of the many things that I love trials for in this trial, this is the trial where, at least for me, I made sure that I understood very clearly, and for everyone else who's following this our first time through, we all know what is the difference between a coroner, a medical examiner, and a forensic pathologist. In fact, again, I have a whole presentation saved on my external hard drive doing that because people use them interchangeably. And really, it was never clear to me until this case or this trial that coroner is just an elected official. It's an elected position, and they don't have to have any medical training. And it's really just a ceremonial thing.
And how long have you been coroner?
This is
Good
my
morning.
30th year.
Welcome back, Miss Mandy. Happy to see you again.
So let me talk a little bit about in general. Well, no, let me just go ahead and cut to the chase here.
Yeah, cut to the
you
chase.
You have a file with you, and I believe it's a file concerning the deaths of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh.
I do.
And how did you get notified of their deaths?
I was actually notified by one of my deputies who was on call that evening. And anytime there's a homicide along that lines, in most cases, I attend those. And he was on call. And basically he told me he also has another job because he's only part-time. And he told me, he says, look, I can't stay. He says, I've got to work tomorrow morning. He says, I hate to dump this on you, but he says, but
Literally none of this matters at all.
this is going to be yours.
So you took, well, first, let me back up for just a second.
Yeah, back
Did you
up.
respond? And if so, what time did you get to the scene? And I'm going to lead you and say in Moselle.
I'm going to lead you. And he just looks over there. Like, what is happening? This is so surreal. This is so surreal. And I've got another clip I'm going to pull up too here in a sec.
I was notified at 23:04, which is 11:04 in the evening.
Okay.
And I arrived on the scene.
Look at him reading off of his thing, and he didn't even ask to.
Let me back up there.
Why did
I
dude?
arrived
What?
on the scene at 23:04.
Did
I
he
was
not-
actually notified about 22:30 by my deputy who was on call.
So 22:30 would be 10:30?
Yes, sir.
So you got notified at 10:30, you got on the scene at
11:04.
and were you by yourself?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to jump ahead a little bit. Did you
Jump
process the
ahead.
scene? Did you have somebody take, did you take photographs or something?
Yes, sir, I did.
Those, so the photographs in your file
Yes,
are
sir.
your photographs?
Yes, sir.
And in taking those photographs, did you, for instance, go into the feed room and take some photographs?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And had that crime scene been processed by SLED at that point?
No, sir.
Sled.
Did you do anything to, I mean, and I'll be frank with you, there's some footprints that have been identified as law enforcement or perhaps your folks that were in the feed room, perhaps in blood, before SLED had finished processing. Are those your folks or SLED or who do you know?
I'm unaware of those.
Okay. So when you took those photographs, did you take precautions to, how do you not disturb evidence?
We've always kind of followed a pattern that we follow the same path in and the same path out. Therefore, we don't cross over into any possible
he knows something. Which is good.
assailants.
Okay. And again, you're preserving evidence to, it's a homicide, so this is your
Correct.
case, right? And you do that pursuant to state law.
Yes, sir.
And and we've received your photographs. Thank you for those. I think you gave us
Hello.
SLED also, correct?
Yes, sir.
Welcome, welcome to any new
And
school
so
friends. We love having
performed
you.
a function also. I've looked at the death certificates of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh, and you have a time of death of 9 o'clock. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's go through, when you begin to examine the body to determine the time of death, tell me how you do that.
Okay.
Well, initially that evening, when I initially got there, I was told that SLED was coming, which I knew, depending on where SLED was coming from. It depends. It could be an hour, it could be 2 hours. It all depends on what part of the state and what group is actually coming to you. My initial processing
Here we go.
was that I went and checked both bodies,
Okay.
and I simply put my hands in their armpits
Mhm.
to determine how warm they are. This is one of the things we do sometimes to try and estimate a time of death. Is the body cold? Is the body warm? And one of the other things we check for is what they call rigor. And rigor is basically
Rigor mortis, guys. He calls it rigor. So,
when a person dies, the body goes through this process. And as it goes through this process, your joints start to stiffen up. And when I initially got there, that was all I did initially because I knew SLED was coming.
So is rigor or rigor? I'm not sure how you pronounce it.
I call it rigor.
I call it rigor, but so.
Oh my God.
If you allow me to say rigor.
That's fine.
I've never said rigor. Was there rigor or rigor?
There was not.
Okay, so these folks.
you know who would say Riger? Breenan. Breenan would say Riger. Breenan would say Riger. He would. Just like Incisors and what was the other one? Stiffle. He would say Riger. Oh my God. Now I can't. He would say Riger. He would say Riger, just like he says Incisors and Stiffle.
Then a couple hours.
1 to 3 hours typically is what they say that rigor should start developing.
Okay, and in terms of trying to estimate or get it a little bit closer than 1 to 3 hours, you took your hand. Show me what you
And
did.
this is where I remember. So I was watching this live back in the day. And anyone that was watching this trial knows how they roll here. And you know exactly what's coming. Just like when Creighton got on the floor and said, come behind me. I'm going to get down on the floor on my hands and knees, come behind me. We all saw it was coming. And it's the same thing here. And it's like, no. And like I said, we're going to watch some of this. And then I'm going to pull up a really funny video of people, EDB and me reacting to it that I put together from a while ago. But it's really fucking funny. But anyway. But it's like every time I'm seeing this, I'm seeing this and I'm like, it's in slow motion in my mind. And I'm like, I know exactly what's going to happen. And it's like a train. It's like, you don't want to, it's like covering up your eyes, but you have to look, but you can't look, but like you have to look, that type of thing.
And you did it both for Paul and Maggie?
Yes.
We don't want to make people cry, but we love to laugh. Here we go, guys. Get ready.
And they were laying on the ground, both of them, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you move them?
No.
Okay, so.
They were covered with a sheet initially when I got.
Right, so let's have you stand over.
Okay.
Oh,
Here,
no.
so the jury can see me. And you went up to Paul, and where did you put your hand?
I have to think now which way Paul was laying.
I'm not worried about
Right.
that.
Okay.
Right.
Basically, what I did is I lifted his arm up just a little bit here, and I stick my hand up into the armpit. And that's one of the central areas of your body without using the only other choice is a
Look at poo. Look at you guys. Look at Boot.
Rectal thermometer. And in most cases, when you have that many people around, I'm not going to pull somebody's pants down to utilize the rectal thermometer. So I stick my hands in their armpit.
Oh my
and like I say, I can get an idea, I mean, how warm they are.
Okay, and you did the same thing to Maggie.
I did the same thing.
Okay, because real quick, we're going to jump over to the little clip I was just talking about because I can't wait anymore because it's too funny. So this is what I was talking. This is the mashup I did of me and EDB both reacting to this. It's short, but this is y'all. It's funny.
It's a house.
Road to crew.
And I simply put my hands in their armpits to determine how warm they are. This is one of the things we do sometimes to try and estimate a time of death. Is the body cold? Is the body warm? And one of the other things we check
This
for
is
is
why
what
the
they call
prosecution called a
Riger.
pathologist.
And Riger is basically when a person dies, the body goes through this process, and as it goes through this process, your joints start to stiffen up.
Is it Riger or Rigger? I'm not sure how you pronounce it.
I call it Riger.
I call it Rigger, but so
Most people call it rigor.
That's
I
fine.
never said Riger. Was there Rigger or Riger?
There was not.
Show me what you did, and you did it both with Paul.
Oh, God.
Yes.
Oh, please don't stick your hands in Dick's armpits. Oh, no.
Could you
No.
step down here? Sure.
No.
Oh,
I'm dying.
where
I'm
did you
dying.
put
I'm
your
dying.
hand?
I'm dying.
So-
You know what's
They were
coming.
covered with the sheet
You know what's
initially
coming.
when I got.
You know
Right,
what's
so
coming. You can't stop it.
you
You can't. There's nothing you
here
can do
if
to
you're
stop
curious
this from
to see
happening
me.
right now.
And you went up to Paul, and where did you put your hand?
God. Here we go.
Which way Paul was.
Uh,
It was left to
Okay.
right.
Basically what I did is I lifted his arm up just a little bit here, and I stick my hand up into the armpit.
Thank you, Coroner. Please answer any questions.
Here we go. This is the part. This is my favorite part. So, a new character. Who is this guy? Literally, who are you? Who are you?
Who is that?
Like,
Mr. Harvey.
this conversation between these two, it's like they walked into, it's like Creighton and Pooh walked into like a retirement home or something and just found two individuals that maybe have like Alzheimer's or dementia, but they're like harmless, and like just pulled them in. You guys want to play trial? Let's do trial day, dress up, and literally bring them in. I mean, this
Who is this?
And you did not use rectal or any sort of thermometer on that night.
No, sir.
Why are there new characters?
And isn't it true that the best way to determine the actual time of death, particularly in a violent homicide, is to take the temperature?
Yes, sir.
Yet, as I understand your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, you really do not have a general idea as to when that incident actually occurred.
That's right. Yes, sir. That's true.
Because you didn't take the temperature, correct?
Right. And thermometers are not always accurate either. So,
what is happening?
and that's one thing that we've learned over the years. I mean, we do have, and actually we now have the, I can't think, ultraviolet light, the light that shoots for the forehead. But what I've determined with that is that it's not necessarily accurate, is that I may shoot it at the forehead and it'll say 99 degrees. But if I shoot it in your ear, it might say 103.
Okay.
So, I mean, they're not necessarily accurate.
That's correct. And it's also impacted by body weight, correct?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Age, elderly
Yes, sir.
versus you.
Yes, sir.
And the weather.
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yes, sir.
If they were covered by a
Yes, sir.
sheet, that
Which
would,
they were at that time when I initially got it.
that could maintain something.
Yes, sir.
If they got wet through rain, that could affect it.
That could, yep, that could
And
definitely.
you had rain at that time, didn't you?
It had not rained hard at that point. Both of their hairs were, heads of hair were dry.
But the bodies were warm, correct?
Yes, sir.
Based upon
And
your,
Riger had not started.
Yeah, and that usually begins to occur within
Riker.
1 to 3 hours.
1 to 3 hours.
He
So
doesn't
that's the
dispute that,
time
that's
frame that I
Riker.
was looking at.
Okay. And you
He doesn't
walked
dispute it.
around the area, got close to them.
He's like, yeah, Riker's
at one
fine with
time.
me.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that
I
correct?
can't.
And you were walking in the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yep, we established that.
No further questions.
Sir.
Mic drop, you guys.
Sure.
He's like, no further. I can't.
2 questions. Do you remember when Sled showed up?
I do have probably the times for that.
Oh, you guys, I forgot about this part. Y'all, if you only knew how much.
This is the defense's first witness. I see why the state called the pathologist and not the coroner. Can you imagine if the state had called this guy, what the defense cross-examination would be like? Because I can.
I did not see Sled.
Okay, I'm not joking when I tell you the amount of dead silence that I had cut from this was unbelievable. To answer this, and the funniest thing is, like, sometimes there's silence, but there's like background noise, or people are talking, or like there's papers shuffling, or there's something happening. Literally, the whole courtroom is not even. It's like everyone takes a nap. Who falls asleep? And they have time. He falls asleep. So I just
When I initially got
yeah. This is the defense's first witness, and this is this mashup video I did of me and EDB. This coroner armpits lives in infamy, guys. Coroner armpits lives in infamy. This is the funniest fucking thing, literally, of all time. Like, I could and I have watched this just over and over, and my face just hurts.
Start to stiffen up.
Riger or rigor? I'm not sure how you pronounce it.
I call it rigor.
I call it rigor, but so I'll.
Most people call it rigor.
That's fine.
I never said riger. Was there rigor or riger?
There was not.
Show me what you did, and you did it both with Paul.
Oh, God.
Yes.
Oh, please don't stick your hands in Dick's armpits. Oh, no.
Could you step down here, please?
Sure.
No.
Paul,
I'm dying.
where
I'm
did you
dying.
put
I'm
your
dying.
hand?
So
you know what's
they were
coming.
covered with the
You
same
know what's
initial
coming.
when I got.
You know
Right,
what's
so
coming. You can't stop it. You can't. There's nothing you can do to stop this from happening right now.
And you went up to Paul, and where did you put your hand?
Oh, God. Here we go.
Which way Paul was.
Uh,
Left,
Okay.
right.
Basically, what I did is I lifted his arm up just a little bit here, and I stick
Oh
my
my God.
hand up into the armpit.
Poot's face is one of the best parts of this entire fucking thing. Look at him. He's such a poot right now.
Thank you, Coroner. Please answer any questions.
Here we go. This is the part. This is my favorite part. I love this so much, you guys. So, a new character. Who is this guy? Literally, who are you? Who are you? We're gonna hear it again. Spencer.
Who is
Don't worry.
that?
We're gonna hear it again. We're watching it again. Like
Mr. Harvey,
this conversation between these two. It's like they walked into. It's like Creighton and Pooh walked into like a retirement home or something and just found two individuals that maybe have like Alzheimer's or dementia, but they're like harmless, and like just pulled them in. You guys want to play trial? Let's do trial day, dress up, and literally bring them in. I mean, this.
Who is this?
and you did not use rectal or any sort of thermometer on that night.
No, sir.
Why are there new characters?
And isn't it true that the best way to determine the actual time of death, particularly in a violent homicide, is to take the temperature?
Yes, sir.
Yet, as I understand your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, you really do not have a general idea as to when that incident actually occurred.
That's right. Yes, sir. That's true.
Because you didn't take the temperature, correct?
Right. And thermometers are not always accurate either. So, and that's one thing that we've learned over the years. I mean, we do have, and actually we now have the I can't think, ultraviolet light, the light that shoots for the forehead. But what I've determined with that is that it's not necessarily accurate, is that I may shoot it at the forehead and it'll say 99 degrees, but if I shoot it in your ear, it might say 103. So, I mean, they're not necessarily accurate either.
That's correct. And it's also impacted by body weight, correct?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Age, elderly
Yes, sir.
versus youth,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And the weather.
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir.
If they were covered,
Both of
by
Yes, sir.
sheet, that
Which
would-
they were at that time when I initially got it.
that could maintain something.
Yes, sir.
If they got
That
wet
could maintain
through
something.
rain, that could
Mhm.
affect it.
That could, yeah, that could
And you
definitely.
had rain at
I
that time, didn't you?
It had not rained hard at that point. Both
Not
of their
hard.
both of their hairs were heads of hair were dry.
Okay. But the bodies were warm, correct?
Yes, sir.
They spawned.
And Riger had not started.
Just every single second of this is pure gold.
And that usually begins to occur within
Riger.
1 to 3 hours.
1 to 3 hours.
He
So
doesn't
that's the
dispute
time
that,
frame that I
Riger.
was looking at.
Okay. And you
He doesn't
walked
dispute it.
around the area, got close to them.
He's like, yeah, Riger's fine with me.
Yes, sir.
I can't.
And you were walking in the scene,
Like, drop
correct?
him in.
Yes.
Yep, we established that.
No further questions. Sir.
Mic drop, you guys. He's like, no further. I can't. I'm
Two questions.
literally, I'm like bent over, like dying over here. Like oh my God. Oh my God. So this is corner armpits, guys. For anyone who hasn't seen him, now you know. I mean, I love this right here. Spencer, I need to go. I came back at light shooting through the forehead and rain is wet weather or something. Accurate. Just amazing, 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 amazing moment for you to be here and come back after you went away for a bit. Guys, I know many of you have other responsibilities. I could literally just watch this endlessly over and over again. I think it's so fucking funny. What we'll probably do next time is start with this testimony so we can watch it again, including the little mashup. If you guys like it, I think it's fucking funny. And then we will carry on from there. And we will have, what are we doing? Yes. So today we will have the other, the BK docs for the death penalty motions, for the state's responses to the death penalty motions. We will, fingers crossed, have our members only live stream for Never Have I Ever, as long as I get the camera thingy set up to work for that. And I also hope to cover, if I can, the latest Karen Reed doc with what is his name, Mike Easter or whatever his first name is, Mr. Easter Bunny. And so yes. Yeah, I know, right? Well, he's seen the Civil War, so you could definitely ask him about that for starters. And so I appreciate everybody who was new, and I know that Miss Mandy said she texted out or tweeted out rather that we were live. So hopefully, if anybody does try to come over and we are not here, we will be back for at least 2, if not more, live streams later today. So, but I think this is a great high note. And P Fox, welcome. This is a high note to finish it on here with corner armpits here. And actually, let me just pull it back to where it was here on the other one, where we were here. And look at Alan Wilson, or no, that's Metters. He's like, oh my God. And there's Poot. They just did the armpits, and he's being sent back to the witness stand. Incredible. Yeah, this dude from the state, this is the only witness he does. Like, literally, he's here for this, and like, that's it. It's the funniest fucking thing. ABC Doc is going to shower and go to work. Yeah, do responsible adult things, right? Oh my God, my face hurts. But y'all are the best. I love you guys. Anyone who's new, welcome. Anyone who's not new, we love you. We love everybody. Squirrel Crew's the best. And I'll see you guys next time.